Welcome to the ultimate TanStack Start course. This isn't just a light overview, but rather a complete deep dive.
Nice.
By the end of this video, you will understand everything there is to TanStack Start from A to Z. And the best way to learn is by shipping. So in this video, we are building a complete production-grade application called Recall. Recall allows users to scrape the web, import content in bulk, and use AI to summarize and tag that data. From architecture to deployment, every single line of code serves a real purpose. We will start by structuring our application properly. You will learn about project conventions, route layouts, nested routes, and pathless layouts so your codebase actually scales. Then we will build a full authentication flow with Better-Auth, including end-to-end Typesafe form validation using TanStack Form and Sort. Once logged in, users can import URLs. They can either import a single URL or do a full-on bulk import. And instead of old-school non-type-safe API routes, we will go all in on server functions. I will show you how they behave like isomorphic RPC handlers, callable directly from your components. On top of that, we will implement global, local, function level, and request-specific middleware to fully control our data flow. But here is the real killer feature, streaming. Instead of waiting for the server to finish processing, we stream data out of server functions in real time. This lets us show live status updates directly in the UI. No refreshes, no guessing. And we will use this throughout the application to make everything feel incredibly fast. Next, the data appears in the items feed, and this is where we do a deep dive into data fetching. You will see how TanStack Start is isomorphic by default, meaning the same code runs seamlessly on both the server and client. We will even suspend our data loading for quick renders, and we will implement full text search, showing why Typesafe search params are often the best state management solution you can use. Clicking on an item takes us to the dynamic route. Here we don't render raw HTML, but rather we render clean structured Markdown, in other words LLM ready data. With a single click we can feed that data into an LLM. We stream a summary directly into the UI and automatically generate tags to organize the content. And on top of that, I will show you how to generate dynamic SEO metadata for every item so that Google loves your site too. And we are not done yet. We will build a discover route where users can search the web using natural language. Once they select what they want to import, we trigger another bulk import and again stream status updates in real time. Now, to build a project like this, we need data, a lot of data. Normally dealing with JavaScript rendering, dynamic content, proxies, and rate limits is a huge headache. And that's why this video is sponsored by Firecrawl. Firecrawl handles scraping, mapping, and search, delivering clean LLM-ready data so that we can focus on building the product. It's fast, reliable, and fully open source, which makes it the perfect fit for this modern tech stack. Oh, and by the way, all of the tools that we will implement in this video are completely free to use and don't require any credit card, including our LLM provider. This is a big project and a deep dive into TanStack Start, so grab some water, stay hydrated, and without any further ado, let's roll the video. Let's go! Alright friends, so I hope you enjoyed the demo and it's now finally time to get started. By the way, it took forever to create the intro, so please don't forget to like. Nevertheless, I want to get started by first of all giving you a high-level overview of TanStack Start. This means, what is TanStack Start? What does it offer? Why should you use it? And how is the framework even composed? This means, what does it use in the background to enable all of the features that it offers? So if you are already familiar with TanStack Start, or you in general just already know what TanStack Start is, what it offers, how it's composed and stuff like that, then you can skip forward a bit because I added timestamps down below. Yes, I did that. You're welcome. And they will give you a high-level overview of the video structure and just in general help you to navigate this video. Nevertheless, let's get started right away. So what is TanStack Start? Well, it's a full-stack framework powered by TanStack Router for React and Solid. And in this case, we will use the one and only React. So what does it offer? What features does it offer? Well, it offers full document SSR, so server-side rendering, streaming, server functions, bundling, and more. It's powered by TanStack Router and Vite, and it's ready to deploy to your favorite hosting provider. This means Vercel, Netlify, Cloudflare, what else, Hetzner, stuff like that. But now you might ask me, hey Jan, this sounds good. So TanStack Start is a full stack framework. It offers SSR, server-side rendering, streaming, all of the fancy stuff. But how is it composed? How is it architected? Good question, and this is probably one of the most important questions that you can ask right now. So right here I created a beautiful diagram, and you should probably already see that 90% of TanStack Start is just TanStack Router. But what even is TanStack Router? Well, TanStack Router is a powerful React router for client-side and full-stack React applications. It offers fully type-safe APIs, first-class search params for managing state in the URL, and seamless integration with the existing React ecosystem. And that's super important. So TanStack Start pretty much just gives you server-side rendering, streaming, server functions, and so on. But primarily what you get with TanStack Start is TanStack Router, and this creates this type-safe experience. But we will dive into the features of TanStack Start a bit later on. And there are 10% still missing because 90% is TanStack Router. But what's the rest? How are the other 10% composed? Well, there are two tools used, Vite and Nitro. So what is Vite? Well, Vite is a modern build tool that provides fast development with hot module replacement and optimized production builds. And I'm so grateful that the team behind TanStack Start chose Vite and did not implement their own bundler, I guess with Webpack or ESBuild, because as you probably all know, Next.js is one of the biggest frameworks in the React ecosystem, and they use TurboPack. TurboPack is their own bundler that they created, and it's not bad. I don't want to badmouth this product, this tool, TurboPack, but Vite is just better. It's bigger, or I guess it has a bigger history, it has a bigger ecosystem, and just in general, I like Vite a lot more, so I'm very thankful that they chose Vite and did not architect their own bundler, which would just create a worse experience, it would be slower, and stuff like that. Vite works well, or I mean, it works great, it's super fast, and I love it. And what exactly is Nitro? Because you might say, I'm familiar with TanStack Router, I know what Vite is, but what is Nitro? Well, Nitro is a very interesting product or tool pretty much. So Nitro is an open source framework to build web servers using H3 and lots of built-in features. Nitro automatically makes your code compatible with any deployment provider and runtime, and that's super important. So a few weeks ago, I watched an interview with the creator. So this is Tanner, he created TanStack Start, not he himself, there are also other members, but he is pretty much the face of the TanStack ecosystem. And he said, hey, I want to create a framework. This means TanStack Start. But he also said initially or quite early into development, he realized, hey, this might be unmaintainable because I don't want to lock users into a specific deployment provider, let's say Vercel or Netlify. I want to make everything open. Users should be able to choose any deployment provider. Vercel, Netlify, I guess Hetzner with Docker or stuff like that. And not only the deployment provider, but also the runtime. Because I think you all know there are two main runtimes, the Node.js runtime and the V8 runtime. And the V8 runtime is mostly also referred to the Edge runtime. This is what, for example, Cloudflare Workers uses in the background. And the thing is, if the team behind TanStack Start chose to do everything by themselves, this means to create all plugins, so plugins for every deployment provider and just to maintain all of the code, then this would not be maintainable. But thankfully they chose Nitro, and Nitro is a very universal tool. This means you can deploy Nitro anywhere. Netlify, Vercel. You can choose the Node.js runtime, the Edge runtime. It does not really matter, and that's very important. So if you go to the documentation and then search for, I think, hosting, then you will find this section. And here they also reiterate the same thing. You can deploy your application to Cloudflare Workers, Netlify, which is the official partner. You can use Nitro then to deploy your application to Vercel or, for example, to any other Node.js hosting provider, so Railway, or by using Docker and then Hetzner and stuff like that. So in general, the nice thing is that this is completely universal. You are not locked into any provider as with, for example, other frameworks. Hey, I'm not shooting any shots, but yeah, in general, this is very good. They chose a very open path, and that's what I like. And since you now know how TanStack Start is composed and architected, I guess we can get started right away. So I want you to go to the TanStack website, and all of the links are down in the YouTube description, and please click on Start. By the way, when recording this video, TanStack Start is still in the release candidate stage, so they will soon release a full stable release which will be ready for production, but right now this is the release candidate state. But this is already fine to use. This is not alpha or beta, this is, as mentioned, the release candidate. So let's click on Docs, and here they have a little overview, TanStack Start overview. Let's go through it quickly. I will zoom out a bit, this is not so nice. So as they say here, dependencies, there are two main dependencies, TanStack Router and Vite. This is all good. We already looked at the architecture. And why should you use, or when should you use TanStack Start, and when should you use TanStack Router? So as mentioned, TanStack Start relies 100% on TanStack Router for its routing system. In addition to TanStack Router's amazing features, Start enables even more powerful features. SSR, so full document SSR, streaming, server routes and API routes, server functions, these are type-safe RPCs between client and server, which is very fancy, and I will show you everything, don't worry, middleware and context, full stack bundling, universal deployment, and end-to-end type safety. And this is something I have to reiterate. End-to-end type safety is something that is very important and something that you don't get with other frameworks. As mentioned, the biggest player out on the market is Next.js, and Next.js is not type safe. So if you, for example, want to redirect a user, you can add any path to the href, but TanStack Start is completely type safe, and this means whenever you redirect a user to a route that does not exist, TanStack Start instantly throws an error, or in other words, TanStack Router, which is something I haven't seen before. And you will also see the power once we start creating our project. This is a game-changing feature, and once you really understand how everything works, it will be very hard to go back to other frameworks that are not end-to-end type safe. And why should you use TanStack Start and not, for example, TanStack Router? Well, honestly, if you don't need these features, use TanStack Router. But if you want to create a production-grade application, you will probably need SSR, streaming, you will probably need server functions, middleware. So in my opinion, it's recommended to just go with TanStack Start and not TanStack Router. TanStack Start is more powerful, it still builds on TanStack Router, you get all of the features of TanStack Router, but you get a few more powerful features included. As mentioned, it's the strawberry on the cake, or I guess the cherry on the cake, right? I don't think you say strawberry on the cake, but cherry on the cake. Nevertheless, let's get started. So in the sidebar, you will find a quick start button. So impatient question mark? Yes, we are impatient. The fastest way to get a start project up and running is with the CLI, and you can either use npm or pnpm. I would highly recommend you to continue with pnpm, since we will use React, there are often dependency conflicts and stuff like that. PNPM will make your lives easier, so trust me, just use PNPM. It's also a better alternative to NPM because it's more lightweight, it's faster, it caches things, it takes up less storage on your computer, so just use it, trust me. And if you haven't installed PNPM yet, don't worry, it's very simple. Click on documentation, then on installation, and you can install PNPM either by using npm or homebrew to or something like that. And once you installed it, you can also verify it by opening your terminal. So I, for example, will use Warp in this video, but you can use any other terminal, Ghosty or the normal terminal, it does not matter. And then inside of here, please just say pnpm-v and you should then get your version. In this case, I use version 9 because I think this is the latest version. But yeah, let's now install the project. So I will go back to the TanStack documentation and I will copy the pnpm installation command. I will go back, cd into my YouTube directory and paste it inside of here. So pnpm create @TanStack Start @latest. The @latest command will install the latest version of TanStack Start and I will click on enter. So I now zoomed in a bit for you guys so that you can see something, and the first question is, what would you like to name your project? So this will be called TanStack Start tutorial-YouTube, and I will click on enter, and now it asks us, would you like to use Tailwind? Yes, I would like to. Do you want to use a toolchain? This means Biome or ESLint. Sure, let's use ESLint. And then for the deployment adapter, I will for now use Nitro, but we will maybe later on change it to Netlify. I'm not sure yet. So I will select Nitro, and now you can also add add-ons. This means if you want to, for example, use Neon for your database, then you can select it, or Clerk, Convex, Sentry, and so on. But in this video, I want to use two things, or I guess one thing specifically, which is Prisma, because we will need an ORM in the video. If you don't know what Prisma is, don't worry, I will explain everything, and you can select the tool by clicking on your spacebar. So I selected Prisma, and what else do I need? I guess let's maybe... yeah, I think that's it. I don't think we need anything else. So I will just click on enter. I just selected Prisma, that's it. And now it asks me, would you like any examples? No, I don't want to. So I will click on enter. Then for the database provider, I will use Prisma, their Postgres offering, so I will click on enter, and now it will initialize a new Git repository and install all of the dependencies via pnpm. So this can take a minute or so, please wait for it, and once finished I will come back. So it now gave me like a warning, need to install the following packages. Okay, that's fine, I will click on yes. And if you currently wonder what it's doing, well, it's currently setting up a database for us. To be specific, a Postgres database, because we will later on need to store our data somewhere. And Prisma is an ORM that will talk to the database. As mentioned, I will dive into the ORM and database a bit later on. Right now it's not important. The nice thing is just using this add-on, we can, I guess, save some time. We don't need to go to some sort of database provider. We don't have to install Prisma from scratch. Everything is done for us. So as you see here, it now created the database. We get a connection string, and it also set up our TanStack Start application. And with that, it's now finally time to open the project. And that's what I already did. So this is my editor. In this case, this is Anti-Gravity, Google's own editor. It's a fork of VS Code. And yeah, I opened the project. You can do the same by going to the top, clicking on File, and then Open Folder. And as a first step, I want to go through the project structure, through the project directory, and through the files and folders. So the first file inside of here is the Vite file, or the Vite config file, and using this file you can configure Vite. We will also configure this file or Vite later on once we deploy our applications, since we will probably use Netlify. Then the next file is the tsconfig file, and this is the configuration file for TypeScript. This is very important, and please also make sure that strict is set to true. Yes, strict is not always good, but in this case you want TypeScript to be super strict. Then let's continue. We have a readme file. If you want to, you can update it. It's not important. Then they also created a Prisma config file. That's because we selected Prisma in the add-ons. This is the configuration file for Prisma. We won't update it or anything like that. We will just leave it as is. Then we have a puthere.config file, a package.json file, and this package.json file stores all of the scripts, dependencies, and development dependencies. If you look at the normal dependencies, you will see that, for example, Prisma has been installed, the Tailwind dependency, TanStack itself. This means TanStack router, and then also TanStack router SSS query and stuff like that. Lucid React, Nitro, React itself. And by the way, the current React version is 19.2 when recording the video. But once you watch the video, it could be that already React 19.5 or something like that is released. Don't worry about it. Every React version will be valid right here. Then there are also development dependencies. These are dependencies that are only available in development, and once you deploy the application, they won't impact your bundle size, which is very important. And I think that's it. Let's continue. Then there is an eslint.config file just there to configure eslint. Then git ignore. Please make sure that your .env file is added right here. So .env, you don't want to commit your secrets. That's very important. A lot of people do that, and that's a huge mistake. Then we have the env.local file. This is where you will store all of your secrets, including the database URL. Then we have a cta.json file, and this is pretty much like the config file for TanStack Start itself. What I mean by that is we have a project name, then the mode, file router, TypeScript is set to true, Tailwind is set to true, the package managers, PNPM, and stuff like that. So this is quite nice. Then what else do we have right here? Let's skip the source folder for now. They also have a public folder. In this public folder, you want to store all of your public assets. So in other words, images, videos, maybe fonts, also for example robots.txt, just public and static assets. Then we have a Prisma folder. This is where you want to create all of your Prisma stuff. We will dive into that a bit later on. This is not super important. And let's dive into the most important folder, the source folder, because inside of this folder you will create all of your business logic. This means all of your routes, your data access logic, your components, stuff like that. So this is literally the most important folder. Let's start from the bottom. First of all, we have a styles.css file. This is your normal CSS or global CSS file. And inside of here, they already configured Tailwind CSS, which is great. Then the next file is the router.tsx file. And this is there to create a router instance. So inside of here, you can configure the router in general. So for example, they set scroll restoration to true, which is a good default. You want to always set it to true, but if you want to, for some weird reason, you can also set it to false. And in general, if you click on Control Spacebar, you will see what you can update. Now, I think the default right here is good enough, and I don't really want to update anything, so we will leave it as is. Then let's continue. Logo.svg, well, this is the TanStack logo. You can delete it later on if you want to, but this is fine for now. The db.ts file is there for Prisma, but since we did not implement Prisma yet, we can also skip this file. Then they added this routes folder, and this routes folder is there to define all of the routes. Yes, I know, groundbreaking stuff. And here they already defined two files, an index file, a root file. We will look at them in a second. They also added a data folder with one file, and this file is actually relatively interesting because this defines a server function. You right now probably don't even know what a server function is, and that's totally fine. Essentially, a server function is there to fetch and mutate data on the server side. But this is not very important for now because we won't dive into data fetching and mutations right now. We will do it a bit later on once you already understand the basics of TanStack Start. This means how to define routes and stuff like that. If we would dive into server functions right now, this would just confuse you. So let's close this file and let's continue with the routes folder. So as mentioned, the routes folder currently has three files, or pretty much two files and one folder: an index file, an __ root file, and this demo folder. So what are these files? What do they do? Why do we need the routes folder? These are all good questions. Let's start from the basics. Why do we need the routes folder, or what do you do in the routes folder? Well, in the routes folder, you want to define all of your routes. The index route, your hello route, your dashboard route, your contact route, all of the routes that you want to have in your application have to be defined in the routes folder. It won't work if you create some sort of route in the source folder or outside of the routes folder. Everything has to be defined in the routes folder itself. And now you might say, okay, Jan, so I have to define my routes in the routes folder. This makes sense. But how do you define a route? Good question. So please head over to the documentation. And here's the thing. The documentation is your best friend. Whenever you have questions or whenever you don't understand something, or if I go over things too quickly, then please reference the documentation. The documentation is the source, or I guess the solution to all of your problems. It will answer everything. And this is also very important for the future, because in the future you will work on projects and I won't be there to help you. Right now, yes, you watch this video, you learn from me, but at some point in the future you will work on your projects by yourself. And this means you need to have the ability, you need to have the skill to read documentation and you understand it. This is very important. But let's look at the routing section in the TanStack Start documentation. So inside of here they say TanStack Start is built on top of TanStack Router. So all of the features of TanStack Router are available to you, which is great. And let's start with the router. So the router file is the file that will dictate the behavior of TanStack Router used within Start. It's located in the source directory of your project. So this is the file I mentioned at the start. In your source folder, you will find a file called router.tsx. And inside of here, they already defined a new router instance and also configured the router by, for example, setting scroll restoration to true. And you can configure literally everything in this file, as they mention here, from preloading functionality to caching staleness, literally everything. And now let's continue with routing itself. So what you have to understand is that there are two main ways to implement routing. There is file-based routing, and you can also, in theory, define routes using code. But I would always recommend you to use file-based routing because, in my opinion, file-based routing is more scalable and also easier to understand. And most frameworks that I worked with in the past always used file-based routing. TanStack Start offers file-based routing, Next.js offers file-based routing, I guess React Router v7 and with that Remix also offer file-based routing. In my opinion, it's the best abstraction to create routes. And as they say here, Start uses TanStack Router's file-based routing approach to ensure proper code splitting and advanced type safety. You can find your routes in the routes directory. That's the directory, the folder I showed you a second ago. And let's start with the root route. This is this __root.tsx file. What is this file? What does it do? Well, this is actually the root route. And the root route is the topmost route in the entire tree and encapsulates all other routes as children. And it must be named __root.tsx. So as they say here, it has no path and is always matched. Its component is always rendered. This is where you render your document shell, example HTML, body, etc. And because it's always rendered, it's the perfect place to construct your application shell and take care of any global logic. And I know exactly what you want to say right now. Hey Jan, this sounds super confusing. So it encapsulates all other routes as children, it does not have any path, it has to always be rendered. What? What does this route do? Why is it there? So let me try to break it down with simple terms. So imagine this. This route is the entry point to your application. This means whenever you visit any route, your dashboard route, your hello route, your ABC route, then this is the initial route that gets rendered. And in this route, they, for example, added the HTML tag, the head tag, and also, for example, meta tags, and then the header component. The header component is like the Navbar that they created right here, and then they render children. And the children are all of your routes. So as mentioned later on, for example, we will create a dashboard route and then a dashboard/import route. So the import route will be the child route of the dashboard route. So we will create multiple routes and they will be children of this root route. This means whatever you render here will also be rendered in all of your other routes. So this header, for example, is, you could almost say, static. It will always be on the top. It does not matter what route you visit. So let me show it to you with a diagram. So imagine the following. This is your index page. This means localhost 3000. And this is your about page. So localhost 3000/about. You now have different content. So right here, for example, it says hello index page, and here it says hello about page. But you also have your root route. It's pretty much like the root layout. And inside of here, you render your header. And this header, so this one on the top, the navbar, will be persisted on all routes. So if you navigate to the about route, the navbar will stay as is and it won't re-render. That's very important. So whatever gets rendered here, for example, the header in this case, won't re-render on navigation. That's very cool, and I will also dive into re-renders a bit later on. And inside of here, they then render TanStack dev tools. These are just dev tools, and also scripts. What are these scripts? Well, if you go to the documentation and scroll a bit to the bottom, then you will see right here, notice the scripts component at the bottom of the body tag. This is used to load all the client-side JavaScript for the application and should always be included for proper functionality. So that's very important. Don't delete the scripts. You need JavaScript, you hydrate everything, and you make everything interactive. In a nutshell, this is the root layout. This is the entry point to your application. This makes a lot of sense to, for example, render your navbar or footer inside of here. And let's continue. Then they also have this index file. What is this? Well, this is actually already your index route, and you should see something interesting. So first of all, export constant route is equal to create file route and then function app. And this create file route has this component which is equal to app. What do they do right here? Well, if you go to the TanStack router documentation, then you will find the section called routing concepts, and then also the section called anatomy of a route. So all other routes than the root route are configured using the create file route function, which provides type safety when using file-based routing. So that's what you see right here. Create file route, this is a function, and as an argument we pass the path name. So this is the index route, which also means the path name is an empty slash. If this would be the dashboard route, then you would say /dashboard, for example, but this of course is incorrect, so let's use the empty slash. And as they say here, the create file route function takes a single argument, the file route's path, as a string. So as mentioned, empty slash, /dashboard, /hello, and so on. But now you might say, hey Jan, this sounds a bit stupid. So whenever I want to create a route, I need to define the create file route function, I need to pass the path name, then the component. This is so much boilerplate. This is annoying. And yes, they also acknowledge this right here, but this is not really the case. What I mean by that is the path name is automatically written and managed by the router for you via the TanStack Router Bundler plugin or Router CLI. So whenever you create a new route, this boilerplate code is added automatically. So you don't need to configure the path name and then the component. Everything is done for you. But at the end of the day, this create file route function is there to define a route, but it gets automatically generated for you. And let's look at the code itself. So this defines the route, and then we link the function, the component, to this route or to the create file route function. So this is the app, and first of all, or if you scroll a bit to the bottom, you will find the return statement, and this is the UI for the route, for the index page. Let me show it to you. So I want you to start the dev server, and now you might say, okay, Jan, and how do I start my dev server? Well, if you open the package.json file, then you will find all of your scripts. And for example, the dev command is there to start the dev server, which will open on port 3000. You also have a lot of other pre-configured commands, for example, to build the application, to preview the application, to test the application. Also a few Prisma commands. This is not very important. You will mainly just use the dev command to I guess start the development server, but also the build command to then later on build your application in production. But let's start our dev server. So to open your terminal, you can use the shortcut Command J, or you can go to the top, click on terminal, and then new terminal. But I want to start my dev server, so pnpm run dev, and this will start your dev server on localhost 3000. So I will close this again, do a hard refresh, and this is our application. So let's analyze it quickly. On the top, we pretty much have like a navbar, right? A header. And then this is the main content. How is this structured? Well, if you again open the underscore root file, so right here, your root route, then you will find the header component. The header component is this navbar. So they already created it for you, and this is exactly what you see at the top. And since it's rendered in the root, this header is also rendered in every route. So if you, for example, create an ABC route, then this navbar will stay persisted. And what about this content? Where is this rendered, or where was this created? Well, this is already the content of the index page. So if you again open the routes folder, this is the index file, and the index file holds all of the content for this index page. So with the title and so on, you can also verify it by copying this name, the framework for the next generation AI applications. And if you search for this right here, then you will find the result. So this index.tsx file directly compiles to the index route, if that makes sense. And to verify it even further, we can delete all of the content. Let's go to the return statement. I will delete everything in the return statement and instead create a div h1, and I will say hello world. And let's also delete the constant features because we don't need this array anymore. I will delete the imports. We also don't need them anymore. And if I save this and go back again, then you will see right here, hello world. And we can also update our header. So if you go back to the root, we currently rendered this header component above the children, and that's why you also see the header above hello world. If you would, for example, render this header underneath the children, then you would first of all see hello world and then the header. So pretty much, again, the children are all of your routes, and then whatever you render above or below will then be rendered above your children or below your children. So let's render the header above the children, and I will also open the component. So in the source folder, you will find a components folder with the header file, and I will delete everything in the return statement. And inside of here, I will just say, I guess, h1 hello from the header component rendered in the root route. If I save this and go back, you will see this right here. So hello from the header component rendered in the root route. So I think you now finally understand how the root route works. Nevertheless, you might say, hey Jan, okay, so the root route is the entry point to my application. I render all of my children inside of here. The children are all of the routes, but how do I create routes? Like we have this index route, but how do you create a test route or an ABC route or an hello route? Like literally, how do you create routes? Good question. So please again head over to the TanStack router documentation, not to TanStack Start, and inside of here you will find a section called basic routes. Basic routes match a specific path, for example /about, /settings and so on, and they are all basic routes as they match the path exactly. Let's take a look at an about route. So in the about route you use the create file route function, and then you literally just return your content. Let's test it out. So I will go back, open my Explorer, and then in the source folder and in the routes folder I will create a new file called about.tsx, and inside of here it automatically generated this code. So as you see here, you don't need to define the create file route function, you don't need to link your component to the component itself, or you don't need to link the file route function to your component. Everything is done automatically. This is the power of TanStack Router, and with that TanStack Start. And please make sure that your dev server is also running, because only if your dev server is running it will also auto-generate this code. So let's go back and I will try to visit the new route. So in the URL, let's say /about, and as you see here we still see the header, hello from the header component, but then we see our new content, hello about. So if I go back to the index page again, we still have our header, but the main content updated because we see hello world. And that's what I tried to explain to you right here with this diagram or with this example. The main content changes with every route, but everything that is rendered in your root does not re-render. It stays as is, and that's very powerful. And you know what, let's create another route just to test things out. In the routes folder, folder, again, you want to create all of the routes in the routes folder. I will create another file, and this will be called demo, or not demo, let's say yo.tsx. If I now just click on enter, it will again auto-generate the code for me. I don't have to do anything. And if I copy the name yo and go back and then navigate to yo, so /yo, I will still see the header, the navbar, but my content changed. That's very nice. But now you might say, okay, Jan, this all makes sense. So I now know how to create basic routes, but how can I navigate a user? Because no real user will go to the URL and then say /yo or /dashboard. No, the user wants to click on a button to get redirected. How about we just use the A tag, right? So let's test it out. I will go back to my index.tsx file. So underneath the h1, let's create an A tag, and for the href, this will be what was the route again? About, right? So for the href, this will be /about, and for the content itself, this will also be about link. If I now save this and go back, we get this UI. I will also create some padding to see something, so class name padding 10, and if I go back again, then you will see this link right here. And if I click on it, I will get redirected. So now you might say, nice, we are finished, right? No, not really. I want you to look at this fav icon. So in a second, I will click on about link, and you should look at the fav icon on the top. So 1, 2, 3, and did you see this right here? The fav icon spun. Why is that? Well, that's because this was not a client-side navigation, but rather, how I call it, a hard navigation. This means pretty much the route did a full-on refresh. It's very similar to if you would just go to the URL and update it yourself. And this is not very good, because this means your full route has to re-render, and this is not what you want, because the power of nested routing is that certain sections don't re-render, like for example this header. But if I do a full-on hard navigation, as we did a second ago, then the full page re-renders, and we lose all of the benefits of nested routing, which is not good. So is there any way to create a client-side navigation, you might ask me? Yes. Thankfully, there is. If you go back to the TanStack router documentation and search for link component, then you will find this section. And inside of here, they say the link component is the component that can be used to create a link that can be used to navigate to a new location. This includes changes to the path name, search params, hash, and location state. Now, I will be honest with you, I'm not the biggest fan of the TanStack router documentation, because they don't even mention right here that this is Typesafe, that this does a client-side navigation and stuff like that. But in general, this is way more powerful than the normal A tag. The A tag does a hard navigation, there is no client-side navigation, it's not Typesafe, nothing like that. So let me show you the benefit of using the link component. I will delete the A tag, and instead I will get the link component. Please make sure that you import the link component from TanStack React Router and not from Lucid React. So I will import it from TanStack, and I will also close it. And the important thing is, instead of using the href property, you want to use the to property. So I will say to, and with that I don't get any errors anymore. So if I go back and go to my index route and click on about link, you will see right here that this wasn't a hard navigation. This means the fav icon did not spin. Let me show it to you one more time. I will click on about link and look at the fav icon. So 1, 2, 3, bam. Did it spin? No. And that's because this was a client-side navigation, and this also means this content on the top did not re-render. It was just there, it just stayed where it was, and only the main content re-rendered. That's what you call nested routing. And you know what the benefit or the cool thing about this link component is? It's completely type safe. So if I again use the A tag, I can pass any href right here, so /some gibberish. This route does not exist, and if I save this and go back, you will see this link, and if I click on it, I will get an error, because this route does not exist, but the link component is type safe. So if I add some gibberish, it will instantly throw an error, because it says, hey Jan, this route does not exist, what are you trying to do? And if I click on Control Spacebar, I get access to all of my routes. So these are all of the routes that currently exist, the index route, /about, yo, and so on. So So if I select about, I don't get any errors, and that's because this route exists. And I will also explain how this works in a second. Let's maybe create one more link, this time for the yo route. So if I click on Control Spacebar, I instantly get my types, yo or autocomplete. So if I go back and click on yo, it instantly redirects me. That's super cool. But now you might ask me, as already mentioned, hey Jan, how is TanStack Start, or how can TanStack Router even create such a type-safe experience? Because if you, for example, already used Next.js, then you will know that Next.js also offers a link component. But the link component offered by Next.js, for example, is not type-safe. Why is the link component type-safe in TanStack Start? Well, that's because if you open your Explorer, you will find a file called routetree.gen, so generated.ts. So this file gets automatically generated by TanStack Router, and you should not make any changes to this file. And this file literally, whenever you start your dev server, analyzes all of the routes and adds them inside of here. So that's why the link component is type safe. The link component references this file, and with that references all of the routes. And if a route is not added or does not exist in this file, then the link component throws an error because it says, hey Jan, I have access to the route tree file, but the route tree file does not hold such a route. This means this route does not exist, and I should probably throw an error. And that's super powerful and something that I haven't seen with any other frameworks, to be quite honest with you. And that's what you will also see in the documentation. So if you go to the TanStack Start documentation, they say right here, you may notice a routetree.gen.ts file in your project. This file is automatically generated when you run TanStack Start via npm rundev or pnpm rundev and so on. And this file contains the generated route tree and a handful of TypeScript utilities that make TanStack Start's type safety extremely fast and fully inferred. And trust me, this is a game changer. Now you might say, okay Jan, this fully makes sense, and I now know how to create basic routes, I know how to navigate users, I also fully understand what the root route is and what it does. But how can I nest routes? Because in a production grade application, you will at some point need to nest routes. As an example, /dashboard, /settings, /dashboard, /billing, /dashboard, /import, and so on. So you will want to nest routes. But how do you do that? Good question. Please head over to the documentation and search for this section, file-based routing. Inside of here, they again explain what file-based routing is and stuff like that. And inside of here they also say, while file-based routing is the preferred and recommended way to configure TanStack Router, you can also use code-based routing. So this means you can define all of your routes using code. I will be honest with you, I would not recommend that. In my opinion, this just makes things more complex and it's not that scalable in my humble opinion. I mean, if you disagree with me, then please let me know. But humbly, I would say that file-based routing is the better way to configure routes in TanStack Start and with that TanStack Router. Here they again mention what file-based routing is and what the benefits are. In short, simplicity, organization, scalability, code splitting, type safety, and consistency. And now you might think, okay, so file-based routing, this means there's probably just one way to implement file-based routing, right? No, actually that's incorrect. There are two ways. You can use directory routes or flat routes. So what's the difference and what does that even mean? So while directories have long been used to represent route hierarchy, file-based routing introduces an additional concept of using the dot character in the file name to denote a route nesting. This allows you to avoid creating directories for few deeply nested routes and continue to use directories for wider route hierarchies. So let's first of all look at directory routes. And by the way, a directory is a folder. Directories can be used to denote route hierarchy, which can be useful for organizing multiple routes into logical groups and also cutting down on the file name length for large groups of deeply nested routes. In this example, they've created a posts folder, and this posts folder has two files, an index.html index.tsx file and a post ID file. The index file literally maps to /posts, and the post ID route maps to /posts/post ID. So this is a dynamic route. And if you would, for example, want to render an about route, you could either create an about.tsx file or an about folder with an index.tsx file. This will also create then the route, so /posts/about. And you can also use file or flat routes as mentioned, and flat routes give you the ability to use dots to denote route nesting levels. This can be useful when you have a large number of uniquely, deeply nested routes and want to avoid creating directories for each one. So as an example, let's again look at the posts route. They right here have a posts file and then a posts.index.tsx file. So this is an exact match, and this will then in the URL pretty much map to /posts. But now you want to, for example, nest a dynamic route. How do you do that? Well, you use a dot. So posts.postid, or if you want to nest it even further, posts.postid.edit, and so on. So you can either use directories or dots. I will be super honest with you. I probably use directories 90% of the time. I'm not the biggest fan of flat routes because they also create a bit of funky business. Okay, this sounds a bit weird, but if you don't fully understand them, they can be a bit complicated because they also create layouts and sometimes you don't really realize it. So in my opinion, I just like directories more, especially since I'm a Next.js developer primarily, and this is just how I like to create my routes. But you can also mix and match. So mixed, flat and directory routes. It's extremely likely that a 100% directory or flat route structure won't be the best fit for your project, which is why TanStack Router allows you to mix both flat and directory routes together to create a route tree that uses the best of both worlds where it makes sense. As an example, you can create a posts folder, then with an index.tsx file, and this will create the exact match. This means /posts. And if you want to have another dynamic route, so a child route, you can create another file, post ID. So this is what we saw in the directory example. But let's say you want to create another child route, so /posts/post ID/edit. Instead of creating another folder called edit and then index.tsx, you literally can just use a dot. And since this is a very simple, you could say, nested structure, this also makes sense. So what they try to say is, hey, if you have a lot of nested routes, use directories. So if you, for example, have a post route and this post route has hundreds of nested routes, use a folder. This will make a bit more sense. But if you have some sort of route, like for example post ID, and this post ID route has only one child route, then it might not really make sense to create a directory and instead just create this dot, or yeah, just use flat routes. That's what I'm trying to say. And this currently might confuse you, so don't worry about it. I will show it to you. So let's go back to our application, and in the routes folder, you will find a demo folder. And these are demo routes that have been created when we created our project. And here they use flat routes. This means start.api-request.tsx, start.server, start.ssr, start.ssr.full, and so on. Again, I'm not the biggest fan of flat routes. I feel like they are a bit confusing at the start. Therefore, in this video, we will use directories, and whenever it makes sense, we will use flat routes. So let's delete the demo folder, and I want to now show you how to create nested routes. So what routes should we create? Let's right here just write it out. I will make this a bit bigger so that you can see something. So let's say we want to have a posts route, then I want to have a /post/post ID route, and then a /post/post ID/edit route. So in total, we want to create 3 routes, and yeah, let's test it out. So let's go back, and in the routes folder, I will create a new folder called posts, and in the posts folder, I will create an index.tsx file. This will automatically generate the route content, and if I save this and go back and then navigate to /post, I will say /posts, then you will see right here the header, and then hello posts. Let's now nest a route. Instead of nesting this post ID route, which is dynamic, let's do something else. Let's create maybe a test route. So in posts, I will create a new folder called test, and in the test folder, I will create an index.tsx file. This will again generate the code, and if I go back and then navigate to /posts/test, you will see right here that we now have a nested route, and the content also updated. We can nest it even further. In the test folder, I can create a yo folder with an index.tsx file, and if I save this and go back and navigate to /yo, so /posts/test/yo, it also updated everything. So this is how you create basic nested routes. In theory, you could also use flat routes. So I could now say, hey, in the yo route, I want to create another route, and this will be called hello.tsx. So if I save this and go back and then navigate to /posts/test/yo/hello, this will also work. But again, in my opinion, this just makes everything a bit more confusing, so I like to use directories instead of flat routes. And let's now delete this test folder with the yo folder. And how do you now create a dynamic route? Because inside of here in this example, I said, hey, I want to have a posts route and then a post/post ID route, and the post ID route has to be dynamic. Well, it's relatively simple. You want to use the dollar syntax. So in this example, if you scroll a bit to the top, they used this dollar symbol, and this dollar symbol creates a dynamic route. So in the posts folder, I will create another folder, and this will be called post ID. The important thing is you want to prefix the folder name with a dollar symbol, and inside of here I will create an index.tsx file. If I save this and go back and do a hard refresh, I currently get an error, and that's because I need to update the URL. So this will now be /posts/some gibberish, and if I click on enter, I see right here hello posts/post ID, and since this post ID route is a dynamic route, I can pass any gibberish. So if you, for example, visit my application and click on a tutorial, you will also see that this is a dynamic path /free-tutorials/ the name of the tutorial, and that's what we did right here. But this is now the post ID. But currently we don't render the post ID, and you might ask me, hey Jen, how can I get the post ID from the URL and render it inside of here? Good question. So if you head over to the documentation and go to TanStack Router and click on Routing Concepts, you will find a section called Dynamic Route Segments. And inside of here they say route path segments that start with a $sign followed by a label are dynamic and capture that section of the URL in the Params object for use in your application. For example, a path name of posts/123 would match the posts/post ID route, and the Params object would be post ID equals to 123. And how can you get access to this param? Well, you can use the route itself and then the use params hook. So if we go back to the application, you can right here say constant, destructure it, and then this will be equal to route, uppercase route, dot use params. And if I invoke it and click on Control Spacebar, I instantly get my params, and the param is called post ID. So let's render the post ID. I will delete this post/post ID, and instead I will render the dynamic post ID. And if I go back, you will see right here hello and then this dynamic param. If I update it to something normal, dynamic _ID _param, then you will also see it right here. So this is how easy it is to access all of your dynamic params. For example, if you use Next.js, or if you used Next.js in the past, then you will know that this is not typesafe in Next.js. But since TanStack Router is super smart and fully typesafe, the params are also typesafe. If I add some gibberish right here, I instantly get an error, and that's because this param does not exist. The file is called post ID, and this also means the dynamic param has to be called post ID. And that's again because we have this route tree file, and it analyzes all of the routes and it sees, hey, the dynamic param param is called post ID and not some other gibberish. So let's close this again, and we want to nest one more route, so the edit route. Let's go back, and in the post ID folder, I will create another folder. This will be called edit, and in the edit folder, I will create an index.tsx file. This means if I save this and go back and then navigate to /posts/ some gibberish /edit, I will see this route right here, and I can still access the params in this route. So I can just go above the return statement, constant, I will destructure this, and this will then be equal to route.useParams, not use loader data, but use params. I will invoke it, and then where I destructured everything, I can access the post ID. I will render it inside of here. This means if I save this and go back, I will see my post ID inside of here. Hello AS something something something. If I make this something normal, like I guess ID underscore 123, I will also see right here, hello ID 123. So this is how you can nest routes and also how you can create dynamic routes. And in theory, you don't even have to create the edit folder. So if I delete this edit folder, I will also remove the edit route. I will instantly get an error right here. That's because /edit does not exist anymore. And in theory, instead of creating a folder, I can just create a file in the post ID folder, call it edit.tsx, and it will do the same thing. So if I do a hard refresh, I again see my content. This is again what you call flat-based routes. At the end of the day, you can mix and match everything. You can either just use flat-based routes or you can just use directory routes. It does not really matter, but I guess it makes the most sense to just mix and match them. In my humble opinion, 80% of your routes should be directory routes and maybe 20% should be flat-based routes. That's my humble opinion, my recommendation. But again, if you disagree with me, that's totally fine. You can just use flat routes. It will do the same thing, right? I mean, it's not that this is not performant or something like that. It's the same thing. It's just a different way to create a route, but the end result is the same, the performance is the same, literally everything is the same. But now you might also ask me, hey Jan, but how can I localize layouts? What do I mean by that? So we have this root layout, and this root layout wraps all of our children. This means all of our routes. And this also means that this header is literally rendered everywhere. But what is if you want to have a navbar or a header that is only available on posts route, so /posts/posts123 and so on? Well, you can create a local layout. So in the posts folder, I will create another file, and this won't be called index.tsx or anything like that, but rather route.tsx, and this will create a layout. And then for the content, instead of saying hello posts, I will say posts, so uppercase posts navbar. So if I go back, you will see right here, hello from the header component, and then posts navbar. But wait, where is our content? Because if I, for example, open the post ID route, right here I render the post ID, the dynamic param, but I don't see anything right here. What's the problem? Well, you want to render your children, because what did we do in our root? If I open the root file, we actually rendered our children. This means we need to literally do the same thing in our route file. Well, not quite. You don't want to get your children, but rather you want to render an outlet component. So if you go to the documentation and search for outlets, then you will find this section. And inside of here they say nested routing means that routes can be nested within other routes, including the way they render. So how do we tell our routes where to render this nested content? Well, you do that by using the outlet component. So the outlet component is used to render the next potential matching child route. Outlet, so the component, doesn't take any props and can be rendered anywhere within a route's component tree. If there is no matching child route, outlet will render null. So let me show it to you. Let's go back, and then underneath this posts navbar, but still in the div, I will get the outlet component from TanStack React Router. This is self-closing, and if I now go back, you will see right here, this is the root header, then this is our our navbar and we see the content. So if I update the post ID to post_ID_123, then this updates as you would expect. So essentially what we just did is we created a layout route. This route.tsx wraps all of the children in the posts folder. So if you have a posts.postid route, as we have, then this route is applicable, it renders. If you have a posts/edit route, then this route renders. But if you have, for example, a /hello route, then this route is not applicable because it is not in the route tree anymore. It's not nested in there anymore. So this means if I now, for example, go back again and navigate to /about, I won't see this navbar anymore. I just see the root layout and then hello about. But if I again go back to /posts and then / the dynamic param, I again see this navbar. If you want to visit a route outside of the tree, you won't see this route layout anymore. That's very important to remember, and whenever you create one, you want to render the outlet. The outlet is very similar to children. It's pretty much the exact same thing. In the root, you use children to render all of your children, but in every route layout, instead of destructuring children or something like that, you want to use the outlet component, and as they say here, render the next child match in the route tree. And you can also, for example, render it above your content. This means if I go back, I will now first of all see my root navbar, then my content, and only then the navbar, because the outlet is rendered above my content. If I again render it underneath my posts navbar, I first of all see my header, my main header, then the navbar, the route layout, and only then I see the main content. So this is how everything works. And if I now navigate to /posts/ my gibberish ID /edit, I will still see the navbar. So hello from the header component, posts navbar, and then I see the edit route. So this is very powerful and a very important concept to understand, because in most cases what I, for example, do is create a dashboard route, and this dashboard has a specific layout with a sidebar and navbar and stuff like that. And what I do then is create a dashboard folder with an index.tsx file to create an index route, and then a route file to create the layout with the navbar and sidebar. And this means it will always be persisted whenever you navigate. So when I, for example, navigate to /dashboard/import, the sidebar and navbar won't re-render because they are like the root layout. They just stay persisted, and that's very powerful. If you, for example, already used Next.js in the past, then this will be very similar, because in Next.js what you do is create a folder, then a page.tsx to define the route, and if you want to create a layout, you create a layout.tsx file. But in this case, you create a folder, as with Next.js, then you create an index file to define the route, and a route file to create the layout. And instead of passing children, you use the outlet component, but the outlet component is literally the same thing. And you can create as many route layouts as you want. You can create one for the posts route, then one for the post ID route, then one for the edit route. Like, you can create a route layout for each route. It does not make sense, right? I don't think that you need a layout for every route, but you have the ability to create one. So with that, we are finished with routing in general. This was literally a full-on deep dive into routing, and now we can continue with our application. To get started, let's clean up our project directory a little bit. I don't need all of these routes. I don't need the posts route, so I will delete it. Then I will delete the about route, the index will stay as is, so I will delete the about and yo routes. I don't need them. So all we now have is the routes folder with a root file and then an index file. We can also delete the data folder. We don't need it. We don't need this demo punk file, whatever. And in the components, we will for now leave the header as is. I currently get an error in my index.tsx file, and that's because these two routes don't exist anymore. And that's again the power of TypeScript and full type safety. The routes got deleted, the dev server realized that, it updated the route tree file, and now the link component throws an error because /about does not exist anymore. We only have one route, which is the index route. So I will delete the two links and we will just have one h1 hello world. I will also delete the import, and if I save this and again go back to the index page because these routes don't exist anymore, I will just see the main header and then hello hello world. And with what should we start? Well, to be honest with you, I want to start with the Navbar. So the Navbar for the marketing page. So this is the marketing page. So let's go back, and then in the source folder, we already have a components folder, but instead of rendering this header or something like that, I will just delete it because we will start off fresh. In the components folder, I will create a web folder, and this web folder will store all of the components that we will create. So all of the custom components, like for example, our navbar, and then maybe also our login form and sign up form. I'm not sure yet, but in general, all of the custom components will be stored inside of here. So in the web folder, I will create a new file, and this will be lowercase navbar.tsx. So since this is a component, you will see that nothing got generated for us. TypeScript, or in other words TanStack router, only generates code for you if it's a route. But since this is not a route, you can just create a standard export function and then render it wherever you need to. And by the way, we currently get an error in the root because the header does not exist anymore. So I will just delete it. I mean, we don't have it anymore, and I will delete the import. So let's continue with our navbar. So I will say export function. This will be called navbar, and then I will open this. Then let's create a return statement inside of here. I will start with a nav element, and let's give the nav a class name. So this will be sticky top, which will be 0. And by the way, to get all of this IntelliSense, please install the Tailwind CSS extension. I think you already all installed it. I mean, we all use Tailwind. Nevertheless, just a quick FYI. So sticky top 0 Z50 to overlay the navbar over all of our content. Border, which will be bottom, to have a border at the bottom. Then let's also give this a background. For now, BG Amber 50, backdrop, which will be blur. And for now, that's already it. In the navbar, let's create a div element, and I will give this div a class name. This will be mxauto flex height, which will be 16, so 64 pixels, and let's say maximum width 6xl, so 70 or 1152 pixels. And since we added mxauto, we will center this div element. Then let's also say items center to center everything in the middle, and then justify between to align the children to the most outer corner. This means the left side and right side. I will also say padding x4, so padding on the horizontal side. And in the div, let's create another div. This will be the wrapper div for our logo. So inside of here, I will get the image element, and now we need to render a source. So for the source, I want to just render the standard TanStack logo. So in Google, or go to Google and just search for TanStack router or TanStack Start logo, and then if you go to images, you should find a nice image. Yeah, I think this one looks quite nice, right? Let's use it. So I will open it in a new tab and copy the URL. So the image source will be equal to this URL, and for the alt, I will say TanStack Start logo, because we want to be SEO friendly and accessible and stuff like that. Then I will give this image a class name, and this will be size 9. This means width 9 and also height 9. This corresponds to 32 pixels. So if we save this and go back, I think we won't see anything. Well, we see something. Hello world, this is the index page, but we don't see our navbar. And that's because it's currently not rendered anywhere. So where should we render it? We could in theory render it in the root layout, but this would mean that this would be rendered literally everywhere. But as you all know, later on we will create a dashboard route, and I don't want to render the navbar in the dashboard route. Therefore, instead of rendering it in the root, I will just render it in the index page itself. So I will delete everything in the return statement, create a div, and inside of here I will get a navbar component. So if I save this and go back, we get this beautiful, or I guess you could also say ugly navbar. Nevertheless, we will fix everything. So let's continue with the navbar. I will also update the div, the wrapper div. So this will be flex items center gap 2. And why gap 2? Well, that's because next to the image on the right side, I want to render a title. So pretty much we will have an image and then title, and this will then be our logo. So let's get an h1, and I will say TanStack Start. I will also give this h1 a class name, and this will be text lg font, which will be semi-bold, and this should be it. So if we go back, I think we can leave it as is. So let's continue. Let's go underneath this div with this gap too, but let's stay in the div which gave everything the layout, so justify between. And inside of here, I want to render all of the link items, or what I want to actually render are two buttons, a sign up button and a login button. So what we can do for now is create a div element. This will be the wrapper div, the layout div, and let's give this div a class name, which will be flex items center to center everything, and gap 3 to have some space in between. And just to test things out, I will for now create a button element, and inside of here I will say sign up. I will also give this button a class name, and this will be text white bg red 500 padding x3 padding y1 and rounded lg. We will remove this code a bit later on, but I want to just see how everything looks like. So if we go back, this is what we currently have. We have an ugly navbar, we have an ugly button, and in general everything looks kinda ugly, but it's easy to fix. So here's the thing, in this video we will reuse a lot of components like buttons, inputs, cards, and a lot of other components. We could of course create the components by ourselves, so we can just create standard button elements, style them, copy paste them, and do all of that funky business. But to be honest with you, I don't want to do that. It's annoying, it takes forever. I'm no pro in accessibility. You want to make everything accessible, so let's use a component library. There are a lot of component libraries out on the market, but there's only one good library out on the market, and it's called ShadcnUI. As they say here, it's the foundation for your design system, and that's why we will use this library. ShadcnUI is great because it's accessible, it's styled beautifully, and it's super easy to make it your own, so you can customize literally everything. And I'm not sure how familiar you are with my YouTube channel, but I created a lot of videos on ShadcnUI. Like for example, I found the ultimate React component libraries built on top of ShadcnUI. Then I found again the best component libraries. You are using ShadcnUI the wrong way, and so on. I created a lot of videos on this component library, so if you want to learn more how it works and stuff like that, please watch the videos. Nevertheless, let's get started right away. And recently ShadcnUI released a new feature called Create, and using Create we can build our own ShadcnUI. So you can create your own design system if you want to, or select what I will show you in a second. So for the preset we will use custom, for the component library I will use Radix UI, then for the style I will use the first one, Vega, then for the base color, neutral is the best. Then let's continue with the theme, and there are a lot of options that you can use, amber, blue, cyan, emerald, and so on. But you know what, let's use orange, and maybe I will change this a bit later on, but for now orange seems kinda interesting. For the icon library, Lucid is fine, that's the preferred library or the library that I use. For the font, Inter works quite well, and for the radius, default, why not? Let's use default. And with that, we are finished with customizing ShadcnUI, and let's create the project. On the top right corner, you will find this Create Project button, and then for the framework, we use TanStack Start. For the package manager, we use pnpm. So I will copy this, go back, and paste it into the terminal. Please stop your dev server and then paste it inside of here. The CLI now asks us a question. So the project is named TanStack Start tutorial. I will click on enter, and this should already be it. So everything has been installed and initialized successfully, and now we can install components. So let's go back, and by the way, you can also try random themes. As you see here, just click on the button and then select whatever you like, or just do what we did a second ago. Nevertheless, we need a few components, so let's start off right away. I will click on back on the top left, and let's start with the button component. This is the button component. If you scroll a bit to the bottom, you will find the installation command. Let's copy it and paste it inside of here. Is there anything else needed right now? Let's maybe also install already the input, because we will need it a bit later on. So I will click on copy and paste it inside of here. So now we already installed 2 components. Later on we will install way more components, but this is fine enough for now. If you open your Explorer, then you should find a new folder in your source folder. So in the source folder, we have a components folder, and in the components folder, we have a new folder called UI. And inside of here, we have pretty much all of the necessary components like starter components, button, badge, alert dialog, and so on. They also added right here these components or examples, component example and example.tsx. This is fine, we will delete it a bit later on. In our lib folder, we now have an utils file with the cn helper, and also we have a components.json file, and this is the configuration file for ShadcnUI. But if you have ever worked with ShadcnUI, then this won't be anything new. So let's close all of this, and if we open our index page, you will also see that this got updated a little bit, but that's fine. So let's save everything and let's restart our dev server. I will say pnpm run dev. This will again open on localhost 3000, and as you see here, we have a fundamental change. So this is our theme. It looks kinda nice, right? Let's continue with our navbar. So I will open the index page again. This got updated by ShadcnUI, and above this component example, I will render the navbar. We need to also wrap everything in some sort of element, so I will just create a div and paste everything back. Oh, and I forgot parentheses. Silly me, but okay, that's easy to fix. If we go back, we again get our ugly navbar, but let's now finally fix it. I will go back and let's open the navbar file, and inside of here, instead of using our custom button, it's now time to use our button component that we installed. First of all, delete the class name and then also the button itself, because we will use the button component. Please make sure that you import everything from the components and not from Radix UI or Base UI. So I will import it from the components, and if I go back, you will see on the top right corner, sign up. Also, I don't really like this amber color for the navbar, so let's also quickly update it. Instead of saying BG amber 50, this will be BG background with an opacity of 95%. So background, this is a CSS variable that got generated by ShadcnUI, and the slash allows you to create a custom variant, so 95% of the full opacity. And if I save this and go back, you will see that the navbar or the background color now updated. Nevertheless, if I scroll to the bottom, it's not translucent, and that's what I wanted. So let's go back. I will scroll a bit to the top. So this shouldn't be backdrop blur 2XL, but rather just backdrop blur without any XLs or anything like that. And this still did not fix anything. So let's continue. And inside of here, I will say supports dash, and then this will be backdrop dash filter colon BG background with an opacity of 60%. So if I save this and go back, you will see that this already looks 10 times better, because if I scroll to the bottom, it's actually a bit translucent, which looks quite nice. So let's continue, and I want to update the buttons quickly. The first button should be login, not sign up, and instead of saying sign up, this will say get started. I will also update the variant of the first button, so let's right here say variant, and this will be secondary. So if we save this and again go back, you know what, this looks absolutely stunning. And now, before we continue with the auth pages, I want to also implement dark mode to not blind you guys. And the thing is, if you go to the documentation and then look at the sidebar, you will find a section called dark mode. The only problem is they only have 4 examples, but they are not applicable to us. We don't use Next.js. Yes, we use Vite, but this is not perfect. There are better ways to implement dark mode in TanStack Start. We don't use Astro, we don't use Remix. So what I want you to do is head over to my GitHub repo, which is linked down below in the YouTube description, underneath the like button and also underneath the subscribe button. And in this repo, you will find all of the code. Wow, groundbreaking stuff, right? So if you click into the source folder, you will find a lib folder, and in the lib folder, you will find a theme provider file. And we need exactly that. So I will copy the code, please do the same. And then in the Explorer, open the Explorer, and then in the source folder and lib folder, I want you to create a new file called themeprovider.tsx, and I will paste the code inside of here. here. What exactly does this theme provider do? Well, this theme provider is there to store the user's preference, theme preference, in local storage. So whenever then the user does a hard refresh or something like that, we will instantly apply the preferred theme without any flash or anything like that. You can look at the code, it's not groundbreaking code or anything like that. It's relatively simple, but it would be annoying to write by ourselves, so that's why it's easier to just copy and paste it, and that's what you normally do. Let's also create the theme toggle, so let's go to ShadcnUI, let's click into the Next.js example. Right here, for example, they use the Next Themes package, which abstracts all of the code, but we just pretty much created the theme provider without installing any dependency, external dependency. And if you scroll a bit to the bottom, you will find this mode toggle example, so this is a theme toggle, and we will use the same one. I will copy the code example, let's go back, and then in the web folder I will create a new file called theme-toggle.tsx, and I will paste the code inside of here. Instead of calling this mode toggle, this will be called theme toggle, and we need to update the imports. What I mean by that is currently this imports use theme from Next themes, but we don't have Next themes, we have our own implementation. So I will just delete the import, let's hover over use theme, and if you click on quick fix, you will instantly get the correct import. So you want to import use theme from the lib folder, or to be specific, from the theme provider. Please also delete this import React thing, we don't need it, and that's already it. So we are finished with the theme toggle, and now we need to connect our whole application to this theme provider. In other words, we need to wrap our application in the theme provider. So let's open the root file, because that's the entry point to our application, and to be specific, we will wrap our children in this theme provider. So I will copy the children, get the theme provider. The theme provider is imported from the lib folder, and then let's paste the children. It's also important to add one specific property to the HTML tag, which is suppress hydration warning. And with that, we are finished. Let's maybe also update the navbar. I will render the theme toggle above these two buttons. The theme toggle is imported from the components. This is self-closing, and if we go back, we should get a beautiful new theme. Yes, this is dark mode, which is cool, and if I switch into light mode, this also works. And here's the thing, if you do a hard refresh, the theme stays persisted, because this is stored in local storage. So if I open my inspector, go to the application, and if I then go to local storage, you should see right here theme, and this is currently light theme. If I select dark theme, then this will also update, and now it says dark theme. So I will zoom in a bit so that you see something. So this works very well. We can close this. I will switch back into dark mode, and let's continue with our auth pages. I will close all of this. Let's open the Explorer, and then in the source folder and routes folder, we want to create a new route, or actually two new routes, a login route and a sign up route. So let's create a parent route, and it will be called auth. I will use directory based routing, so I will create folders. Let's create a new folder. This will be called auth, and inside of here I will create another folder. This will be for the login route, so I will call it login, and in the login folder I will create a new file called index.tsx, and inside of here it will automatically generate the code needed. So if I go back and update the URL to /auth/login, we will also see this new UI, which looks beautiful. And we don't see the navbar, because the navbar is only rendered in the index page. Let's also create the second route, which will be sign up. So I will create a new folder in the auth folder, and this will be called sign up, and in the sign up folder I will create an index.tsx file. By the way, please make sure that you call the file always index.tsx and not page.tsx or yo.tsx. It only works with this specific file name. The code got auto-generated, so if I update my URL, so /auth/signup, this will work as expected. And before we now continue by creating the UI and implementing auth in general and stuff like that, I want to first of all create a route layout, because both for the sign up and login routes, I want to render a login button, no, not a login button, a go back button on the top left. Let's go back. I will open my Explorer, and then in the auth folder, I will create a route.tsx file. Because as you already know, to create a layout or to create a route layout, you want to create a route.tsx file in the folder. So the index.tsx file generates the route, and the route.tsx file generates a layout. So inside of here, I will open it. It already generated the code. That's very good. That's what you want to see. And inside of here, I will delete everything in the return statement and start off fresh. Let's start with a div. I will give the div a class name, and this will be minimum height screen, so 100 viewport height. Then in this div, let's create another div. I will give the div a class name, and this will be absolute top, which will be 8, and then left 8. With that, we will position the button, or in other words this div, on the top left. Inside of here, I will use the link component from TanStack. I will import it, and let's say back to home. In front of the text, let's also get an icon, so still in the link, but in front of the text, let's say arrow left. So this is the icon imported from Lucid React. It's self-closing, and I will give it a class name, which will be size 4. Our link is currently complaining. Why is that? Well, that's because it's missing one required property, which is the to property. And where do I want to redirect users to? I want to redirect users to the index route, so to the home page. If we save this and again go back, then you will see the button, the link, but it looks kinda ugly. But wait, we installed the ShadcnUI button component. Let's use it, right? So we can just wrap everything in the button component. You could do that, but let's not do that. Instead, we can give the link a class name, and this will be equal to button variants. Button variants is imported from the components, and this is a function. This will now style the link like a ShadcnUI button, as you see here. We can also give it a variant, so I will destructure it, and for the variant, this will be secondary. So if we go back, this will look a bit better. And then underneath the div, I want to render the children. As you already know, you don't want to destructure your children, but rather you want to use the outlet component imported from TanStack. If I save this and go back, you will see the content hello auth sign up. But wait, this does not make any sense. Why is the content rendered on the top left? Well, it's relatively simple. The button is positioned absolutely. Nevertheless, we can style our children by wrapping the outlet in a simple div element. I will paste back the outlet, and let's give the div a class name. This will be flex minimum height screen, then items center, and justify center to center everything in the middle. So if we go back, this will already look way better. And if I try or if I visit the login route, we will have the same UI. So the back to home button on the left, on the top left, and then the content in the center. And before we now continue by creating the UI, implementing auth and stuff like that, I want to look at the URL. Because if you look at the URL, you will see that the current route structure is localhost 3000/auth/login. I will just paste it inside of here because this is a bit bigger. So this is the current route structure, and that's not a bad thing. I mean, this is fine, but you know what? I don't want to render /auth. So this should just be localhost 3000/login or localhost 3000/signup. But I don't need this auth parent route. You could now say, okay, let's go back and then let's just delete the auth folder. But if we delete the auth folder, we can't use this route layout anymore. So what can we do? Is there any way to have a folder, so in this case an auth folder, with a route layout without actually mapping this path to the URL, this path name? Good question, and thankfully there is a way. And the way or the solution is called pathless layout routes. So like layout routes, pathless layout routes are used to wrap child routes with additional components and logic. However, pathless layout routes do not require a matching path in the URL and are used to wrap child routes with additional components and logic without requiring a matching path in the URL. And how can you create a pathless layout? Well, pathless layout routes are prefixed with an underscore to denote that they are pathless, so that they don't show show up in the URL. And the part of the path after the prefix underscore is used as the route ID, and it's required because every route must be uniquely identifiable, especially when using TypeScript, so as to avoid type errors and accomplish autocomplete effectively. So here's what you want to do, or here's what we will do. Let's update the auth. I will click on rename and I will add a prefix, an underscore. And if I save this, and yeah, I will update the import, that's all fine. If I save this and do a hard refresh, we instantly get an error. Why is that? Well, that's because the auth route does not exist anymore. This is a pathless layout which does not get mapped to the URL. So if I update the URL and just say localhost 3000/login, then this will work. We still get all of the benefits of a normal route, of a normal path. I mean, we can still use route layouts and stuff like that, but this path does not get mapped to the URL, and that's very important. If you are, for example, familiar with Next.js, then this is very similar to just using parentheses. So in Next.js, you call this route groups and use parentheses, and in TanStack Start or with TanStack Router, you call these routes pathless layout routes and you prefix them with an underscore. And with that, you tell TanStack Router to not render this path at all. So as the next step, let's continue with the UI, and I want to specifically start with the login form. In theory, we could code everything by ourselves. We could implement the card, then the input, then the form in general, do all of that, or we can just use a pre-built component provided by ShadcnUI. If you go back to the website, you will find in the navbar a button called blocks. Please click on it, and here you have like a sub navigation bar. Please click on login and we will use this login form right here. It's the first one, it's simple, but it's beautiful and powerful. And in theory, you can install this component using the CLI, but sadly it does not work. So if I copy this, go back and paste it inside of here, I will get an error. So yeah, I will continue, that's all fine. And now I should get an error. Yes, the login 01 component is not available for the Radix Vega style yet. So if this works for you, then please just continue. But right now, when recording the video, this sadly does not work yet. There's an easy fix. We can just copy paste the code. I will open right here this code field, so on the top left, and I will copy the component, the login form. I will copy all of the code by clicking on this button. Let's go back. I will open the Explorer, and then in the source folder and in the components folder, I will go into the web folder and create a new file called login-form.tsx. I will paste the code inside of here, and I don't get any errors because all of the components have already been installed. We can also render this form, the login form, in our login page. So for that, let's open the route, and instead of rendering this demo content, let's delete it. I will create a new return statement and instead render the login form imported from the components. If I save this and go back, we should see something beautiful. I don't see anything, and that's because the dev server is not running. So I will restart the dev server with pnpm run dev. And oh my god, this looks absolutely hideous. So it's relatively easy to fix this problem. Let's go back. I will open the login form, and we don't need this div. So I will delete the div, we just need the card. And let's also update the card. I will give it a class name, and this will be maximum width MD and width full. And also we don't need our params, so I will delete everything in the params, and with that we don't get any error. I will also delete the cn import, we don't need it. And our file does not throw any errors anymore, so if I go back, I get this beautiful form. If I zoom out a bit, you will also see that this looks absolutely beautiful. But here's the thing, I don't need this login with Google button, so let's delete it. I will scroll to the bottom and literally just delete this whole button. Also, we currently have this A tag, which in theory should redirect the user to sign up, but instead of using the A tag, let's use the link component. Link is imported from TanStack React Router, and instead of using the href property, we will use the to property, and I want to redirect the user to /login, and of course this is completely Typesafe. So let's continue with the sign up form. For that, I will go back to ShadcnUI, and then in this sub navigation bar, I will click on sign up, and this is the sign up form that we will use. So I will click on code and copy the sign up form content. Let's go back, and then in the Explorer, and to be specific, in the components and web folder, I will create a new file called signup-form.tsx, and I will paste the code inside of here. Let's update the card, so I will delete these props, we don't need them, and instead let's give this a class name, and this will be maximum width MD and then width full. Also, we don't need these params, so I will just delete them, and I think that's already it. So I will save everything, and let's open the signup route. I will open the signup folder, the index file, and instead of rendering this content, let's create a new return statement, and I will return the sign up form. So sign up form, this is imported from the components and it's self-closing. So if I go back and click on sign up, okay, nothing happened. What's the problem? Well, I think I added the wrong href. So if I open the login form, this shouldn't be /login, but rather /signup. Silly mistake. And also let's update the signup form. So at the bottom, instead of using the a tag, I will use the link component imported from TanStack. And instead of using this href property, we will use the to property, and I will redirect the user to /login. If we now go back, and if I click on sign up, I will get redirected. I will zoom out a bit because this is a bit too big, and if I click on sign in, this also works. But the sign up form is a bit too loaded. There is too much content. I don't need this confirm password input. I don't need the sign up with Google button. So let's remove a few things. I will delete the button, so the sign up with Google button, and I will delete this field with our confirm password input. I will delete it, and if I go back, this is now already a bit cleaner because there is a bit less content. And I don't need this description for the email. I think users know what an email does, so let's just delete this field description. So if I save this and go back, I think this is finished. So if I click on sign in, everything works, and if I click on sign up, everything also works. Now you might say, hey Jan, let's now finally continue with authentication. Yes, we will do that, but there are still a few things that we need to fix, like for example our Navbar, because if I currently click on login or get started, nothing happens, and that's because these are buttons and not links. So let's fix that. I will open the Navbar, and by the way, if you want to open the same command panel, just click on Command P. This is a nice shortcut, and I use this panel literally every day. Here are our two buttons, and let's change them. Or in other words, instead of rendering a button, let's use the link component imported from TanStack. I will do the same thing for the second button. This will now be a link, not a button, and let's delete this variant. But here's the thing, if I save this and go back, we won't see anything beautiful because these are just links. So let's style them. I will give the link a class name, and this will be equal to the button variance function. Let's invoke it, and I will do the same thing for the other link. So I will add a class name, and this will be equal to button variance. These two links currently complain because they are missing one required property, and that's the to property. So the first link, I will add the to property, will redirect users to /login, and the second link component will be there to redirect users to /signup. And with that, if we save this and go back, you will see two beautiful buttons, but these currently have the same variant. So I will give the login button a variant. I will destructure button variants, and the variant will be secondary. Also, we currently get a warning for the file, as you see here on the top, and that's because we have one unused import, which is the button component. So I won't import the button anymore, and with that we don't get any errors anymore, and we have two beautiful links. And if I click on login, I will get redirected, and if I click on get started, I will also get redirected to the sign up route. This works exactly as expected and wanted. So now you might say, hey Jan, let's finally continue with authentication. Let's implement everything, and let's continue with the dashboard. Yes, we will do that, but there's still one more thing missing, and that's form validation. If I completely empty my form and click on create account, I get this error. This is a client-side validation error, and that's also wanted. But you know what? The experience could be way better. What I mean by that is, if there's a form validation error, I want to show some sort of error text, like a red text down below, then maybe the input should be red and the label should be red, and I want to show errors for all inputs, because I did not input anything for all 3 inputs, but I only get one error for the first one. So if I add something right here and click on create account, I get another error. In my opinion, this is not great user experience. This could be way better, and to make the user experience better, we can use a form validation library. So let me show you an example. If you go to the ShadcnUI website, click on docs and then click on forms. So in the sidebar, just click on TanStack form, you will get this example. And if you click on submit, you will instantly see what I want. I want the input to be red. I want to have a text down below which describes what the problem is. The label should be red. So that's exactly what I want. And at the same time, I want to also have the ability to validate the user input both on the client side but also on the server side. Because you might say, hey, I don't really care about this. Why do I need that? Let's just use client-side validation. I will add a minimum character length, a maximum character length, and that's it. This might sound valid, but actually this is a huge mistake. So we currently have client-side validation, but the thing is, you want to have the ability to both validate your data on the client side and server side. And the most important thing is server-side validation. Client-side validation is like an extra for the user to create a better user experience, but the most important thing is to also validate the data on the server side. And that's why you don't want to actually rely on these properties on your client-side validation. You want to always rely on server-side validation. So we need some sort of form validation library to enable that. And what should we use? There are a lot of libraries out on the market, like for example React Hook Form, Formic, and stuff like that. But since we use TanStack Start, it also makes sense to use TanStack Form to stay in the ecosystem. And what exactly is TanStack Form? Well, as they say right here, headless UI for building performant and type-safe forms. Headless, performant, and type-safe form state management for TypeScript, React, Vue, and so on. So this is just a form validation library, and then we will use TanStack Form in combination with Sort, and Sort is a TypeScript first schema validation library with static type inference. With Sort we will create all of the rules. This means we will create a schema, and then TanStack Form will validate the input against the Sort schema and then return any errors if there are errors. So let's get started right away, and what I want you to do is click on get started, and let's click on installation in the sidebar. So since we use pnpm and React, I will copy this installation command. So pnpm add TanStack React form and go back. Let's open the terminal. I will stop the dev server and paste it inside of here. This will install our form validation library, and let's also install Sort. So I will clear my terminal and let's say pnpm I Sort, and that's it. These are the only 2 libraries that we will need for form validation. And what I want you to now do is head over back to ShadcnUI, click on forms, TanStack Form, not React Hook Form, but TanStack Form. And here they already have an example on how to build forms in React using TanStack Form and Sort. So in this guide, they will use the field component, implement schema validation with Sort, handle errors, and ensure accessibility. And that's what we want to also do. So if you now look at the code, you will see that everything is quite simple. The first step is to define the Sort schema. As mentioned, these are like your rules. Then you initialize the useForm hook and you connect everything to the form itself. And that's already it. And that's what we will do right now. As mentioned, the first step is to create a Sort schema. So let's open the Explorer, and then in the source folder, I will create a new folder called schemas. And in the schemas folder, I will create an auth.ts file. So this file file will store all of our authentication related schemas. So let's start with the login schema. I will say export constant login schema, and this will be equal to z dot, and z is imported from sort. This does not import for me automatically. That's fine. I will do it manually. So import z from sort. That's it. And right here we can now say z.object. I will invoke it and destructure it. And inside of here we have to pass all of the properties. So what do we want to get from the client, or in other words, what do we want to validate? Well, I want to validate the user email and the password. So let's start with the email. What type is email? Is it a string? Is it of type number? Is it a boolean? Well, it's of type string, but an email is a very interesting string because it has to be of type email, right? This means a user should not just pass a random string, but the string should include this @ symbol and then .com or something like that. So what we can do is say z.email instead of z.string. With that, we will make sure that the user adds an email and not some sort of random string. And let's continue with the password, and the password will be of type boolean. No, I'm joking. z.string, because right here we don't want to make sure that this is an email or anything like that. This can be any random string, but we can add further validation, because currently the user could just add one character and that's it. But this is not very secure. So let's say .minimum, and the minimum character length will be 8. This is a bit more secure, and that's already it. If you want to, you can add a maximum character length and stuff like that, but this is fine enough. Let's also create the sign-up schema. So I will say export constant sign-up schema, and this will be equal to z.object. Let's invoke it and destructure it. So what do we want to get from the client side? Well, there are 3 things: the email, the password, and the username. Because if you go back to the sign-up form, so I will just go back. Our dev server is not running. Let's restart it quickly with pnpm run dev. And by the way, since we use Vite, everything is so fast. Like with Next.js, I sometimes have to wait 10 seconds for the dev server to start, but here everything is instant. Bam. So as you see here, the user has to input 3 things: their full name, their email, and password. So let's start with the name. I will say full name, and this will be of type z.string. Let's add further validation. So .minimum will be 5. The user has to add 5 characters. Let's continue with the email, and this will be of type z.email, because we want to make sure that the user adds an email and not a random string. And I want to get the password from the user, and this will be of type z.string, and I will add further validation. So .minimum 8. And with that, we are finished with our schema, or with our 2 schemas, and let's continue with the sign-up form. So since the schema is finished, the next step is to initialize the useForm hook. So if you go back to the documentation or to this example, you will already see the code needed to initialize the useForm hook. And I will copy the whole code example, so constant form, useForm, and stuff like that. I will copy it and paste it above the return statement. We will instantly get an error, and that's because we need to import a lot of things. So let's start with the useForm hook. If I click on quick fix, it sadly does not give me the import right here, so let's import it manually. If you go back to the documentation, you will see that useForm is imported from TanStack form. So I will go back and then paste it above. Import useForm from TanStack React form. And the next step is to add our validator. This means our schema. So now React hook form will validate the user input against the sort schema. So instead of saying form schema, we want to get the sign-up schema. This means the schema with the user name, the email, and password. And we instantly get an error right here, and this error is huge. What's the problem? Well, if you scroll to the bottom, you will see that type, full name, email, and password is missing the following properties from title, description. Okay, so what's the problem? Well, the thing is relatively simple. Currently, we added 2 default values, a title and description. But if you open the auth schema or the sign-up schema, you will see that we don't want to get a title or anything like that. We want to get the full name, email, and password. And TypeScript is currently complaining because these inputs don't match the schema. So I will delete the title and description, and we instead want to get the full name, which will be initially an empty empty string, then the email, which will be initially an empty string, and also the password, which will be initially an empty string. And now the error is gone automatically because the default values match the sort schema. Now you might also ask me, hey Jan, why do we even need to add default values? Well, React Hook Form wants to control the inputs, and to control inputs you need to add default values. So that's why we added them right here. And then we also have this onSubmit handler, and currently this renders a toast, but we don't need this toast, so I will just delete it completely, and instead I will add a console.log and I will say successful, or you know what, let's console log the value, why not? The next step is to connect our form to TanStack form. For that, let's go back to the ShadcnUI documentation, and as you see here for the form we need to add this onSubmit handler, and that's what I will do. I will copy the example and paste it inside of here. So in the onSubmit handler we will prevent the default, this means we won't do a hard refresh, and then we will call form.handleSubmit, and form.handleSubmit will call this onSubmit handler, and this onSubmit handler will only be called if the validation is successful. This means if the user added the correct full name, email and password. So if the user did not add all of the required properties or data, then we will render error messages, and that's also now the next step, to render the error messages. So if you go back to the documentation, you will see that we want to use this form.field. So what I will do is comment out this field, and instead let's copy this form.field. I will copy everything, go back and paste it inside of here in the field group, but underneath this commented out code. We now have this form.field. For the name we get an error, and that's because title does not exist. We only have 3 properties: full name, email and password. This input will be for the full name, so let's select full name. Is invalid, that's all correct, that's all fine. For the field label, this will be full name, and then for the input, this also all looks good to me. For the placeholder, instead of saying login button not working, let's delete this, and instead I will say John Fisher. And let's import the field error component from the components, not from base UI. Please make sure that you import everything from the components. And if we now go back, and nothing changed, but that's fine, let's for now continue. So I will copy paste this form.field, I will copy it and paste it down below, and this one will be for the email. So the name will be equal to email, then for the field label this will also be email, and then for the placeholder I will say john@john.com, and let's also add a type, so the type will be email. So this is finished, and let's copy paste this form.field one more time, and this time it will be for the password. So I will add the name or update the name, this will be equal to password, then in the field label let's say password, and instead of saying john@john.com I will just add a lot of stars, and for the type this will be of type password. So this all looks good to me. Let's delete these old fields, we don't need them anymore because we use this form.field component, and if I save this, go back and click on create account, we get these beautiful errors. And normally you wouldn't say that errors are beautiful, but in this case the errors are beautiful. The full name throws an error because we have to add more than 5 characters, the email throws an error because this is an invalid email address, and the password throws an error because you need to add at least 8 characters. And if I just add a random string to the email and click on create account, I also get an error because I need to add an @ symbol. So if I add the @ symbol and click on create account, this error is gone, but I still get an error right here because I need to add all of the characters. And if I add all of the data and click on create account, I again get an error. That's because these are only 4 characters and I need to pass 8 characters. And if I now click on create account, everything was successful, which is great. And if I open, for example, my inspector and with that the console, you will see that we have a console log. So the email, full name and password. This is the console log that we added in the onSubmit handler. And since that all works, we can do the same thing for our login form. I will open the login form in a new tab, and with what should we start? Well, with the sort schema, but we already created the sort schema, so the next step is to implement or initialize the use form hook. I will copy the code and paste it above the return statement. Let's import useForm from TanStack React form, and we need to update the validator, or in other words, the schema. This won't be any more sign-up schema, but rather this will be the login schema. The onSubmit handler instantly throws an error, and that's because we need to update the default values. So we don't want to add the full name anymore, but instead just the email and password. So to double check everything, you can open the login schema, and then you will see that we want to only validate the email and password, not the full name. Let's continue. I will close this, and the next step is to connect the form to TanStack form. So let's go to the sign up form. I will copy the code, so this onSubmit handler, and paste it inside of here. And this is still the same code, so we prevent the default, and then we call the handle submit method. This means we validate the data, and if everything is successful, the code runs in the onSubmit handler, in other words, the console log. Let's continue by updating our inputs. So instead of using the field component, we want to use this form.field. I will also delete this commented out code because we don't need it anymore, and then I will copy this form.field for the email and password. So let's copy both, and I will paste it inside of here. I will delete this field and also this field and paste what I just copied. So we currently get 2 errors, and that's because we need to import field error from the components. Again, please make sure that you import it from the components and not from Radix UI or Base UI. And with that, we are finished. Let's save this. Let's go to the login form, and if I click on login, I instantly get all of the errors. And if I add a valid email and click on login, I still get an error for the password. If I only add 2 characters and click on login, I still get an error. And if I add all of the required characters and click on login, I should get a console log. So if we open the inspector and console, you will see the console log with the email and password. And now you might also ask me, hey Jan, why does this console log, I guess, appear in the browser console and not in our terminal? Well, that's because all of this code executes on the client side and not on the server side. This means this onSubmit handler. It's not secure to do private things inside of here. So don't try to access your environment variables or something like that. This all happens on the client side, but this is quite normal. As you probably know, all onSubmit handlers run on the client side and not on the server side. And since we are completely finished with the UI, it's time to implement authentication. And here's the thing, there are a lot of providers out on the market. There are third-party providers like, for example, Kind, Clerk, WorkOS, and then there are also open source providers solutions like, for example, Better-Auth and Auth.js. So in this video we will use Better-Auth because, to be honest with you, it's probably the most complete open source auth solution out on the market, and most people use it. I, for example, also use it for my application. So this is Marshall Code. I will soon rename it. I wanted to rename it already 2 months ago, but okay, who cares right now? I also use Better-Auth, and I love it. It works very well. Yes, third-party providers are also great, Kind, Clerk, but to make this or to keep this video as open as possible, I want to use open source tools, and Better-Auth is open source, and that's why we will use it. Let's get started right away, and for that let's click on Docs, so documentation, and then installation. And the first step is to install the package, the Better-Auth package. We use pnpm. I will copy the installation command and paste it into my terminal. Please do the same. And then the next step is to set environment variables. To be specific, to the Better-Auth secret and the Better-Auth URL. The Better-Auth secret is a secret used for encryption and hashing, and it must be at least 32 characters long. The nice thing is you don't have to use OpenSSL to generate it. You can just generate the secret right here on the website. So I will copy the secret. Let's go back, and I will paste it into the env.local file. So the .env.local file stores all of your secrets, like already the database URL and now also the Better-Auth secret. Let's continue with the base URL. I will copy the environment variable and paste it inside of here. This is already correct, meaning localhost 3000. And since our dev server always starts on localhost 3000, we don't have to update anything. Let's continue, and the next step is to create create a Better-Auth instance. So we need to create a file named auth.ts, and then we can do a lot of cool things. I will copy this code example, let's go back, and I will create this auth file in the source folder and then in the lib folder. So let's create a new file, and this will be called auth.ts, and I will paste the code inside of here. Let's continue with the next step, and the next step is to configure the database, because when a user signs up, we need to store the data somewhere. So the user's name, email, password, sign up method, so OAuth or email and password. In general, we need some sort of storage location. You could of course use Microsoft Excel, but in most cases you want to use an SQL database, like for example Postgres, and that's what we will do. So before we continue with the setup guide, let's initialize a new database. You can either use the Postgres offering by Prisma itself, or what I would recommend is Neon. Neon is what I use personally for all my applications and also for Marshall code, and that's why I will use it in this video. To give you a quick TLDR, Neon is a Postgres provider. It's cool because it offers scaling, so it can scale to 0 if you don't have any load or any users, and it also has branching, which is not needed for this video. This is something that you want to use in production because you don't want to develop against your production database. But that's already it. At the end of the day, Neon is a Postgres provider. It has a generous suite here, and let's get started. If you already have an account, click on login, or if not, click on sign up. So the first step is to create a new project, and with that a new database. I will click on new project, and this will be called TanStack Start. YouTube. For the Postgres version, 17 is fine. For the provider, I will use AWS, and for the region, I will select Frankfurt because that's nearest to me. But please select the region that is closest to you. And I will now create the database, and that's already it. The database is initialized instantly, and we can already connect to it. I want you to click on this big connect button, and what you have to do is make sure that Prisma is selected. Here they have like a little drop down, select Prisma, click on .env and copy the database URL. They also have this commented out database URL. This is the unpooled URL. You don't need it, you just need the first database URL. So please copy it, go back and replace the old database URL. This all looks good. Let's continue. So I can close Neon. We don't need to do anything else. And let's continue with the documentation. The next step is to connect Better-Auth to our database. And as mentioned, we already use an ORM. So when we created our project, we toggled this add-on, which is Prisma. And Prisma is an ORM. To be specific, it's a TypeScript ORM, and it's like a mediator between your database and application. Because Neon is a Postgres provider. So if you would not use Prisma, then you would have to talk or query your data using SQL. But using Prisma, you can just write normal TypeScript code and still get your data, mutate data, and stuff like that. Prisma is completely open source. It's not a pay tool or anything like that. It's an ORM. You can also use Drizzle. Drizzle is a competitor to Prisma. It's also open source. It's also a TypeScript ORM. But I prefer Prisma because it's easier to use, and it's what I have been using like literally for years. But we already installed everything, so let's continue. And the next step, as they mentioned, is to connect Prisma to Better-Auth. So please click on Prisma in this Navbar and copy the code. So to be specific, this database equals to Prisma adapter and stuff. Just copy it, and let's go back to the auth file. I will paste the code inside of here. So database is equal to Prisma adapter. Prisma adapter does not import for me automatically. That's fine. Let's copy the import statement from the documentation, and I will paste it above. So import Prisma adapter from Better-Auth adapter. And we need to also import Prisma, and Prisma is imported from the db file, so @/db, because if you open the db file, you will see this weird code. What is this code? So in development, you want to create a globalton, and a globalton makes sure that you don't create 10,000 requests to the database, but rather just one connection. Because in development we have a dev server, Vite, and Vite does hot module reloading, so it reloads your whole application whenever you make a change. And if you wouldn't use this global in development, you would create a new connection to the database each time your application would reload. This means each time HMR would kick in. And that's why we have this code. So in development, Prisma is bound to a globalton, and then in production, we just generate a new Prisma client. And we also get an error for this import statement. That's because it does not exist right now. And to create this Prisma client, we need to sync our database with our Prisma schema. So if you open your Explorer, you will find a Prisma folder with a schema.prisma file. This schema.prisma file already has a model, and this is like a standard database table. So if you are not familiar with Prisma, in Prisma, a model is a table. And if you don't get the syntax highlighting, then please head over to your extensions and search for Prisma. You want to install the Prisma extension because it adds syntax highlighting, formatting, auto-completion, and much more. And once you installed everything, you will get the same syntax highlighting as I have. And the next step is to sync our database with this Prisma schema. We will delete this model to do later on, but for now it's fine enough. So let's open the terminal. I will stop my dev server, and inside of here, let's say pnpm db:/push. So if you open your package.json file, then you will see that this is a command that got added to the scripts folder. And this db.push command will push the local schema to the production database, to Neon. So again, I will say pnpm db:/push, and if I click on enter, this should be successful. But no, I got an error. Okay. So it says Prisma schema validation or error Prisma schema validation argument URL is missing. What's the problem? Well, it's a kind of weird problem, or it's not a weird problem, it's a stupid problem. Okay, what am I trying to say? Look at your dependencies. In the dependencies, you will see that we have all of these dependencies installed with also all of the versions. And if you search for Prisma, then you will see that we have a few Prisma dependencies. So Prisma Adapter PG, Prisma Client, and also the normal Prisma development dependency. And the Prisma development dependency has a version of 6.16 right now when recording this video. But the latest version of Prisma is already 7. And with 7 or with V7 of Prisma, we got a breaking change. So what we need to do is just update this Prisma dependency. I'm not sure why it hasn't been updated to the latest version, because all of the other dependencies are the latest ones. So Prisma Client is already on version 7, but Prisma itself, the dev dependency, is on version 6 point something. So that's a bit weird, but if everything was successful for you, then this means that TanStack or the team behind TanStack Start finally fixed everything. But if not, it's easy to fix. Just go to your terminal and say pnpm i-d Prisma add latest, and this will install the latest version of Prisma. So as you see here, instead of now having Prisma v6, we now have Prisma v7.2. This all looks good, and we can finally sync our database with the Prisma schema. So in my terminal, I will say pnpm db:/push to push my local schema. It loaded the Prisma config, and it was successful. Your database is now in sync with your Prisma schema, and the next step is to generate the Prisma client. So let's say pnpm db:/generate, and this will generate everything for us. So generated Prisma client, and the next step is to open the db file, and inside of here we can finally import Prisma client, since we generated the Prisma client a second ago. I will hover over Prisma client, click on quick fix, and then add the import. So this was successful. Let's head over back to our auth file, and the next step is to first of all update the provider, because we don't want to use SQLite but rather Postgres. And I also get some sort of error, Better-Auth hasn't been found. Did I not install it? Okay, let me double check. So in the package.json, did I install it? Yeah, I installed it. I think this is just a small TypeScript bug, so I will restart my dev server. You can do that by clicking on Command-Shift-P, then you will get this command window and I will restart the TS server. And did it work? And yeah, this was successful. So for the provider, this will be Postgres. So you have a few options, MongoDB, MySQL, SQLite, Cockroach, and so on. But you want to use Postgres because we created our database using Neon. And as mentioned, Neon is a Postgres provider. So this all looks good to me. I think we are finished. And what's the next step? Well, the next step is to create the database tables. So Better-Auth includes a CLI tool to help manage the schema required by the library. We will use the generate command, and this command generates an ORM schema or SQL migration file. So I will copy this, and please make sure that you don't copy this npx command because we use pnpm. So instead I will open my terminal and say pnpm dlx, and then I will paste what I just copied. So pnpm dlx Better-Auth CLI generate, because we want to generate the schema. I will click on enter, and this should take about 2 seconds or so. We got a small warning. The file Prisma schema already exists. Do you want to overwrite the schema? Yes, I want to do that. So I will click on yes, and everything was successful. If we now open the schema, you will see that we have a few tables. So I will zoom out a bit. Model user, model session, model account, model verification. These are all of the tables needed for Better-Auth to work as expected. But you know what? This is currently just saved locally. So we created all of these models, tables, but they are not stored in our database. So what we need to do is sync our database with our local schema. And as you all know, this is quite simple to do. You want to use the push command and then the generate command. So let's say pnpm db:push to push the schema to our database, and then pnpm db:generate. This was successful. I will clear everything, and what's the next step? If you scroll a bit to the bottom, you will see that the next step is to enable the authentication methods. Configure the authentication methods you want to use. Better-Auth comes with built-in support for email and password, and also social sign-on providers. But we want to use email and password, so let's open the auth.ts file, and then underneath the database I will get the email and password property, and then enabled will be set to true. With this we now enabled email and password login, and with that sign up. And let's also set the required email verification property to false. And this is also fine for development, but once you go into production, I would recommend you to set this to true, and then also to implement some sort of email provider like resend, or what else is there? I'm not even sure what other providers there are, but just some sort of email provider to send an email to the user so that the user verifies their own email. But as mentioned, for development this just makes everything more complex than it has to. This is finished, and what's the next step? The next step is to mount a handler. As they say here, create a new file or route in your framework's designated catch-all route handler. This route should handle requests for the path API/auth unless you configured a different base path. But we did not do that. We will use the standard base path, so /API/auth. And as they also say here, Better-Auth supports any backend framework with standard request and response objects and offers helper functions for popular frameworks. Since we use TanStack Start, instead of searching for it right here, I want you to go to the sidebar, click on integrations, and then TanStack Start. This is like the TanStack Start quick start guide, and here they also have a section on mount the handler. So we need to mount the handler to a TanStack API endpoint server route. In other words, we need to create a new file using this route structure. I will just copy everything. Let's go back, and then in the root directory I will create a new file, not a folder but a file, and paste what I just copied. Also delete the slash at the start, you don't need it, and click on enter. And as you see here, it auto-generated the code needed. We have an API folder in the routes folder with a child auth folder, and then this start.ts file. And this is currently an empty file, so let's go back. I will copy the code and paste it inside of here. This is the API endpoint needed to handle all of the API requests for Better-Auth. Once we later on sign in, sign up, log out and stuff like that, we will hit this endpoint. And we also currently get an error, or I get an error, and that's because my dev server is not running. So if I restart my dev server, the error will go away automatically. And why did I even have this error? Well, as you all know, we have this route tree.gen file, and this file only gets updated if the dev server is running. And since my dev server was not running, TanStack Start, or in other words this file, did not know that I already created the file, and that's why it threw an error right here. But once I started my dev server, it analyzed all of the files, it updated the route tree file, and with that the error was fixed, which is very good. So what's the next step? Well, here they have usage tips, and one thing that they mention is that you want to use this TanStack Start Cookies Helper plugin. We recommend using the client SDK or auth client to handle authentication rather than server actions with auth.api. When you call functions that need to set cookies like sign in email or sign up email, that's what we will do, you will need to handle cookie setting for TanStack Start. Better-Auth provides a TanStack Start Cookies plugin to automatically handle this for you. So let's import TanStack Start Cookies, the helper plugin. Let's open the auth file. I will paste it on the top, and we need to also add it to the plugins array. I will go underneath this email and password. Let's get the plugins property. This is equal to an array, and inside of here I will initialize the TanStack Start Cookies helper. We need to also invoke it, and with that this is also finished. So let's continue, and the next step is to authenticate users, but before we do that we need to implement the auth client. So in the sidebar please click on get started and then installation, and if you scroll a bit to the bottom underneath this mount handler, you will find the section called create client instance. The client-side library helps you interact with the auth server. Better-Auth comes with a client for all the popular web frameworks, including vanilla JavaScript. So the first step is to import create auth client, then we need to call the function to create our client, and we need to pass the base URL of our server. Let's copy the file name authclient.ts, and then in your lib folder please create this file. And it's also very important that you spell auth client in this exact same way, so auth-client. And let's copy the content and I will paste it inside of here. The base URL is correct. I will save this, and that's it. So you are now ready to use Better-Auth in your application. Continue to basic usage to learn how to use the auth instance to sign in users. Well, let's sign in users, or in other words, let's sign up users. And believe it or not, but signing up users is actually kinda simple. It's super easy. Let me show it to you. So let's go back to the sign up form, and we have this on submit handler. And in this on submit handler, we can literally do anything. Console log a value, I guess do some logging, or we can sign a user up. For that, we will use our handy auth client that we created. So let's say await auth client. Auth client is imported from the lib folder .sign up, and we want to sign a user up using their email, correct. So let's select email, I will invoke this and then destructure it. This instantly complains because it needs a few properties. To be specific, we need to pass the email, name and password. These properties are required. So the name will be equal to value.fullname, then the email will be equal to value.email, and the password will be equal to value.email. No, I'm joking. Password. And we can also add one more property, which is the callback URL, and this is where we will redirect the user to the route. You could redirect the user to the index page, but in this case we will say /dashboard. This route currently does not exist, but we will add it a bit later on. Is there anything missing? Well, I don't think so. These are all of the core properties, and in theory we are already finished. But we can also listen for certain events events like an onSuccess event and an onError event, and then do certain things like in the onSuccess event we can render a success toast, and in the onError event we can, for example, render an error toast. So let's do that. Underneath the callback URL I will get fetch options, and inside of here let's get the onSuccess handler. This is equal to an arrow function, and inside of here, as mentioned, you can do anything. So this runs if the whole event, or in general if this whole authentication sign up thing is successful. So I want to render a toast as mentioned, and for that I want to use a component provided by ShadcnUI. To be specific, Sona. Sona is a beautiful toast component for React, and if I click on it, this is the toast. It looks beautiful, and that's why we will use it. So I will copy the installation command, I will stop my dev server and paste it inside of here. The first step is to, I guess, initialize the toaster. In other words, we need to render the provider. Let's open the layout, not the layout, but the root file, the entry point to our application, and I will render it in the theme provider, but underneath the children. So let's get the toaster, and the toaster is imported from the components. Please don't import the toaster from Sona, but only from the components, because if you import it from Sona, you won't get the styles that you would probably expect, or it would look a bit different. So I will import it from the components, and I will also configure the toaster. I will give it a close button, and then let's also position this toaster, and the position will be top center. Yeah, I think this will be the best position. This is finished. Let's close the root file, and then in the success handler I will say toast. Toast is imported from Sona.success, and for the message I will say account created successfully. Then let's go also underneath the onSuccess handler. I will get the onError handler. This will be equal to an arrow function, and inside of here let's say toast.error, and for the message we can use the error message provided by Better-Auth. So I will destructure the params, get the error object, and then as an argument I will pass the error.message. This is finished, and before we now test everything out, I want to also talk about navigating users, because currently we added this callback URL, but if we delete the callback URL, there's no way for us to redirect the users, but there has to be a native way, right, with TanStack Router or TanStack Start, because we always use the link component, but the link component is not programmatic. What I mean by that is you have to render the link component, but in this case we need to redirect a user programmatically based on an event. So therefore I want to call something like redirect or something like that. What can we use right here? Good question. If you go to the documentation and search for use navigate hook, then you will find this section. And inside of here they say the use navigate hook is a hook that returns a navigate function that can be used to navigate to a new location. This includes changes to the path name, search params, hash, and location state. And they also have a code example down below, and as you see here, it's super easy to use. You initialize the use navigate hook, and then you use the navigate function, and then you do whatever you need to do. In other words, you navigate the user to your preferred route. So let's do exactly that. Above this constant form, I will say constant. Let's call it navigate, and this will be equal to use navigate. So this is the hook imported from TanStack React Router. Let's invoke it, and then down below, did I spell navigate correctly? I think so. So I will scroll to the bottom, and then in the onSuccess handler, I will say navigate, and you don't want to now call some sort of method like push or to. This is what you would normally do in Next.js. You want to instead invoke this, destructure it, and then pass the to property. And as you all know, TanStack Router is completely type safe. This means I get all of the routes. And in this case, I want to redirect the user to the dashboard route, which currently does not exist. So let's for now redirect the user to the index page, and with that we are finished. If you want to, you can also redirect the user in the onError handler, But I don't think that this is really needed, so let's leave it as is. And I will copy the code in the onSubmit handler and paste it also into the login form. I will delete the console log and paste what I just copied. We don't want to sign the user up, but rather log the user in. So let's import authClient from the lib folder, and instead of calling the signup method, I will use the login method, or not login, but rather, how is it called? Sign in, correct. So we will use the sign in method and then the email provider in this case, and we don't need to pass the name anymore, so I will delete it. We need to only pass two properties, and that's the email and password. I will also import the toast from Sonar, and let's import the useNavigate hook, or let's initialize it. Above the constant form, I will say constant navigate, and this will be equal to useNavigate. useNavigate is imported from TanStack, and this is also finished. And instead of saying account created successfully, I will say logged in successfully. This all looks good to me, and what do you think? Should we test it out? I think so. So let's go back. I will do a hard refresh and I instantly get an error. That's because the dev server is not running, so I will restart it. And by the way, you can also in theory always open a new terminal tab right here and then install all of your things. But I like to stop the dev server to make sure that all of the bundling works as expected. Because in theory, everything should work, but sometimes you hit edge cases and things don't work as expected. So that's why I like to stop my dev server, install everything, and then restart the dev server. With that, I make sure that everything works as expected. If I go back and do a hard refresh, this looks good, but we don't want to log in, but rather sign up. Nevertheless, let's first of all test out this login form to see if we get the error toast. I will say john@john.com. By the way, again, this account does not exist, and I will add some sort of password. If I click on login, we should get an error, and yes, it says invalid email or password, and that's because this account does not exist. And also, if you open your terminal, then you will see a Better-Auth error in your console, in your terminal, and it says user not found with this email. So this works quite nicely, and we see this console log only in the terminal because this is a server-side event. This does not happen on the client side, and that's why if I open my console or my inspector and then the console, I won't get this console log. This happens on the server side, and the console in the browser is what gets console logged on the client side. Let's try to sign up. I will click on sign up. I will get redirected. Then I'm called Jan Marshall. I will add my email and my password. And if I click on create account, this should be successful. So there are two things that should happen now. We should get a success toast, and I should get redirected to the index route. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, bam. Okay. It was successful. Account created successfully. I see my toast and I got redirected. And if you open the sign up form, then you will see that the callback URL is also commented out, which means we did not use any Better-Auth functionality to redirect the user, but rather we did everything using the onSuccess event and also the useNavigate hook. This is finished. Nevertheless, we currently have one huge problem. If you look at the Navbar, we still render the login button and the get started button. This is not wanted. If the user is authenticated, we should of course render a sign out button because the user is logged in. I think that makes sense. So let's open the Navbar component, and there are two primary ways to fetch data in TanStack Start, but in general in any application. And that's either A, on the server side, or B, on the client side. In most cases, you want to always fetch your data in the Navbar on the client side. What we will do right now is first of all fetch the data on the client side, the user session, and then later on I will also show you how to fetch the user session on the server side, so to achieve server-side rendering. But as mentioned, for now let's start with CSR, client-side rendering. Inside of here I will say constant, let's destructure it, and this will be equal to authClient. authClient is imported from the lib folder, and let's say .useSession. I will invoke it, and then where we destructure everything, I will get the data, and I will also rename the data. This will be called session. and I will get the is pending state. So this all looks good to me. We currently get an error. That's because these elements are not used, but we will use them right now. So let's scroll a bit to the bottom, and instead of hard coding these two links, we will create a ternary, and then based on the user session, we will either render these two links or we will render a sign out button. Underneath the theme toggle, I will create a ternary, and if is pending is true, let's use a question mark. I will return null, and if this is not true, this means if we either get a session or no session, then I want to create another ternary. So please use a colon, and let's say if the session exists, let's use a question mark, and I want to render the logout button. So I will get the button component from the components and say logout. And if this is not true, if the user does not have a user session, then let's render these two links. I will use empty tags, and inside of here I will render these two links. So I will copy them and paste them inside of here. If we are currently pending, we won't render anything. If we have a user session, we will render the logout button, and if there is no session, then we will render these two links. If I save this and go back, you will see this beautiful logout button, but I want to render one more button which will redirect the user to the dashboard route. So let's go back, and then above this button logout, but still in this ternary, I will use the link component which is already imported, and inside of here I will say dashboard. We instantly get an error, and that's because we are missing a parent element that wraps these two children. I will copy this and wrap everything in empty tags. Then this link is currently complaining. That's because it's missing the to property, and since we currently don't have the dashboard route, I will add an empty slash. I will also give this a class name, and this will be equal to button variants. I will also invoke it, and with that, if I go back, you will see that we now have two buttons. Let's give the logout button a different variant. So I will say for the logout button variant, and this will be equal to secondary. And you know what? I feel like we should change the position a bit. In other words, the dashboard route should be rendered on the right side, and the logout button should be rendered on the left side. The button will be the first element to be rendered, and then the link. So if I go back, to be honest with you, I feel like that this looks a bit better. And if I now click on logout, nothing happens. Let's create a function to handle logouts. Above the return statement, but underneath this authClient.useSession, let's say constant handle sign out, and this will be equal to a standard arrow function. And inside of here, I will say await authClient. authClient is already imported. .sign out. Let's invoke it, destructure it. And inside of here, I want you again listen for the on error and on success events. Let's get the fetch options, and inside of here, I will get the on success handler, and this will be equal to an arrow function. In this on success handler, I will return a toast. Toast is imported from Sonar.success, and for the message, I will say signed out successfully. Let's also use the on error event, and this will be equal to an arrow function, and inside of here I will also return a toast, so toast.error, and for the message let's use the error message provided by Better-Auth. I will destructure the params and get the error object. Then as an argument I will pass the error.message, and with that we are finished. Well, not quite, we still get an error, and that's because await expressions are only allowed within async functions. So this should be an asynchronous arrow function, so I will add the async modifier, and now we can copy the name handle sign out, and I will add an onClick handler to the button. So onClick will be equal to handle sign out, and with that this looks completely finished to me. If I save this and go back, everything still looks good, but if I click on logout, we will actually log out. So I'm now signed out successfully. Let's now log in. Why not? I will click on login. I will add my email and password. And if I click on login, I should get redirected, and this was successful. Please also look at the screen. Once I do a hard refresh, there is a little delay, so it takes about 1 second to actually render the two buttons. Why is that? Well, how do we fetch the user session? We fetch the user session on the client side, which means the page has to first of all fully render, fully hydrate, and once that's done, we only fetch the data. And that's why there is a certain delay, because this full page is completely server-side rendered, and the user session is fetched on the client side, which means all of this has to be rendered, hydrated, and only after that the request is made to fetch the user session. And that's what you will also see if you open your inspector and with that the network. If I do a hard refresh, we will get the document as normal, localhost and the logos and stuff like that. And also at some point we will make this get session call. So this is an API request, as you see here. It's made to our API endpoint, so localhost 3000/API/auth/get session, and then the response is the user session with the token and all of the other user data. And this API endpoint is the one that we created initially. So in the source folder and then in the routes folder, we have this API folder. And this is the folder, or this is the API route that we just hit a second ago. And I will also explain API endpoints a bit later on, but you have to just remember that this is the syntax needed for API endpoints, but we will dive into them a bit later on. Since this is finished, it's also now finally time to continue with the dashboard. We could of course create our own dashboard with a sidebar, navbar, and all of the fancy stuff, but you know what? Let's use a pre-built component. If you head over to the ShadcnUI website and click on blocks, you will again get redirected to the site where they have all of the components listed, or blocks, and which block should we use? Good question. I'm actually kinda a big fan of this UI component. So it's called a sidebar that collapses two icons, and it's the sidebar 07 example. If you want to use the same one, just click on blocks and then either click on featured or for example on sidebar, and then if you scroll a bit to the bottom, you will find this 07 example, so 06 and then 07. That's what we will use. Let's see if the CLI works or not. So I will copy the command, paste it into my terminal. By the way, we currently get a few warnings, don't worry about them. We will fix that a bit later on, and I will paste it inside of here. I'm pretty confident in that this won't work, and yeah, it still does not work, but that's fine. We can just create the code manually. I will open the code field, and first of all we need to create 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 components. Let's start with the app sidebar. I will copy the name, let's go back, and then in the Explorer let's open the source folder, the components folder, the web folder, and inside of here I will create this file called app sidebar.tsx. Let's go back, I will copy the content and paste it inside of here. This instantly throws an error. Why is that? Well, that's because we are missing a few components that we did not create yet, and also a ShadcnUI component, which is the sidebar. So I will head over back to ShadcnUI and let's search for the sidebar component. This is the sidebar component, and this will allow us to create such a beautiful sidebar, which is completely customizable, themable, and stuff like that. The nice thing is the sidebar can also be collapsed. Isn't that cool? Let's scroll to the bottom. I will copy the installation command and let's paste it inside of here. This is finished. Let's continue with the other 4 examples, not with the other 4 examples, with the other 4 components. So let's start with nav user. I will copy the name. Let's go back, and then in the web folder I will create a new file called nav user. I will copy the code and paste it inside of here. This should not throw any errors, but it does throw one error, and that's because the avatar component is not installed. That's fine, let's install it. So let's search for avatar. This is the avatar component. This allows you to render a beautiful avatar. So let's copy the installation command and I will paste it into my terminal. What's the next component that we need to create? Let's continue with nav projects. I will copy the file name, let's go back, and then in the web folder I will create a new file with this name. Let's copy the content and I will paste it inside of here. Does this throw any errors? No, that's very good. And let's continue. I will continue with the team switcher. I will copy the name of the file, and then in the web folder I will create the team switcher file. Let's copy the content and I will paste it inside of here. The app sidebar still complains quite a bit, so I will delete all of these imports and let's import everything manually. If I scroll a bit to the bottom, I will import the team switcher from my team switcher component. Wow, who would have thought? Then I will import nav projects also from the components, and then also nav user from the components. We don't need this nav main, so I will just delete it, and we can finally use this app sidebar. Let's open the Explorer, and then in the routes folder, so source and then routes, we will create a new route for the dashboard. I will create a new folder. This will be called dashboard. This is the name of the route. And as you all know, to create a route, you need to do two things if you use directory routes. You need to create a folder, that's what we did, and a file. But how should we call the file? Index.tsx, page.tsx, route.tsx, hello.tsx? No, since this is a TanStack Start application, the file has to be called index.tsx. In the dashboard folder, I will say index.tsx, and it will auto-generate the code. No, it did not auto-generate the code, and that's because my dev server is not running. So if I restart it, it should in theory generate the code, and that's exactly what happened. And by the way, a second ago I had a weird error where I had a red squiggly line, even though the route existed already in the route tree file. And I did not understand what the problem was. I restarted the dev server or the TS server. It did not work. The solution was super simple. It was to just open the route tree file. If you ever have any problems, just go to Google, search for your problem, and then you will find some sort of GitHub issue that will fix your problem. Because as they say here, sometimes the route tree.gen file is open and needs to be closed and reopened for TypeScript to properly parse it. And that fixed my problem. Let's continue. Since we have our dashboard route, we can also render our content. Or in other words, let's first of all test things out. I will open the navbar and let's update the link. Instead of redirecting the user to the index route, we will redirect the user to /dashboard. I will save this, and if I click on dashboard, I got redirected. Nice. And since this works, it's also time to continue. We need to render the sidebar on the left side. And where should we now render our sidebar? Should we render it inside of here? No. Here's the thing. Our sidebar should be rendered on all dashboard routes. The dashboard index route, dashboard/import, dashboard/discover, and so on. And that's why we want to again create a route layout. Yes, correct. In the dashboard folder, let's create a route.tsx, and inside of here, we will for now leave it as is, or I will say route layout. Why not? So route layout. And if I go back, we will just see route layout. But where is our content? Because we also have this index page, which renders hello dashboard. Why don't we see this? Well, I think you all know the answer, or in other words, how to fix the problem. You want to render your children. And how can you render children? Well, by using the outlet component. Let's open the route.tsx, and then inside of here, underneath this route layout, I will get the outlet component imported from TanStack. This is self-closing, and if we go back, then you will see exactly what you expected. The route layout and then the content. And let's continue with the route layout, because we don't want to render route layout, but we want to render the sidebar. And for that, let's go back to ShadcnUI. And if you open this page.tsx, you will see all of the code needed to define the layout. I will copy everything in the return statement and paste it inside of here. We will delete the outlet and stuff like that. Let's import the sidebar provider from the components. The app sidebar is imported from our custom components. The sidebar inset is imported from the components. The sidebar trigger is imported from the components. Did we already install the separator component? it? Yes, we did so. Great. So let's also import it from the components. And we don't need this breadcrumb component or section. So let's just delete it right here. And instead of rendering this div with this dummy content, we want to render our outlet. Because if I save this and go back and do a hard refresh and zoom out a bit, then you will see that this is our current content. This looks alright, but we want to render our real content. So let's go back, and instead of rendering this div, I will delete it, and underneath the header, let's create a new div, and in the div, I will get the outlet component, or in other words, render it. I will also give this div a class name, and this will be flex, flex1, flex column, gap 4 to have some space in between, padding 4, and then also padding top 0. If I save this and go back, this will be the UI. It looks alright, or at least this index page is kinda ugly, but we will fix that, don't worry about it. And now it's time to make everything look 10 times better, and of course we want to also implement all of the functionality. So to import routes, to discover new blog articles for example, to discover new content in general, and all of the fancy stuff. But for now, let's continue with the sidebar by adding real links and by deleting this weird team switcher. Let's make it look better. Alright, so let's get started with the team switcher. Let's delete it, because we don't need the team switcher. This is not a B2B application. I would rather like to render the logo inside of here, and if the user clicks on the logo, we will redirect the user to the index dashboard route. Let's go back to the app sidebar, and I will comment out the team switcher. And then in the sidebar header, let's get the sidebar menu component from the components. Inside of here, I will get the sidebar menu item also imported from the components. Then inside of here, I will get the sidebar menu button imported from the components. And now we can get started with the UI. So when the user clicks on this logo, let's call it like that, I want to redirect the user to the index route, to the dashboard index route. Therefore, let's use the link component provided by TanStack, and this link instantly complains, and that's because it's missing one required property, and as you all know, that's the to property, and I want to redirect the user to /dashboard. And in the link component, let's also render a div, and in the div I will render an icon. To be specific, the bookmark icon imported from Lucid React. So if we save this and go back, you will see this, let's say, not so nice logo. Let's update it further. Underneath this div, but still in the link component, let's create another div, and I will give this div a class name. This will be grid flex1. Let's also say text left to align the text on the left side, text sm, and then leading tight. So leading tight just configures the line height, and using this tight, you could say configuration, the line height will be a bit smaller. And in this div, I will render a span element. And how is our application called? Well, it's called recall. And if I go back, you will see recall. This still looks ugly, so let's continue. Underneath, or in this div, but underneath this span, I will render another span, and this will be like the description of this application. So let's say your AI knowledge base. If we save this and go back, this kinda looks ugly and the text is cut off. This looks very bad. So let's style the span, the recall span first of all. I will give it a class name, and this will be font medium. I will also style the second span. Let's give it a class name, and this will be text XS. This won't fix anything, this still looks ugly. That's because we need to update the sidebar menu button. So let's give it the size property, and this will be LG, and I will also give it the as child property. If we go back, you will see that this already looks way better, but this logo, this sidebar, or not sidebar, the bookmark icon kinda breaks everything. It makes it look kinda cheap. So let's style the div that wraps the icon. I will give it a class name. This will be BG sidebar primary. Let's also say text sidebar, which will be primary foreground. Then flex aspect, which will be square, so 1 to 1. size, which will be 8, and then items center, justify center, and I will also give it some rounding, which will be LG. If we go back, you will see that this already looks way better, but let's also configure the size for the icon, so I will give it a class name, and this will be size 4. And with that, I think we are finished. Is there anything else that we should add right here? Maybe we can add some more gap between the logo and text. So let's give the link component a class name, and this will be flex items center and then gap 2. If I save this and go back, no, this is not enough. Maybe gap 4, will this look better? Okay, that's already a bit too much, so I think gap 3 is the sweet spot, and I will leave it as is. As the next step, let's continue with our sidebar items with the links, because we won't render these weird links, but rather our items, the import link, the discover link, and so on. So let's go back to the app sidebar, and inside of here you will see that we render the nav projects component. But do we want to render projects? No, these are normal nav items, or yeah, I guess that's how you call them. So instead of calling the component nav projects, let's call it nav secondary, for example, or nav primary. It does not even matter. Let's open the components web folder, and then instead of calling this, also where do we have it, nav projects, I will rename the file, and this will be called nav primary. You know what? Not nav secondary, but nav primary. It right here says update imports. Yeah, I will update everything, and let's continue. So instead of calling this nav projects, the component will be called nav primary, and the app sidebar now throws an error, and I think that's because instead of importing nav projects, we want to import nav primary. I will copy the name, and then down below I will also replace the nav projects, and instead we now render nav primary, the component. So if we go back, nothing changed, everything still works, so don't worry about it. And as the next step, let's continue by updating the UI. So I will delete everything in the return statement, and let's start off fresh. The first component or first item that we will render inside of here is the sidebar group component. It's already imported. In the sidebar group component, let's render the sidebar group content component imported from the components, and inside of here I will render the sidebar menu component. The next step is to map over all of the items, so let's get the projects, and we will rename this a bit later on, but for now this is fine enough. I will use the map method. As a param, I will get a singular item, and instead of returning this, let's create a standard object. So this is an arrow function, and then I will create a return statement inside of here. This might sound or look a bit stupid right now, but this will make sense a bit later on, trust me. And inside of here I will get the sidebar menu item component, and in the sidebar menu item component, let's get the sidebar menu button component. And since we want to redirect the user once the user clicks on the item, we need to use the link component, correct? Let's get the link component from TanStack, and in the link component I will render the item. Let's use a span element, and I will render the item.title, or not title, but rather name. The link component currently complains, and that's because it's missing one key prop, the to property, and to will be equal to item.url. And with that, if we save this and go back, you will see the items right here. Let's also render the icon. So above the span, I will get the icon. I will say item.icon, and this is self-closing. If I go back, you will see the icon, but this is currently aligned not horizontally, but rather as a column. This is not something I want. So let's update the sidebar menu button component, and I will give it the asChild property, and let's also give it the size property, which will be SM. And if I save this and go back, this already will look a bit better, and there's currently one thing missing, and that's the key prop, because whenever you map over data in React, you want to always give the child a unique identifier, a key. So this keyword, we will give the sidebar menu item a key, and this will be equal to item.name, because the name is a unique value. What you can also do is, for example, get the index, and then instead of passing the name, we can pass the index. A few people might say that you should not use the index as the key, and that's correct, that's a best practice, but in this case it does not matter, since the key or the items are static. If you have items that can be reordered, then you don't want to use the index for the key, but when you have static items that don't change in order, you can just use the index. It does not matter. This is completely fine to do so, and nobody will complain about this code. But if this would be dynamic, if you could change the items in order, or if the user could just reorder them using the UI right here, then you would not want to do that. You wouldn't want to use the index, but rather some sort of unique key, like for example an ID. But since this is static, we will leave it as is. As a next step, let's update what we get from the params, because currently we get projects, which does not really make sense. So instead, I will create an interface. Let's call it nav primary props, and inside of here I want to get items. Items is equal to an object, and what do we want to get? Or in other words, what properties does each item have? Well, it has a name, or let's call it title. This will be of type string. Then we want to get the URL, or let's call it to. This will be of type string, and I want to get the icon, which will be of type lucid icon. And instead of now getting these params, let's delete everything. I will destructure the params, and this will be of type nav primary props, and then where I destructured, I will get my items. But here's the thing, items is currently a singular object, but we want to get an array. So I will append these array brackets, and with that we will get an items array. So instead of mapping over projects, I will map over items, and instead of passing the URL to the to prop, we will pass this item.to, and instead of rendering the name, we will render the title. This all looks good to me. Let's delete the use sidebar hook, we don't need it, and I will also delete all of the unused imports because they are all not needed. If you now go back to the app sidebar, you will see that we currently get an error, and that's because projects is not what we want to pass. Rather, we want to pass items, and items won't be equal to data.projects, but rather to a new array. So let's scroll to the top, and instead of using this data object with the items array, I will collapse it. Don't delete it because we will need it, and instead let's create a new constant. This will be called nav items, and this will be equal to an array. I will create an object, and as you see here, there is zero type safety, and this is not wanted. This is a TypeScript project, and this means we want to have full type safety. And since also TanStack Start is fully type safe, literally everything has to be type safe. So what can we do? Well, we can append the type. So we already created the type, as you all know, the interface nav primary props. So here's what I would recommend. Let's create a separate types file. Let's store the interface inside of there, and then we can reuse it. I will open the Explorer. Let's open the source folder, lib folder, and inside of here I will create a new file called types.ts. Let's go to the nav primary. I will copy the interface and paste it inside of here. We need to import lucid icon from lucid react, and with that this is almost finished, because the last thing needed is to export the interface. If we go back to the nav primary, we can import nav primary props from the lib folder. This all looks good. Let's delete the lucid icon import. We don't need it anymore. And if I go back to the app sidebar, we can now use this interface. So I will copy the name, and then nav items will be equal to nav primary props, or not equal, but rather this is a type assertion. So we use this colon, and with that we tell the array that this should be of this type, or rather nav items. And if I now click on Control spacebar, we get items. Wait, what? Items is an array. I need to get the URL or the to prop, and then with that the title and icon. This is not wanted. So what we can do is append an array to the type, and let's get the items. And if I now click on Control spacebar, we get the correct properties. This means icon, title, and to. Let's start with the title. So this will be for the items. Let's also add the icon, and for the icon, let's use use the bookmark icon. It's already imported. And for the to property, this will be equal to /dashboard/items. As you see here, the URL or the href is currently not type safe, but we will change that a bit later on because we will use a handy function provided by TanStack router. Let's continue with the next item. The title will be equal to import, so import. Then let's use I will provide the icon, not icons, but icon, and this will be the import icon imported from Lucid React. And let's also pass the to prop, and this will be /dashboard/import. Let's add one more item, and this will be the discover item, the discover route. So for the title, this will be equal to discover, and let's add the icon. This will be equal to compass, so I want to use the compass icon imported from Lucid React. And let's also pass the to property, and this will be equal to /dashboard and then /discover. As mentioned, this is currently not type safe, the to property, the href, but we will fix that. So let's continue. I will copy the name, nav items, and if I scroll to the bottom, let's update the items property. So this will be equal to nav items, and the error is gone. We still get one warning. What's the problem? It's an import, so we don't need the icons icon anymore. Okay, this sounds weird, but I think this is finished. So if we go back, you will see that everything still works. And if I click on items, I should get redirected, and it says not found because this route currently does not exist. And the same thing is also true for import and discover. But here's the thing, there's currently one big problem in my opinion. First of all, the to prop that we added is not type safe. I can add any URL, any gibberish inside of here. And secondly, there's currently no active state. So for example, if the discover route is currently active, then the nav item should also have an active state. But currently there's no way to display this active state. So what can we do? What's the solution, you might ask me? What I want you to do is to open the TanStack router documentation, and then in the sidebar you will find the guides section with a link options guide. And inside of here they say you might want to reuse options that are intended to be passed to link, redirect or navigate. In which case you may decide an object literal is a good way to represent options passed to the link component. So what we can use is this link options function, and this will make everything type safe, and we can then later on also use it to show an active state. Instead of now nav items being equal to an array, I will copy this. Please don't lose it because we will need this array in a second, and this will be equal to link options, the function imported from TanStack. Let's invoke it, and then as an argument I will pass the array that we created a second ago. And as you see here, we instantly get an error, and it says, hey, dashboard items is not assignable to the following links. And that's because dashboard items, dashboard import and dashboard discover, this means these routes don't exist. Isn't that cool? This is fully type safe. And this also means if I click on Control Spacebar, I get all of the options just by using this small helper function. And as mentioned, I want to also show an active state if the current URL is active. So inside of here in this object, if you click on Control Spacebar, you will see all of the types that you have access to. And one property that you have access to, not type, is for example active options. This is equal to an object, and inside of here we can set exact to false. And what is this active options property? Well, if you hover over it, you will see that it says right here, configurable options to determine if the link should be considered active or not. So let's copy this property and I will paste it into every item. And why do we set exact to false? Well, it's relatively simple. Let me open Excalibur. So let's imagine the following. You have this route, posts/post ID. And if you set exact to true, then the item will only be active if this URL matches. So it has to be exactly the same. And if you later on, for example, append/edit, then this this item won't be active anymore because it's not an exact match. But if you set exact to false as we did, then it will also match if you add another child route. As an example, /edit and then /yo/hello, it does not matter. And that's why I set exact to false. But if you want to have it exactly matched, then set this to true. And true is also the default. So this looks good to me, and let's continue with the nav primary. Because in the nav primary, we need to now get this property, or in other words, we need to know if the item is active or not. So let's update the type, the interface. I will copy the name active options. Let's paste it inside of here. This is an object, and let's get exact, and exact will be of type boolean. Let's update the link component because we need to now tell the link component if the link item is active or not. Let's say active options, and active options will be equal to item.activeOptions. Let's save this, go back, I will do a hard refresh, and if I click on items, I get this not found error. That's fine, that's because the route does not exist, but the item is not active. But in theory, it should be active. What's the problem? Well, we currently don't style the link. So let's go back to the nav primary, and I will give this link component active props. So this property, let's destructure it, and I want to use a data variable. So let's say data-active, and then this will be equal to true. So if I go back, you will see that this item is now active. If I click on import, import will be active. If I click on discover, discover will be active. In my opinion, this is kinda a big game changer. Just by using this one link options function, you make the two properties, Typesafe, which is already nice, but you can also check if certain links are active. Because if you, for example, come from Next.js, then you will know that you need to use the path name, so the use path name hook, to check if the current path name is active. But here everything is already built into the link component, and with that into this function, which means you don't have to do anything. You just configure everything, make everything type safe, and then you will already know if the link is active or not. And as the next step, before we continue, for example, with the nav user component and render the real user data, let's maybe first of all create these routes, because these three errors are kinda annoying. I will open the Explorer, I will make this a little bit smaller. Let's open the source folder, then the routes folder, and in the dashboard folder, we need to create 3 routes. And there are 2 ways to create routes. We can either use directory routes or flat routes. Let's now mix and match a bit. So in this dashboard folder, I will create a new file, and this will be for the discover route. So I will say discover.tsx, and it will auto-generate the code. One error is gone, as you see here. So the dev server automatically updated this route tree file, and this is why this this item specifically does not throw an error anymore. The discover route now exists. Let's continue with the import route. I will open the Explorer, and then in the dashboard folder, so in the routes folder and then dashboard folder, I will create a new file called import.tsx. It auto-generated the code, and now we only have one more error, and that's for the items. So instead of now using flat routes for this items route, we will create a folder. So in the dashboard folder, I will create a child folder. This will be called items, and let's create a child file called index.tsx. This will generate the code, and boom, the error is gone. So the import route and the discover route both are flat routes because we did not create folders, but this items route is a directory route because we created a folder and then an index.tsx file. Since this looks good, I mean, we don't get any errors, we can continue with the nav user, because the nav user component currently has hard-coded data. If I click on the user profile, you will see that the name is hard-coded and the email is hard-coded. So before we get the real data, let's also update the content itself, because we don't need to render an upgrade button, account, billing, notifications. This is not needed. So I will go back and let's open the user nav component, or rather the nav user component. And inside of here, let's scroll a bit to the bottom, and I want to update the drop-down menu content. So first of all, this drop-down menu label is not needed, so I will just delete it. This drop-down menu separator is not needed, so I will delete it. This drop-down menu group is not needed. Yes, you're right, so I will delete it. The separator is not needed, I will delete it. And this drop-down menu group is again not needed. All we have now is the drop-down menu content component, then the drop-down menu separator, and then this drop-down menu item with the logout button. So if I go back and click on this drop-down or on this menu, we get this ugly UI. Wait, where is the user profile? Did I delete it? Yes, I think so, my bad. So I will reinstate everything again by clicking on Command Z. So I want to keep this drop-down menu label, my bad. I will just delete this drop-down menu separator, then this drop-down menu group, this separator, and also this drop-down menu group. So if we again look at the structure, we have the drop-down menu content, then the drop-down menu label, again a drop-down menu separator, and then this drop-down menu item which says logout. So if I go back, yeah, this looks kinda good. This is what I wanted. What's the next step? Well, if I currently, for example, click on logout, nothing will happen. Yes, the drop-down closes again, but we don't get logged out, which is not wanted. Or I guess maybe this is wanted, I'm not sure. But no, we want to log the user out. So what should we do? Well, I think you all know what the answer is. The answer or the solution is to create a function. Let's first of all delete the unused imports to not get these annoying errors or warnings. And instead of writing the code from scratch, we can actually open the Navbar because we already wrote the code or we created this handle sign out function. Now in theory, there is this concept called try, don't repeat yourself. This means in most cases you would not want to copy paste it, but since this is a tutorial video, I guess it's fine to just copy this function and paste it into the nav user component. But if you want to take the time, create a separate file, store the code inside of there, and then reuse it as we did it with the types, for example. And inside of here, we need to import auth client from the lib folder and then the toast from Sonar. This all looks good to me. Let's copy the function name, handle sign out, and then we can update the drop-down menu item by adding an on-click handler, and this will be equal to handle sign out. Is there anything missing? I don't think so, so let's test it out. I will click on logout, and did I get redirected? No, that's a huge problem. So I will go back, and then in the onSuccess handler, we can navigate the user. But how do you navigate a user? By using the redirect function or something like that? No, you want to use the use navigate hook. So let's go to the top, and then above or underneath the use sidebar hook, I will say constant navigate, and this will be equal to use navigate. Use navigate is imported from TanStack. Let's invoke it, and then down below in the onSuccess handler, but above the toast, I will say navigate. Let's invoke it, destructure it, and we need to pass one specific property, the to property. Where do we want to redirect the user to? Well, to the index route, so an empty slash. I will go back to the index route, so localhost 3000, and the navbar updated instantly because we are not logged in. I will click on login and add all of my details to log in again. I will click on login. We don't have any pending state, which is actually not nice, and I got redirected to the index page. So let's open the login form, and in the login form, instead of redirecting the user to the index route, we will redirect the user to /dashboard. Let's do the same thing in the sign up form. Instead of redirecting the user to the index route, we will redirect the user to /dashboard. So this is fix number one, but there is another problem. As mentioned, there is no pending state, and this is not wanted. So how can we show a pending state? Well, there is a React hook called useTransition. So if you go to Google and search for useTransition, then you will find this doc reference page, and inside of here they say useTransition is a React hook that lets you render a part of the UI in the background. To be honest with you, this kinda sounds confusing, but what they try to say is that you can use this hook to show a pending state. That's it. So let's use it. I will copy this code. Let's go back, and then in the sign up form above this constant form, I will paste it inside of here. So let's import useTransition from React, and this is then our getter and setter. So isPending is the getter, startTransition is the setter. This is very similar to the useState hook. Let's go back, and what I will do is wrap the code in the onSubmit handler in this startTransition setter. I will collapse this auth client code, and let's say startTransition. I will invoke it and then create an inline arrow function. I will then take this code, await auth client, and paste it inside of here. We instantly get an error, and that's because await expressions are only allowed within async functions. I will add the async modifier, and with that we don't get any errors anymore. Also, this onSubmit function is not asynchronous anymore, so I will delete the async modifier. If you scroll to the top, you will see that we still get a warning, and that's because the isPending state, the isPending Boolean, is not used. I will scroll to the bottom to the submit button. Where is it? It's right here. And let's add the disabled state. So disabled will be true if isPending is true. And instead of hard coding create account, let's create a ternary. If isPending is true, let's use a question mark, and I will render creating, let's say creating ... And if this is not true, let's use a colon, and I will return create account. Let's do the same thing in the login form. I will copy this useTransition code. Let's copy it. I will go back to the login form and paste it above this constant form equals to use form. Let's import useTransition from React, and the getter and setter are fine enough, so let's not update them. If you want to, you can say is loading or loading in general, or instead of saying startTransition, you can say start action, but I think this is fine enough. I think everyone understands what the setter and getter do. So let's copy the name startTransition, and in the onSubmit handler, I will invoke startTransition and create an arrow function inside of here. Let's put the code into this function, so this await auth client code. I will copy it and paste it inside of here. We instantly get an error. That's because the function is not asynchronous. So I will add the async modifier, and let's delete the async modifier from the onSubmit function. We can also finally use the isPending Boolean. If I scroll to the bottom, we have the button right here. Let's add the disabled state, and the button will be disabled if isPending is true. And then instead of hard coding login, we can also make this dynamic. Let's create a ternary, and if isPending is true, I will use a question mark and say logging in. And if this is not true, then let's just render login. So we will render what we did previously. And with that, I think we are finally finished. So let's test it out. I will log out. We will get redirected to the index route. That's correct. And if I click on login and log in, so I added all of my details, and in a second, once I click on login, there are two things that should happen. First of all, we should get a pending state, and secondly, we should also get redirected to /dashboard. Let's test it out. So 1, 2, 3. Oh my god, this is exactly what I wanted. We had a pending state, we got redirected, and we also got a toast. Nice, this is great user experience. And let's finally finish off our user nav, or rather, let's test it out. So if I click on log out, I should get redirected, and that's exactly what happened. So I will again log in, and now it's time to continue with the user data, because we currently hardcode the name, ShadcnUI, and also the email. Now you might ask me, hey Jan, how do you fetch data in TanStack Start? Because as mentioned previously at the start, there are two primary ways to fetch data. Either A, on the client side or B on the server side. Let me again show it to you on the client side first of all. So if we go back to the Navbar, we already wrote the code needed. We used the auth client and then we used the useSession method to get the user session on the client side. I will copy the code. Let's go to the user nav, or in other words to the nav user, and then I will paste the code above this handle sign out function. And instead of rendering this user.name, I will use the session, so session.user.name, and right here again the same thing, so I will copy the session. This will be equal to session.user.name, this will be equal to session.user.email, and I guess we have to do the same thing right here, but let's leave it as is. So if I now go back, you will see at the bottom that I now render my real name, Jan Marshall, and then the email. But currently there is one huge problem, because if I do a hard refresh in a second, there will be like a little delay. Let me show it to you. So 1, 2, 3, bam. Did you see this little delay? So if you look at the user nav, whenever I do a hard refresh, it takes about 1 to 2 seconds to get the user data. Why is that? Well, I think you already all know the answer because we talked about it earlier, but essentially we currently fetch the user data on the client side, which means this full page has to fully render until we then finally make the request to get the user data. If this still confuses you a bit, let me try to explain it using this diagram. So we have the client, the server, and then the database. The server is just TanStack Start, so TanStack Start has its own Node.js server, that's why we use TanStack Start, and then the database is our Postgres database hosted by Neon. So whenever a user wants to visit a certain route, let's say the dashboard route, the client makes a request to the server. The server gets the request and sees, hey, the user wants to visit the dashboard route. So I have to generate the HTML on the server side on demand and then send it to the client. So in this case, we don't fetch any data. I mean, this is static. So there is no request made to the database, but instead the server generates the HTML and then sends it to the client. The client gets the HTML and then hydrates it. And you might also ask me, hey Jan, what does even hydration mean? Well, hydration essentially makes your application interactive. So hydration loads the JavaScript. And let me also show it to you. So if I open the inspector and go to the network tab and do a hard refresh, we will get our document. Well, let me delete the search filter. So at the top, we get the document. This is the HTML that got generated by the server and sent to the client. If I open it and open the preview or the response, then you will see that this is the HTML. We get our div elements and all of the HTML that we created at the start. But we don't get the user data because the user data only gets loaded in once the full HTML fully rendered and with that hydrated. So once everything hydrated, we make a request to our API endpoint. So in the network tab, if I do a hard refresh and search for /API, we make the request to our endpoint to get the session. Then this takes again a second or so and we get the data. And this works as you see, but this is not a great user experience because the user now sees a sidebar, but it takes a bit to get the user data. It's not great, so it would be way better to fetch the user data on the server side. So if we look back at the diagram, the user wants to again visit this route, so the client makes a request to the server. The server gets the request and sees, hey, I need to generate the HTML, but to generate the HTML, I need the user data. The user data is stored in an external database. So the server will now make a request to our database, in this case Postgres, so hosted by Neon. The database will then get the data and send it back to the server. The server now has all of the data needed to fully generate the HTML. It does that at runtime and then sends it back to the client. And this is the experience that we want to have. This means when a user makes a request, we don't fetch any data on the client side, but rather everything is sent at one time, which also means there are no annoying pending states or loading states. And now you might say, okay, Jan, I understand what you mean. So you want to fetch the user data on the server side, and this means that we won't have any pending states and everything will be SSR'd. But how can you SSR or how can you fetch data on the server side in TanStack Start? Well, let's head over back to the documentation, and I want you to search for this section called execution model, because inside of here you will see something quite interesting. So as they say here, understanding where code runs is fundamental to building TanStack Start applications. This guide explains TanStack Start's execution model and how to control where your code executes. That's exactly what we want to understand. Core principle, isomorphic by default. Now you might say, what does isomorphic mean? Well, let's dive in further. All code in TanStack Start is isomorphic by default. It runs and is included in both server and client bundles unless explicitly constrained. Okay, this sounds interesting. The code can run both on the client side and server side, or in other words, it does both. So this code, format price, this is like just a helper function, runs both on the server and client side. And route loaders are also isomorphic. You currently don't know what route loaders are, but that's fine. Essentially, they are there to fetch data, and they are also isomorphic. So before we dive into data fetching, let me reiterate it one more time. So whenever you write code, this code here runs both on the server side and client side. It can run both on the client side and server side. When I, for example, do a hard refresh, this gets generated completely on the server side. But if I do a client side navigation, then this is rendered on the client side. This is CSR, client side rendering. But if I again do a hard refresh, then this is server side rendered. This is something that most people don't really understand or realize. That's because most people don't read the documentation. But again, if you do a hard refresh, everything gets generated on demand on the server side. Whenever you do a client-side navigation, this is rendered, or the HTML is generated on the client side. And this is very important. This allows you to create fast applications while maintaining a great user experience and also while maintaining a good level of security. And now you might say, okay, Jan, so the code runs both on the server side and client side. But how do I finally fetch data? Well, you want to use loaders, or as they call them, route loaders. If you go back to your index route, you can fetch data by updating this route. So if I click on enter and click on Control spacebar, I get all of the properties, all of the things that I can do. Before load, context, error component. This right now is not interesting. What is interesting for us is the loader, and this loader allows you to fetch data. And this is equal to a standard arrow function, and inside of here I will return some hard-coded data. So I will return an object and then with a name, Jan Marshall, and maybe also, what else, my age, I'm 50 years old. No, this is not true, but who cares? So this is my loader, and I can access this data in my component by doing the following. Constant data will be equal to route.useLoaderData. This is a hook provided by this route object, and if I hover over data, you will see that this is fully typed. As mentioned, TanStack Start is fully type safe, and then inside of here I can render my data. I will say data dot and let's render my name. If I go back and do a hard refresh, you will see my name, Jan Marshall. Isn't that cool? And is this now server rendered or client side rendered? Well, if I open my inspector and with that network and do a hard refresh, you will see that we will fetch the document. So let me do it one more time. So 1, 2, 3. This is the document at the start, and if I open it and search for my name, Jan Marshall, you will find it in the HTML. So this got rendered on the server side, and that's because I did a hard refresh. If I do a client-side navigation, then my name will be rendered on the client side. That's important to remember. Again, this route loader runs both on the server side and client side. On a hard refresh, this runs on the server side. On a client-side navigation, this runs on the client side. This is very important to remember and something that most people forget. Most people think that this loader just runs on the server side. No, this is not true, please remember that, write it down, I don't know, put it on your wall, remember it. It's very important because people will try to access their environment variables or something like that inside of here. This is not correct, or you don't want to do that because this can run on the client side and you don't want to leak any sensitive data. And if you want to learn more about data loading in general, I would highly recommend you to go to the TanStack router documentation because here they have a section on data loading. Right here they say route loader functions are called when a route match is loaded. They are called with a single parameter, which is an object containing many helpful properties. And this is the code needed. Again, you literally get or define the loader and then you, for example, call your function or just return data as I did a second ago. And when you want to access the data, so when you want to consume data from a loader, you use the useLoaderData hook defined on the route object. And that's what we did. We used this useLoaderData hook and this gets us the data which we fetched in the loader itself. This, for example, is very similar to Remix. So if you have ever used Remix, you also access data by using a useLoaderData hook. And if you go back to the TanStack Start documentation, you will also find a section on the execution boundary. So TanStack Start applications run in two environments, in the server environment and client environment. The server environment uses the Node.js runtime, and the Node.js runtime has access to the file system, databases, and environment variables. It runs during SSR, so initial page renders on the server, API requests, and build time, so static generation and pre-rendering. And the client environment uses the browser runtime with access to the DOM, local storage, user interactions, and so on. It runs after hydration, so the client takes over after initial server render. Navigation, so route loaders run client-side during navigation, as already mentioned at the start, and user interactions, so event handlers, form submissions, etc. With that, I think you now fully understand the execution model. We have the client side and server side, both can run. During a hard refresh, we have server-side rendering, and during a client-side navigation, we have client-side rendering, so we use the client environment. Now you might say, okay Jan, so this fully makes sense. The loader runs both on the client side and server side, but my initial question is still not answered. How can I fetch the user data on the server side? Because if we would, for example, use the auth client inside of here, if we would say await auth client.useSession, then this would only work on the client side. So whenever we make a hard refresh, this would fail because the auth client only works in the client environment. This means after hydration. So what can we do? How can we, I guess, create code, or how can we get the user session both on the server side and client side safely? Good question. The solution is called server functions. And what even are server functions? Well, server functions let you define server-only logic that can be called from anywhere in your application. Loaders, components, hooks, or other server functions. They run on the server but can be invoked from client code seamlessly. A server function only runs on the server side, but you can call the server function both from the server side and client side, meaning this is the perfect candidate for our loader. We will create a server function, get our user session on the server side, and then the server function can be called from the loader because it's like an API route, meaning it can be called from the server side and client side. So let's do that. How can you create a server function? Well, a server function can be defined by using the create server function helper function. Wow, groundbreaking, right? They right here have a section on basic usage, and they say server functions are created with the create server function helper, and they can specify the specific HTTP method. So let's go back, and then in the Explorer I will create a new file. So in the source folder I will create a new folder called data, and this will be like our data access layer. So I will access all of my data inside of here, and let's create a new file, and this will be called session.ts. And let's create the code needed. I will say export constant get session fn, so get session function, and this will be equal to create server function. This is imported from TanStack React. Let's invoke it, destructure it, and we can pass the method. And there are two methods that you can define, either a get method or post method. In this case, we want to get data, which means the method will be get. And the next step is to get the user data. So let's chain the handler method. I will invoke it, and inside of here I will create an arrow function. And now we need to get the user session. But as mentioned, a server function runs on the server side, which means we can't use the auth client. The auth client only works on the client side. Instead, we want to use the auth helper because the auth helper runs on the server side. So if you go back to the Better-Auth documentation, and to be specific to the TanStack integration, then you will find this example. In this example, they define a middleware, and we will dive into middlewares a bit later on, but here you already see how to get the user session on the server side. I will copy this code example and then paste it inside of here. In this code example, they use the getRequestHeaders function to access headers. This does not import for me automatically, so I will copy the import statement from the documentation and paste it inside of here. The next step is to import the auth helper from our auth file, and also this should be an asynchronous arrow function. And we now get the user session by calling this getSession method, and as an argument we pass the headers. And the headers allow Better-Auth to get the user session. And this user session could either be defined or it could be null if there is no user session. Therefore, we have an if statement right here. If there is no session, we throw a redirect, and redirect is imported from TanStack React Router. And if the user does not have a session, we redirect the user to /login. And if this is not true, this means if the user has a valid user session, let's then return the session itself. And as you see here, we also don't use the useNavigate hook anymore, but rather the redirect function. And that's because the useNavigate hook only works in a client environment. But this is now the server environment. This runs on the server side, which means we need also a function that runs on the server side and redirects the user on the server side. And this is why we use this redirect function. So if you go to the documentation and search for redirect function, then you will find this section. And inside of here they mention the redirect function returns a new redirect object that can be either returned or thrown from places like a routes before load or loader callbacks to trigger redirect to a new location. As mentioned, the documentation is not great in my opinion. Essentially, the redirect function is what you want to use on the server side, and the useNavigate hook is what you want to use on the client side. And with that, we are finished. So I will copy the name getSession function. Let's go back to this route, and instead of returning the static data, I will again create an inline callback function, and this will call the getSession function imported from our data folder. I will invoke this, and if I go back, you will see that we instantly get an error. And that's because the data object does not have the name anymore, but rather now the session and user. Let's access the data.user.session or .name. That's what I wanted. What you can also do is destructure the data, and with that access the user directly. I will return or I will render the user.name. And if I go back, you should see my name, Jan Marshall. So this is rendered on the server side when doing a hard refresh, and if I do a client-side navigation, then this is rendered on the client side. Isn't that cool? And if you also go back to the documentation, they answer the question on where to call server functions. So call server functions from route loaders, components by using the useServerFunction hook, other server functions, or for example, event handlers. So if this still confuses you, let me try to make it or break it down even further. A server function essentially is a standard function as you all know it, but with the core difference that it always, like literally always, runs on the server side no matter what, but you can call it on the server side and client side, or from the server side and client side, but the code in the server function runs on the server side. This is very similar to a server action in Next.js, with the core difference being that a server action in Next.js is there to mutate data, and a server function in TanStack Start is there to both fetch data and mutate data. So if you are familiar with Next.js, then this will feel like second nature, but if you don't know Next.js, then just remember what I said a second ago. It's a function that runs on the server side and can be called from both the server side and client side, making it the ideal candidate for a loader, because a loader runs both on the server side and client side depending on the context. And that's why you call these server functions also RPCs, because they can be called both from the server side and client side. So an RPC is a remote procedure call, meaning it can be called from anywhere. Nice! And since we covered all of that, we can also finally fetch the user session and fix our user nav. So let's open this route layout for the dashboard, and then underneath the component I will get the loader. This will be equal to an arrow function, and inside of here let's use our server function. I will say constant session, and this will be equal to await get session fn. Get session fn is imported from the data folder. Let's invoke it, and I currently get an error, and that's because this has to be an asynchronous arrow function. And then down below I will return an object, and I will return the user, and this will be equal to the session.user. So this all looks good to me, and now in the route component we can access the data. I will say constant, I will destructure it, and this will be equal to the route.useLoaderData hook. So .useLoaderData, I will invoke it, and then where I destructure it, I will get the user. We can pass the user as a prop down to our nav user. So let's first of all update the nav user. I will create an interface. This will be called nav user props, and inside of here I want to get a user, and this user will be of type user. User is imported from Better-Auth, and I will also say that I want to import the type user. We can now also update the params. We don't want to, do this inline destructuring, but rather let's destructure it. This will be of type nav user props, and I want to get the user object. I will also delete this auth client code from this nav user, and as a next step let's go back to our app sidebar, and in the app sidebar I want to also get the user. How can we do that? Well, we will need to update the params. Let's open the types file, and in the types file I will redeclare this interface nav user props. I will copy it and then paste it down below. Let's also export the interface, and the user is imported from Better-Auth. As mentioned, we want to import the type, so I will say import type user. I will copy the name, then in the app sidebar or in the nav user props is imported from the lib folder. Let's continue with the app sidebar. In the app sidebar I want to get the same user, and to be honest we don't need these props, so I will delete them from the params, and instead I will destructure it, and this will be then of type nav user props. Nav user props is imported from the lib folder, and I will destructure it. So we can get the user, and if you scroll to the bottom you will instantly see that we get an error. That's because the nav user expects one property, which is the user, and this will be equal to the user. Also, we don't need to pass the props anymore, so I will also delete it. This file does not throw an error anymore, but rather a little warning. That's because this constant data is not used anymore. I will delete it, and also all of these icons are not used, so I will also delete them. And the last step is to head over to our route, and our app sidebar instantly complains, and that's because it's missing the user, and user will be equal to user, which we get from our useLoaderData hook. And if I go back to the nav user, it also complains, and that's because we don't want to pass the session.user.name, but rather the user.name. The same thing is also true down below, so this will be the user.email. Then instead of passing the user.avatar, this will be user.image, and instead of passing the user or the session.username for the alt, this will be user.avatar user.name. Let's continue down below. This will be user.image, this will be user.name, and this also all looks good to me. We currently get 2 errors, that's fine. Let's for now leave it as is. And if I go back and do a hard refresh, everything still works. And here's the important thing. If I do a hard refresh, there won't be any delay. I will instantly see the user data. So 1, 2, 3, bam. Did you see any delay? No, because this is rendered on the server side. If I copy my name, open the inspector and with that the network and do a hard refresh and then search for my data, so I will open the document and search for Jan Marshall inside of here, you will instantly see that we have 4 results. And that's because everything is SSR'd. Again, just to reiterate things again, and this is the last time, route loaders run both on the server side and client side. When doing a hard refresh, the loader runs on the server side. If I do a client-side navigation, the loader runs on the client side. This is important to remember. The server function always runs on the server side, but it can be called from the server side and client side because it's an RPC. And we get this error for the image because the image could be null or undefined, but this should be either of type string or undefined, not null. So what I will do is use this Dicebear API. This provides nice looking avatars for free. I will click on Playground. For the avatar style, I will use Glass. Here they give us an API, HTTP API that we can use. So I will copy it, go back, and if the image is not defined, which is true, we will use nullish coalescing. I will use upticks and paste this API that I copied. For the seed, instead of passing Brian, I will use a dynamic value and pass the user.name. I will do the same thing for the other avatar image. If the user.image is not defined, I will use the Dicebear API. And if I go back and do a hard refresh, you will see that we always get a beautiful image. And with that, we are now completely finished with the sidebar. You now know how to fetch data, both on the server side and client side, what route loaders are, how to access the data, what server functions are, how they work, and that they are, for example, RPCs. You understand the execution model and that everything is isomorphic by default and all of the cool and fancy stuff. Now there is a lot more to this whole isomorphic by default, how should you say, concept. Like there are a lot more functions that you can use and we will dive into them a bit later on. For now, I want to continue with the actual UI for our import route, discover route and items route. So let's continue with that. But before we continue with the UI, for example, for the import route, there is one thing that I want to change. Currently, the user can view the dashboard route. This should not happen. So what I want to do is redirect the user, I guess as a default, to the items route. So let's go back to this dashboard route. So in the routes folder, where even is the routes folder, so it's right here. And then in the dashboard folder, I want you to open the index file. And instead of just rendering the username, we will redirect the user to the items route. How do you do that? Well, first of all, we don't need this route component anymore because we won't render anything. So I will delete the component. And we don't need this loader anymore because I won't load any data. Instead, we want to redirect the user, and this should happen before load. How can we do that? Well, TanStack Start can help us. If you go to the documentation and search for before load, then you will find this section. And inside of here, they say the route.beforeLoad option allows you to specify a function that will be called before a route is loaded. It receives all of the same arguments that the route loader function does. This is a great place to check if a user is authenticated and then redirect them to a login page if they are not. So this is, for example, quite similar to a middleware, or it pretty much acts like a middleware. Inside of here, in most cases, you would, for example, check if the user is authenticated, but in our case, we will just redirect the user. And this runs completely on the server side. This means what function should we use, or in other words, should we use the useNavigate hook or the redirect function? As you all know, since this runs on the server side, we want to use the redirect function. So inside of here, I will get this before load property. This will be be equal to an O function, and inside of here I will say throw redirect. Redirect is imported from TanStack. I will invoke it, destructure it, and I will redirect the user to /dashboard, and I don't want to see this annoying pop-up, so /dashboard and then /import. So if I save this and go back and click on dashboard, I will instantly get redirected to /dashboard/import, because the dashboard button redirects the user to /dashboard, and then this route loader or this before load property pretty much intercepts the request and then redirects the user to the import route. And now we can continue with the import route by creating a beautiful form. So let's get started right away. I will go back, let's open the Explorer, and then I will open the import file. Do we want to render this route component? Well, yeah, kinda, but not this UI. So I will start off fresh, I will delete everything in the return statement, and I will create a new one. Then inside of here, I will start with a div, and let's give this div a class name. So this will be flex1 items, which will be center and justify center. So I want to center the form in the complete middle. Let's also say padding y8, and then inside of here I will create another div. I will give this div a class name, and this will be width full, maximum width 2xl. We want to restrain the width, and let's say space y6 to have some space in between, and padding x4. Inside of here I will create another div, and this will be the wrapper div for the header. So we will render a title and description. I will give this div a class name, and this will be text center. Inside of the div, let's create an h1, and I will say import content, and underneath the h1 I will render a p tag, and let's say save web pages to your library for later reading. This all looks good to me, and if we save this and go back, you will see that the title and description both are centered in the middle. Nevertheless, we can style this header, this header section even further by styling the h1 and p tag. I will start with the h1, let's give it a class name, and this will be equal to text 3xl to make this title a bit bigger, font bold to make the font weight bigger, and for now this is fine enough. I will also style the p tag, and this will be text muted foreground. This will give the text a grayish color, and then margin top 2, or we can say padding top 2, to have some spacing to the top, and this already looks way better. Maybe padding top 1 will be a bit better, let's see. I think padding 1 is a bit better. We are finished with the header, and let's continue. So I will go underneath this wrapper div, but let's stay in these two main divs, and I will use the tabs component. We currently did not install the tabs component yet, so let's change that. I will go to the ShadcnUI website and search for tabs. So this is the component I want to use. Literally this component just gives us tabs, and this will allow us to create a two-panel interface UI. Let's go back, or I will scroll to the bottom and copy the installation command. I will go back, stop my dev server, and paste it inside of here. And I will also restart my dev server, and with that let's use the component. So tabs is imported from the components. I will open it, and in the tabs component let's use the tabs list. I will give the tabs list a class name, and this will be grid width full and then grid columns too, because we want to create two tabs. Because let me show you how the UI will look like. Imagine this is our screen, and I will also remove the background color. Inside of here we have the title, then the description, and then I want to render this card. This will be the form, and this form will have two tabs. So the first one to import one route, or in other words to import content from one route, and the second one will be there to do a bulk import. That's why we have two items, and that's also why I say grid columns too. Let's continue. In the tabs list I will get the tabs trigger component, and this will be there to render the individual tabs trigger. So I will open this, and let's give the tabs trigger a value which will be single, and inside of here I want to render an icon and then also some text. I will get a link icon imported from Lucid React, and then underneath the icon, but still in the tabs trigger, I will say single URL. If I save this and go back, this is what you should see? No, this is the diagram I created. If I go back right here, this is the trigger. This currently looks a bit weird, but we will fix it, don't worry. Let's for now create the second trigger. So I will copy the tabs trigger and paste it down below. Instead of saying single URL, I will say bulk import, and I will also change the icon. Instead of using the link icon, I will use the globe icon imported from Lucid React. If I go back, you will see these two triggers. This currently looks quite ugly, but don't worry about it, we will fix it. Let's first of all update the trigger a bit. I want to give it some gap between the icon and text. I will give this tabs trigger a class name, and this will be gap2. I will do the same thing for the other tabs trigger. I will give it a class name, and this will be gap2. Currently everything still looks ugly, but let's continue. I will also update the icon. I will give it a class name. This will be size 4, and I will do the same thing for the link icon. This will be size 4, so width 4 and height 4. And by the way, we need to update this tabs trigger. The value won't be single anymore, but rather bulk, because this is there to do a bulk import. And we need to give this tabs component a default value. So I will say default value, and the default value can either be single or bulk. I will say single, and if I go back, this already looks 10 times better, because we now have a default value, and if I click on bulk import, everything still looks good and everything works. Let's continue. I will go underneath the tabs list, and now it's time to create the tabs content. I will get the tabs content component from the components. Let's open it, and this component instantly complains, and that's because it's missing one key property, the value. So this tabs content will be there for this single tabs trigger. I will copy the value and paste it inside of here, and in the tabs content I will render the card component. Let's import it from the components. I will also get the card header, and the card header will render a card description and also card title. Let's start with the card title. The card title is imported from the components, and I will say import single URL. Let's also render the card description, and inside of here I will say scrape and save content from any web app or exclamation mark. Should we also render an icon? Sure, why not? Or an emoji, that's what I meant. I will render this eyes emoji. If I save this and go back, oh my god, this looks beautiful. Let's continue. I will also create a tabs content for this bulk import. I will copy the tabs content, paste it down below, and we need to update the value first of all. So the value will be bulk. I will copy it and paste it inside of here. And instead of saying import single URL, this will be there to do a bulk import. Therefore, I will say bulk import, and this will be uppercased. And for the content, I will delete this, and instead let's say discover and import multiple URLs from a website at once. And I will also use an emoji, this time this rocket emoji. If I save this and go back, then you will see that this finally works as expected. And let's for now continue with the single URL content form card thingy, and after that we will continue with the bulk import. I will go back. Let's go underneath this card header, and this is again the tabs content for the single import, and underneath the card header I will get the card content component. In the card content, we need to render a form, so let's get the standard form element, and we don't have an action and we won't have one, so I will delete it. And in the form, we have to get the field group component from the components, and in the field group, we will render all of the inputs. And the thing is, before we even get started with the UI, we need to first of all already initialize TanStack form. And to initialize TanStack form, we need to create the appropriate sort schemas. I will open the Explorer, and then in the source folder and schemas folder, I will create a new file. This will be called import.ts, and we need to create two schemas, one for the single import and then one for the bulk import. I will say export constant, and this will be called import schema. This will be for the single import, and this will be equal to z. Z is imported from sort.object. Let's invoke it, destructured, and I want to get one thing from the client, which is the URL, and this will be of type z.string, or not even z.string, but rather z.url, because the user should not pass some random string, but rather an URL with the specific appropriate value, so http:// and so on. And let's create one more schema, and this will be for the bulk import. So I will say export constant bulk import schema, and this will be equal to z.object. I will invoke it, the structured, and I want to get two things from the client, the URL, who would have thought, but also like a search query. So this will allow the user to filter the result. I will say URL, and this will be of type z.url, and then I will get the search query. I will call it search, and this will be of type z.string. And that's already it. We created these two schemas. I will close the file, and the next step is to initialize the use form hook. I will open the sign up form or the login form, it does not really matter, and then I will copy this constant form equals to use form, because the code has already been created. I will paste it above the return statement, and we need to update a few things. Let's start with the schema. Instead of passing the sign up schema, this will be the import schema imported from the schemas file, and instead of passing these default values, we need to update them. But before we do that, let's import the use form hook from TanStack React form. And now the onSubmit handler instantly throws an error, therefore I will delete them, and we want to get one thing, or we need to define one default value, which is the URL, and this will be an empty string initially. We currently get an error for start transition, and that's because the use transition hook is not initialized. So I will copy this hook from the sign up form and then paste it above the constant form. Use transition is imported from React, and the next step is to delete all of the code in this async function which we created using the start transition setter, because we won't authenticate the user inside of here. And for now, what I will do is create a console.log, and I will console log the value that we get from the client. What we can also do is hook up our form to the onSubmit handler. I will add this onSubmit property. This will be equal to a standard, or inside of here we will create a standard arrow function. Then in the params, I will get the event. Let's prevent the default. So e.preventDefault. I will invoke it. And then we will say form.handleSubmit. I will invoke it. And with that, the form is now connected to TanStack form. And the next step is to define the inputs, or rather only one input. I will say form.field, or you know what, instead of writing it ourselves, we can copy the input from the sign up form. If you scroll a bit to the bottom, you will find this form.field. I will copy it, go back to the import route and paste it into this field group. We instantly get an error. That's because for the name, we don't want to pass the full name, but rather the URL. And then the field component needs to be imported from the components, not from TanStack React form. The field label has to be imported from the components. The same thing is true for the input. This is imported from the components, and the field error is also imported from the components. I think that's it. Do we currently get an error? Well, kinda, not really. This field label should not say full name, but rather URL. And the input has a placeholder. Instead of saying John Fisher, we need to add some sort of fake URL. What I will do is copy this TanStack Start URL and paste it inside of here. And is there anything else missing? I don't think so. We currently get one warning, and that's because isPending is not used, so the getter from the use transition hook, but this is fine. If I save this and go back, you should already see this input. But there's one thing missing, and that's the submit button. But that's easy to fix. Let's go underneath this form.field, but let's stay in the field group. And inside of here, I will get the button component from the components, and inside of here, let's create a ternary. So if isPending is true, I will use a question mark and return empty tags. Inside of here, we will get the loader2 icon from Lucid React. This is self-closing, and underneath the icon, but still in the empty tags, I will say processing. So processing ... And if this is not true, let's use a colon, and I will say import URL. I will also update the loader2 icon by giving it a class name, and this will be size 4 and animate spin so that it spins when when everything is pending. Let's give this button also a type. The type will be submit to submit the form, and I will add the disabled state, and disabled will be true if is pending is true. And if we save this and go back, you will see this beautiful button. Let's also right away create the form for the bulk import. The first step is to initialize the use form hook for the specific form. What I will do is copy this constant form, paste it down below, but instead of naming it form, this will be called bulk form. We need to update the schema. This won't be the import schema anymore, but rather the bulk import schema. And for the default values, we need to pass the search property, and this will be initially an empty string. Let's scroll to the bottom, and what I will do is copy this form, the complete form, and then paste it into the cart content. Currently we don't have a cart content, so underneath the cart header I will get the cart content component, and then I will paste what I just copied. Let's analyze the code. The form looks good, but the onSubmit handler is incorrect, because we don't want to say form.handleSubmit, but rather bulk form.handleSubmit. Then let's continue with the form field. This shouldn't be form.field anymore, but rather bulk form.field. The name and the rest is all fine, and let's copy paste this bulk form.field down below, and this one will be for the search input. The name will be search, then the field label won't say URL anymore, but rather filter, and I will add parentheses and say optional. What I will also do is update the placeholder, and for the placeholder I will say example, and this will be blog, docs, tutorial. With that, the user will be able to filter for specific content, so either for only blog articles or maybe only for doc pages and stuff like that. And then the button itself looks fine enough for now, but instead of saying import URL, I will say import URLs. And if I save this and go back, then you will see this beautiful form, and it works. I mean, if I click on bulk import, I get this card. If I click on single URL, I get this card, and then with that this form. And by the way, since we use ShadcnUI, this is also fully accessible, so I can use my keyboard to navigate between the two tabs. Isn't that cool? And if I click on import URL, I instantly get an error because we have form validation using TanStack form. And if I add a URL, let's say this one, so this is the URL of a blog article by React itself, and if I copy the URL and paste it inside of here, and with that click on import URL, we don't get any event, or not event, any feedback. There is no toast or anything like that, but if I open the inspector and with that the console, you will see that we have a console log, and we console log the URL, the value. But is that all that we want to do? No, of course not. We want to do way more fancy things. So I created a nice little diagram to understand everything a bit better. So what do we want to do? Well, we want to create a ETL pipeline. Essentially, we want to extract content, transform it, and then load it with LLMs. This might sound a bit confusing, so let's go through the diagram. Step 1 is to create a form. So a user gives us a URL via the form, and that's what we already implemented. We have a form, and a user can just paste any URL to a blog article, to some documentation site, in general any URL that then at the end of the day loads some content. The next step is to scrape the blog article. What that means is we want to get the content. All of this, we want to just go to the website and copy everything, literally everything. The third step is to transform the content, because if I would just copy it right now, then this would be not very, how should I say, structured. We want to have structured content, which means Markdown. So we want to transform it to Markdown and then store this Markdown content in our database. So this is the 1, 2, 3, 4th step or something like that. And then the last step is to summarize the content. So summarize it into a smaller item. That's what we want want to create. Again, this is called ETL pipeline. And currently we implemented step 1. We have the form and users can paste any random URL. And the next step is to scrape the blog article or in general the content. And here's a question from me to you. How can you scrape data from an external website? Because I don't own the React website. I can't call someone and say, hey, you know what? I need the Markdown for your website or for your blog article. This does not work. This is an external website that I have to access somehow and then somehow copy the content, because it isn't feasible for the user to paste the URL and then for me to go manually to a website, copy everything. This does not work. We want to automate it, so we need to somehow allow our code to visit some sort of external website, copy the content, transform it into Markdown, so we want to get structured data and then also somehow store it in our database and do all of the fancy stuff. And how can you now scrape this external website that you don't own? So now you might say, okay, Jan, interesting question. So I remember that in the past there was this one solution where you would just make a request to the website and with that fetch all of the raw HTML. And then using a third-party library like, for example, Cheerio, you could then also parse the DOM. Because, for example, Cheerio is a library for parsing and manipulating HTML and XML. And this means you have to write all of the selectors yourself. So you make a request and then you use Cheerio to access the data you need. And this, I guess, works sometimes, but I think we both can agree that this already sounds a bit confusing, because there are a lot of problems with such an approach. First of all, if the site uses a lot of JavaScript, or in general, if this site, for example, would be rendered on the client side CSR, then this would not work anymore. Because if I open the inspector and with that the network, we, for example, right here get this document. This document has all of the content. That's because this site is rendered on the server side. But if this would be rendered on the client side, then this would be literally empty. And if I would make a request to this URL, then I would also get empty HTML, which means this approach would not work, which is not good. Another thing is that with such an approach, you would fight layout changes, infinite scroll would be annoying to handle, lazy loading is another thing that would not really work, cookie banners would also fight with you or you would fight with them. So in general, you get very messy HTML and it's very hard to parse it and make it usable. And if a website changes and with that the elements change, then also your whole scraping workflow breaks, because you need to update your code. In general, such an approach is very fragile, it's high maintenance, and it won't work with a lot of websites, since actually many websites are loaded or rendered on the client side. So now you might say, okay, Jan, let's scratch Cheerio, let's throw it into the bin. There is another alternative called Puppeteer. What exactly is Puppeteer? Well, Puppeteer is a JavaScript library which provides a high-level API to control Chrome or Firefox over the DevTools protocol or WebDriver BIDI. Puppeteer runs in the headless, so no visible UI by default. So we can use a real browser, and this real browser can then interact with websites, or for example with this specific blog article page. And with that we then also get the power to interact with websites, so we can click buttons, scroll to the bottom, click on more buttons and stuff like that. So this is literally a real browser that you can automate, and this browser can then do anything. And the pros are quite simple. Puppeteer works on all modern websites. It does not matter if the website is SSR'd or, for example, client-side rendered, and also you get full control. But there are also quite big cons. First of all, this is quite heavy and slow. Secondly, this is also quite expensive. It takes a lot of CPU usage, and in most cases you will need an external server to make this work. And thirdly, the biggest problem is that you still have to decide what content matters. Because if you now take Puppeteer and tell Puppeteer, hey, scrape this website, Puppeteer will scrape everything, including the Navbar that we don't need the search bar, we don't need this HTML, I also at the bottom don't need this footer, all of that content. So you still have to write all of the logic yourself, and if Meta, or in other words, if the creator of the website changes something, well then again, you have to update the code, which means this is also high maintenance. Therefore, we need some sort of better alternative, some sort of better solution that just works. I want something open source, something that can scrape content easily and only scrape the content needed. I don't need the navbar, I don't need the footer, I don't need no ads, any junk, literally just give me this content. And also I want something that can give me the markdown, because if we would now use Puppeteer, for example, we would still have to convert the HTML into real usable markdown. But I want something that just skips the step, something that scrapes the website and then gives me the markdown right away. And also I don't want to write selectors, I don't want to implement scroll logic, I don't want to wait for certain things. I just want to hit some sort of endpoint API or something like that. I want to use some sort of SDK that allows me to scrape a website without configuring anything. And that's where today's sponsor comes into play, Firecrawl. So as they say, turn websites into LLM ready data. Power your AI apps with clean web data from any website. It's also open source. So if you head over to the GitHub repo, you will see that this repo has 71,000 stars. Wow, that's quite a bit, right? And why is Firecrawl interesting, or why is it the perfect solution to our problem? Well, without me explaining anything, let's just test it out. So I will take this blog article, I will copy the URL. You can take any blog article. So if you go to the Firecrawl website, you can also copy any blog article from here, and I will paste it inside of here. We will use the scrape method. So this will scrape only the specified URL without crawling subpages, and this will output the content from the page. Yeah, why not? I will click on run, and this will literally only take 1 second, and boom, I instantly get a result. This is the markdown that I want, and also I get this JSON output. But if we look at the markdown, we get literally everything. This is the content in markdown. Do you see any weird HTML tags? No, this is already exactly what I wanted. And did we write any selectors? No. Did we create any scroll logic? No. Did we configure anything? No. I literally just pasted the URL inside of here, and I instantly got the markdown without doing anything. And did you see how fast this was? This literally took just 1 second, probably even less, and we got high quality markdown that we can now feed into our LLM. So now you might ask me, okay Jan, I'm actually impressed, but what exactly is Firecrawl? What does it do and why should we use it? So Firecrawl is a tool that automatically visits websites and turns their pages into clean, usable text, or in other words data, so markdown, JSON, and so on. And this is especially helpful if you want to feed this data into your LLM, because if you would, for example, again use Puppeteer, then you would get HTML back. This HTML is not parsed, it's not markdown, it's again just HTML, and you want to save tokens whenever you use LLMs. That's why you want to pass markdown. And when you use Firecrawl, there is no conversion step that you need to do. You literally just paste the URL and get the markdown back, and now you can store the markdown in your database and also feed it to your LLM without wasting any tokens. And with that, of course, you also save money. And the important thing is that Firecrawl is blazingly fast, it delivers results in less than 1 second, and we saw that. And also it's reliable, it covers 96% of the web, including JS heavy and protected websites. No proxies, no puppets, just clean data. And that's also one thing that I did not mention, because whenever you, for example, use Puppeteer, you need to also use a third-party service to give you proxies, because you don't want to use your own IP to scrape websites. You want to use external ones, which means again more complexity, more edge cases, more things that can go wrong. But Firecrawl handles everything for you, which means it covers 96% of the web, as already mentioned. And the interesting thing is that with Firecrawl, you can also search the web and get full content from results, or for example, you can crawl all the pages on a website and get the data for each page. And if you look at, and implementing Firecrawl is also super simple. They provide a Node.js SDK, and this is all the code needed. You literally initialize Firecrawl, and then you use, for example, the crawl method or the scrape method, as you see here, so app.scrape, and that's it. This will scrape your website or any website and give you clean Markdown as a result. Isn't that cool? So as you see here, this is what would get returned from this simple request. Completely clean Markdown that you can feed to your LLM. And the reason why Firewall is perfect for our specific use case for this ETL pipeline is because the Markdown that we get returned from Firewall is already Markdown. It isn't HTML, so there is less token usage. Secondly, navigation is already removed, and all of the weird content in a website is also removed. No navbars, no footers, no cookie content, nothing like that. Just the content that we really need. And this means for us less cost, no complexity, no edge cases that we have to handle, and thirdly, we will also get better results. And now you might say, okay Jan, this sounds perfect. Firewall is exactly what we need for our application. It fits in perfectly into our pipeline and it makes everything 10 times better. So let's get started with the implementation, right? Yes, let's do that. So please head over to my YouTube description, which is underneath the like button. Click on the first link and then you will get redirected to Firewall. And if you want to test out all of the endpoints that Firewall offers, then you don't have to first of all install some sort of SDK or create an API key. No, you can test everything on the homepage. So you can test the scrape endpoint, the search endpoint, the agent endpoint that Firewall released very recently. And agent, or using this agent endpoint, you can describe what you want to extract and then the agent handles the rest. Isn't that cool? You can also test out the map endpoint and the crawl endpoint. In general, you can test out everything right here without ever signing up. A game changer. Literally every website, every service should offer something like that. But what's the game plan for us? What do we need to do right now? Well, the next step for us is to implement the scrape endpoint. So in other words, when a user adds some sort of URL, we want to use the scrape endpoint provided by Firewall to scrape the specific blog article, documentation site, who knows? And if you want to learn more about the specific endpoints, then you can click on products and then you will see all of the endpoints that Firewall offers. Again, at its core, the scrape endpoint is like the most important endpoint in my opinion, but they offer a lot of more powerful endpoints that we will also test out, including the search endpoint and also the map endpoint. But without any further ado, let's get started. So the first step is to click on documentation, docs, and here they have a little quick start guide, and that's what we will follow. So how to use it? Well, to use it, you want to follow the documentation. Nice. And the first step is to get the API key. So to use the API, you need to sign up on Firewall and get an API key. And that's what I want you to do. If you already have an account, then please log in, and if not, then sign up. I'm now in the dashboard, and on the right side, you will see that this is the API key. Start scraping right away, and that's what I will do, or that's what we will do. So I will copy the key, let's go back, I will open the env file, and let's create, or I will for now just paste the key inside of here. And by the way, don't try to copy my key, this will be deleted once the video is out. Generate your own key. Let's go back to the documentation, and the next step is to already install Firewall. And Firewall offers two SDKs, one for Python and one for Node.js. Since we use TanStack Start, which builds on top of Node.js, we will use the Node.js SDK. I will copy the package name, let's go back, I will stop the dev server and then say pnpmi Firewall.js. With that, I will install the SDK, and let's continue. What's the next step? Well, the next step is to initialize the SDK, and that's what we will do. Let's for now maybe finish off this environment variable. How should we name the environment variable? Let's call it Firewall_API_key, and this will be equal to this API key. Let's now initialize the SDK. For that, I will open the source or the Explorer, then the source folder folder, and in the lib folder I will create a new file called firecrawl.ts. Let's go back to the documentation, and what I will do is copy this code. So let's copy it and then I will paste it inside of here. We import firecrawl from the package firecrawl.js, and here we initialize firecrawl. So let's say export constant firecrawl, and instead of passing this random API key, let's pass the real API key. For that we can use our environment variable that we created. I will say process.env, and how was our environment variable called? It was called firecrawl API key. So the API key will be equal to process.env.firecrawl API key, and that's already it. We now initialized firecrawl, and the next step is to already scrape websites. So to scrape a single URL, use the scrape method. It takes the URL as a parameter and returns the scraped data as a directory. Cool, let's test it out. For that, let's go back, and what we will do is create a new file in our data folder. As mentioned, this data folder is pretty much our data access layer. In other words, all of the data access logic is stored inside of here. So I will create a new file, and this will be called items.ts. And let's create a new server function. I will say export constant, and this will be called scrape URL-fn. This will be equal to create server function, because we want to create a server function. This is imported from TanStack React. Let's invoke it, destructured. And what method is this? Is this a get method or a post method? Well, in this case, since we want to mutate data, this is a post request and not a get request. We don't want to get data, but rather send data. And then let's also chain the handler method. I will invoke it and create a standard arrow function inside of here. And now, how can we scrape the URL? Well, let's say constant result, and this will be equal to await firecrawl. Firecrawl is imported from the lib folder. Please make sure that you import firecrawl from the lib folder, because we configured it in the lib folder by adding an API key. And what method do we want to use? We want to use the scrape method. I will invoke it, and as an argument, we have to pass the URL, the target URL. For now, I will hard code it. So let's go back to the firecrawl website. I will go to the blog section, and I want to scrape this blog article. I will copy the URL and go back and paste it inside of here. This in theory is already it. We don't have to do anything else, but we can configure the scrape method even further. Specifically, what we can do is configure the format. So the format that we want to get returned, for example, Markdown or HTML. So let's go back. I will add a comma, open an object, and let's get the formats property. This is equal to an array, and what do we want to get? We want to get Markdown. Underneath this formats property, we can also get the only main content property, and I will set this to true. This property is already set to true by default, but essentially this tells the scraper method, the scraper endpoint, to only return main content. And if you set this, for example, to false, then the endpoint will return the full page content, including, for example, the Navbar. So where is the blog article? So including the Navbar, this little card, and also this card. But we want to only get the main content. Again, this in theory is already set to true by default, but I wanted to just show you how configurable everything is. And is there anything else that we need to do? No, this is already it. This is now fully configured. And then as a last step, I will console log the result. So console.log result, and that's already it. Let's test it out. I will copy the function name, scrape URL-fn. Let's go back to our import route, and we can finally update our onSubmit handler. So I will collapse the bulk form, and let's update the normal form. Let's go underneath the console log, and I will say await scrape URL-fn. This is imported from the data folder, and let's invoke it. That's already it. Let's test it out. I will go back, let's do a hard refresh. The dev server is not running. I will restart it with pnpm run dev, and with that I will now copy some random URL, paste it inside of here. It does not matter since we won't use this URL in our server function, and I will click on import URL. We have a beautiful pending state. And was it successful? Well, I don't really know, so let's go back. I will open the terminal and this is our huge console log. This maybe looks a bit weird right now, and that's because the terminal can't really render Markdown, but this is full on Markdown, structured in a very good way, and this is exactly what you want to feed to your LLM. Not HTML, but rather Markdown, and we literally get everything. So this is Markdown, and if I scroll a bit to the bottom, we also get metadata. Robots, OG image, Twitter card, OG title, century trace, even that, wow. OG type offer, literally everything has been added right here. We get the metadata, which we can store in our database and then feed to our LLM, but we also get metadata, which is perfect to also store in our database, because you want to often also render the author of a specific article, then maybe the OG image, you can use it as a hero image, that's what we will do, and a lot of other cool things. And you don't even have to only get Markdown. What I mean by that is I can add a comma and also select, for example, HTML. If I save this, go back and again paste some sort of URL inside of here and click on import URL, this takes a bit, and if I go back and open my terminal, you will see that I get both now. I get Markdown, this is Markdown, and then I get HTML, so this is HTML. You should not really use HTML, you should not store it in your database, you should not feed it to your LLM, but it's still cool to see that you can access HTML if you need it. I can also change the format to just return images, so I will say images, save that, let's paste some URL inside of here, and if I click on import URL, this takes a second, and if I open my terminal, you will see that I get all of the images. So this is an array of images, and these are all of the images that got rendered in the specific blog article. Wow, that's so cool. And I will be super honest with you, I have already used Firecrawl quite often in the past. I also used it for my projects, and every time when I use it again, it blows my mind, because I remember the days when I used Puppeteer, Cheerio, and all of these annoying tools, and it was so complicated to scrape a website in a good way without literally losing your mind and writing a lot of code. This here takes a second, like literally a second, and I get all of the data that I need and want. This is groundbreaking. But now let's continue with our application, and we currently have one problem, and that's that the URL is hard-coded, the target URL. But rather than hard-coding it, we want to use the URL provided by the user. So the user has this input, this beautiful form with an input, and we want to use the data that the user provides right here. And we get access to the data in the form, right? So in the form, we get access to the value, and with that the URL. And now we need to somehow pass this value to the server function, which lives on the server side. How can we do that? Well, if you go to the TanStack Start documentation and then click into the server functions section, then you will find this section on parameters and validation. And inside of here they say server functions accept a single data parameter, and since they cross the network boundary, validation ensures type safety and runtime correctness. You can use this input validator method, and with that you can validate the data from the client side, and with that also access the data. And now you might say, hey Jan, looking at this code example, they use normal TypeScript. So they say we want to get data, and this data object has to have a name property, and this has to be of type string. This is kinda annoying, or what I mean by that is we already created this import schema. It would be kinda stupid to rewrite the code again, and that's correct. So the TanStack Start team thought of that and also implemented this sort validator validator. Or what I mean by that is you can also do input validation using a sort schema. So for robust validation, use schema libraries like, for example, sort, and that's what we do. So let's go back. I will go back to the items file and with that to the server function, and then in front of this handler, let's chain the input validator method, and as an argument, I will pass the import schema. This is the same schema used on the client side, and now we instantly get an error, and that's because this server function expects one argument. What argument? Well, the data. So if we destructured, it instantly says, hey, I want to get data, and data will be equal to value. That's what we get from the onSubmit handler, and that's already it. So now we validate the data on the client side using TanStack form, and we validate the data on the server side using this input validator. And honestly, this is a game changer. If you've used Next.js in the past, then you will know that there's no input validator built in. What you need to do is get the data and then use sort itself to do the validation, but here everything is built in. You use the input validator, you pass your schema as an argument, and that's it. Literally, this is so cool, and that's why I love this server function pattern or this RPC pattern. Let's also update the target URL. I will pass the data, which we get from the user. In other words, we can destructure the params, and let's get data. And then I will pass as an argument data.url. And again, this is fully validated both on the client side and server side, and that's very important. Most people validate their data on the client side, which is important, but the server side is something that a lot of people skip, which is a big mistake, because malicious users can actually bypass client-side validation, but server-side validation is something that you can't bypass. So what you have to remember is that client-side validation is there to create a good user experience. Server-side validation is there to create a secure application, and with that, a secure endpoint. So this all looks good to me, and let's also update the formats. We want to return Markdown, not images, and is there anything else needed? I don't think so. Let's test it out one more time. I will go to the Firecrawl website, then to the blog section. What blog article should we scrape? Let's say this one. So we just raised our Series A. I will copy the URL and then paste it inside of here. But wait, we got an error. Something went wrong. Class extends value undefined is not a constructor or null. Okay, what? So you might say right now, but wait Jan, I don't have this error and I also don't have this error anymore. But why did I have it 5 seconds ago? Well, it took me 50 minutes, like literally 50 minutes to figure out what the problem was, but I finally figured it out. And it's not our code, it's not the server function, it was actually a TanStack Start bug. So if you go to GitHub, then you will find this issue and it's currently open, but it got fixed 3 days ago. Create server function code leaking into client bundle. So essentially what the problem was that this code that we wrote inside of here, which should only be bundled and executed on the server side, got bundled into the client bundle or got included in the client bundle, which should not happen. This should only be bundled and also executed on the server side, not client side. This always ran on the server side, but for some weird reason also got bundled into the client bundle. This issue got fixed exactly 3 days ago, lucky me, and now everything works. So to fix everything, I just updated my dependencies, so I updated all of the TanStack Start dependencies, and now everything works again. And with that, we can also test it out. I will again copy the blog article. Let's go back and I will paste it inside of here and click on import URL. We still don't get any feedback. There are no toasts or anything like that. But let's check if this was successful. If I open my terminal and scroll to the bottom, you will find this console log. And is this the correct article? Yes. Title, we just raised our Series A. And of course, I also get the Markdown. Isn't that cool? And if you go back back to the Firewall dashboard and click on activity logs, then you will also see all of the requests inside of here. So I will collapse the sidebar, and if I click into this result or into this log, then you will see the job ID, the URL, this is the correct URL, page options as you see here, the format is Markdown, we also set main content only to true, credits used 1, and everything was successful. And also on the top left you will see that the job was completed in 0.3 seconds, under 1 second to scrape the full content. Isn't that cool? And by the way, the nice thing is that Firewall also caches the results. What I mean by that is if I crawl the website one more time, if I go back and click on import URL, this result is cached. So Firewall won't go again to the website and crawl the content, but instead it will access the cache and with that return the cached data. And we can also verify that by going to the documentation, your best friend, and if you scroll a bit to the bottom in the sidebar, then you will find this advanced scraping guide. And if I search for caching inside of here, then you will see that the default is 2 days. So the max age is 2 days. Firewall will cache the result for 2 days. And then after 2 days, if you make a request for the same URL, it will scrape the website again. You don't have to leave it as is. So it does not have to be 2 days. You can also update the max age to be 1 day or even 0. This means you will always get fresh data. But in our case, 2 days is a very good default and we will leave it as is. We don't need super fresh data, we don't need super stale data. 2 days is the perfect default and that's why this will stay as is. And let's continue. What's the next step? Well, the next step is to finally also store the data in our database, the nicely structured Markdown. For that, let's open our schema, and in the schema we will create a new model. Let's scroll to the bottom and I will say model, and this will be called saved item. Let's open it, and the first property or the first field that we need to include inside of here is the ID. This will be of type string at ID at default UUID. So what do we want to store inside of here? What fields do we need? We need the URL, the title, the content, the summary, etc. So let's start with the URL. This will be of type string and this will also be required, not optional. Then I want to get the title, and this will be of type string and optional because we will get the title once we use Firewall and with that scrape the data. For now, the required property is only the URL. I want to also get the content. This will be of type string. This is what we will get from Firewall. I want to also store the summary in my database. This will be of type string and optional. The summary is what we will get from our LLM. And by the way, to make fields optional, you want to use the question mark. Then I want to also store tags, and this will be of type string, and this won't just be a singular string, but an array of strings. What we can do is append these array brackets, and with that we will tell our database that we will store an array of strings inside of here. Then I want to also store the author in my database. This will be of type string and optional. We can also create a few comments. So for the content, I will say clean Markdown from Firewall. For the summary, I will say AI generated summary. And then for the tags, I will say AI extracted tags. And is there anything missing? Yes, I want you also know when the article got published. So I will say published at, and this will be of type datetime, and this will be optional. So let's append a question mark. Then I want you also get the OG image, or I want you store it in my database. This will be of type string and optional. Let's also store the created at and updated at timestamps inside of here. I will say created at. This will be of type datetime at default, and then now whenever we create a new record, Postgres, the database, will automatically generate this field. Let's also create an updated at field. This will be of type datetime and then at updated at. And in my opinion, it's always a best practice to store the created at and updated at timestamps in your database, because this will help you later on in the future, because later on in the future, you might want to sort based on the created at timestamp or updated at timestamp, and this is not something that you can add later on. What I want to also do is store the status in my database. What I mean by that is whenever we start a scrape, the status could be, for example, pending, processing, completed or failed. Therefore, let's go underneath this model. I will create an enum. This will be called item status, and inside of here we will create the 4 states. The first one will be pending. I will create a comment and say just saved, comma, not scraped yet. Let's create the second status. This one will be processing. Let's create a comment, and this will be true if Firewall is currently working on our request. Then the second state is completed, and this is when everything is finished, so ready to view. And the last status that we can have is failed, and this will be true if scraping failed, which should not happen. Let's go back to our model, and then underneath the author, I will say status will be equal to our status enum, so item status, and this will also have a default value at default, which is pending. We are almost finished, and the last step is to create a relationship between the saved items model and the user model. And what relationship will this be? A one-to-one relationship, or a one-to-many relationship, or maybe a many-to-many relationship? Well, in this case, this is a one-to-many relationship, because one user can have many saved items, but each saved item has to be related to one user. I will scroll to the top to the user model, and then underneath this accounts field, I will say saved items. And this will be equal to the saved items model, and let's append array brackets. If I click on Command S, it will auto-generate the relationship, and with that, if I scroll to the bottom, you will see that we now have the user ID right here, the foreign key. Currently, the user ID is optional. This is not wanted. Therefore, I will remove these 2 question marks, and with that, the relationship will be required and not optional. And since all of this has been added, we are finished with the database. And the next step is to sync our Neon database with our local schema. I will open the terminal, let's stop the dev server, and I will say pnpm-db:/push. And as you see here, our database is now in sync with our Prisma schema. Let's also generate the Prisma client. I will say pnpm-db:/generate. This should take a second, and everything was successful. Well, before we now continue, I just realized that I made a small mistake. This shouldn't be save items, but rather save item. This should be singular, not plural. I also get an error at the top. That's because this should be save item. This all looks good to me, and we don't need this model to do anymore. This was like a test model, so I will delete it. Let's again sync everything. In other words, let's push the schema. I will say pnpm-db:/push, and then I will also say pnpm-db:/generate to create or generate a new Prisma client. I will restart my dev server, and let's open our items file with the scrape URL server function. What should we do inside of here? Well, it's relatively simple. We want to store the data in our database, correct? I will go above this constant result, and the first step is to store the URL in our database, and with that also the user ID and all of the required fields. Or I mean, we only have 2 required fields, which is the URL and the user ID. So let's say constant item, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the db file dot, and we want to use what model, or with what model do we want to interact? We want to interact with the saved item model, and I want to create a new record. Inside of here, let's pass the data prop, and I need to pass all of the fields. So first of all, let's start with the URL, and this will be equal to data.url. Then we need to pass the user ID. Currently, we don't get the user ID, so I will pass some gibberish. And I will also update the status. And what status is this now? Completed, failed, pending, or processing? Well, in this case, the status is now processing, because the next step is to scrape the website. And that's what we already do right here. Or in other words, we created the code to scrape the specific target URL, the content. Therefore, it's now time to save the data that we get from Firewall in our database. I will go underneath this constant result, and let's say constant updated item, and this will be equal to await Prisma dot, and we want to interact with the saved item model. And what do we want to do right here? Do we want to create a record, delete a record? No, we want to update one. So I will use the update method. Let's invoke it the structured, and I will pass the where property. ID because we don't want to update any record but a specific record. And for that I will use the ID, and the ID has to match the item.id. Let's continue with the data, and I will start with the title. The title will be equal to result dot. And how should we get the title? Well, as you all know, we get Markdown, but also metadata. And the metadata object stores, for example, the title, OG image, and in general metadata. So this will be equal to result.metadata and then .title. And this title is optional, or what I mean by that is the title could be defined, it could be a string, but it could be undefined. That's because metadata in general is something that not every developer sets. Like for example, we also currently did not implement metadata for our application, and not every website will have metadata. Now, if you of course want to have a production grade website with good SEO, then you want to set metadata and with that also a title. That's also why I will use the blog articles by Firewall, or we will scrape them, because they are exactly what you want. The metadata is set, they always have an OG image, and this is like the perfect example that we can use for this video. But if you want to scrape like an amateur website, then there's not always metadata set, which means also the title in theory could be undefined. That's something that you need to remember. Then let's continue with the content, and I want to store the markdown inside of here. So this will be equal to result.markdown. Let's continue. I will add a comma, and the OG image will be equal to result.metadata.og image. This looks good to me. Let's continue. So if I click on Control Spacebar, these are all of the fields that we can propagate. Let's continue with the author, and this will be equal to I'm not sure. Let's maybe test out result.metadata.author. Okay, this property does not exist. Result.author? No, this also does not exist. Damn, what should we do? Well, Firewall thought of this problem because sometimes you want to get custom data. If I go to this blog article, you will see that this blog article has been written by Caleb and on this date. And this is something that is not stored in the metadata. Nevertheless, we still want to access this data. How can we tell Firewall that we want this data? Well, that's where you want to use the JSON mode. So if you go to the documentation and then click into the scrape feature, so standard features, scrape, then you will get these drop-down items, and I want you to click into JSON mode. So JSON mode allows you to extract structured data from pages via LLMs. And right here they say Firewall uses AI to get structured data from web pages in 3 steps. Set the schema. This is optional, so you can for example use a sort schema, or you can just provide not a random but a prompt with natural language. The second step is to make the request, so send your URL and schema to our scrape endpoint using JSON mode. And the last step is to get your data, get back clean structured data matching your schema. So let's look at this example. In this case, they initialized a new Firewall instance. They then create this schema, and the schema is there to define all of the entries that we want to get. In this case, they want to get the company, mission, supports SSO, which is a boolean, is open source, which is also a boolean, and is in YC, which is also a boolean. So they want to get this data from the website, and then using the normal scrape endpoint, they passed the schema to the formats array, and with that they then get the result. And if you look at the output, then you will see that this is exactly what they wanted. So the result has the data object, and in the data object they get JSON, metadata, and then also for example Markdown. But in this case Markdown is not selected, and that's why it's not returned. But if you look at the JSON object, then this exactly matches the properties that have been defined in the schema. So essentially Firewall uses AI to find all of the data that you define in your schema. Again, you don't even have to define a schema. A schema is optional. You can also use a normal prompt. So this is a standard prompt. They did not define any schema. All they said is extract the company mission from the page. And this gets you the exact exact same data. Nevertheless, I would recommend you to use a sort schema because this makes everything type safe. So as you see here, JSON mode is the perfect solution to our problem. And now you might ask me, okay, Jan, so this all makes sense, but what data do we want to even extract? So I want to get two things from each blog article, and that's the author name and then the published at timestamp. And in this case, we will also create a sort schema and not just use a normal prompt, because a sort schema makes everything type safe, but it also defines the entries directly. Or what I mean by that is, if you use a prompt as shown here, you won't really know how it will be returned. In this case, they returned this company_mission property, but this won't be type safe. And since we want everything to be 100% type safe, we will rather create a sort schema. And let's do that. Let's not waste any time. I will open the Explorer, and in the source folder, we have a schemas folder with an import file. Let's open it, and inside of here, I will create a new sort schema. Let's say export constant, and this will be called extract schema, and this will be equal to z.object. I will invoke it, the structured, and I want to get two things from Firewall, as you already know, the author and published at timestamp. I will say author, and author will be of type z.string, and let's also say .nullable. I will invoke it, and I want to get one more field, one more property, one more data entry, which is the published at timestamp, and this will be of type z.string and then also .nullable. I will invoke it. With that, we are finished with this schema. I will copy the name. Let's go back to our server function and let's update the formats method. So I will add a comma, open an object, then for the type, this will be JSON, and let's also pass the schema. The schema will be equal to extract schema imported from the schemas file. As you see here, we still get an error, and if I say result.json. I also don't get any properties. To fix that, let's go above the updated item, and I will say constant JSON data, and this will be equal to result.json, and I will assert the type. So let's say as, and this will be z.infer. Z is imported from sort.infer. I will create a generic, and inside of here, let's say type of, and this will be type of the schema, so extract schema. If I hover over JSON data, then you will see that the author is either of type string or null, and the published at timestamp is either of type string or null. This all looks good to me. Let's scroll to the bottom, and the author will be equal to JSON data, not JSON, but JSON data dot author. And let's also add the published at timestamp, and this will be equal to JSON data dot published at. Is there anything missing? Well, yes, there is one more property missing, which is the status. Because if this all was successful, then this means that everything has been completed. The status is now completed. So let's go through everything one more time. We now have the title, we have the content, the OG image, the author, the published at timestamp, and also the status. At the end, instead of console logging result, I will delete the console log, and let's return the updated item. And one thing that would also make a lot of sense is to also implement error handling, because as you all know, if I open my schema, we store the status in our database, and the status could also be failed. So let's do the following. I want you to copy everything from this item, so constant result, JSON data, and also updated item and a return statement. Let's copy all of that, but let's leave the item as is, and then I will create a try-catch statement underneath this constant item. I will paste the code back into the try statement, and in the catch statement, let's update the item by making it, or by updating the status to be failed. I will say constant failed item, and this will be equal to await prisma.saved item.update. Since we want to update the status, we need to add the where statement, and I want to update a record where the ID matches the item.id. Let's set the data, or I want to update one specific specific data entry, which is the status, and this will be equal to failed. And at the end, we can also return the failed item. And with that, we are finished with the basic implementation of the server function. And what do you think? Should we test it out? I think so. Let's see, is my dev server running? Yeah, let's go back. I will do a hard refresh. And what URL or what website should we scrape? What page? Let's see, what blog article do I like? Introducing templates. Sure, why not? I will copy the URL. Let's go back. I will paste it inside of here and click on import URL. Oh no, invalid Prisma saved item.create invocation. Let me zoom in a bit. So foreign key constraint violated on the constraint saved item user ID. What's the problem? Well, if we go back, then you will see that we added the user ID inside of here at the top, but the user ID is equal to some gibberish. No, this is incorrect. We need to pass the real user ID of the real user, and that's why we get the error. The database tells me right now pretty much, hey Jan, this user does not exist, and you have a constraint, or in other words, you have a relationship with the user. This has to be a real user. And this of course makes sense, and it's also good that we get this error, so let's fix it. And how can we fix it? Well, one solution would be to use our session server function. As you all know, we have the session file, and inside of here we have the get session function, which is a server function. That means in theory what we can do is go above the handler, or no, not above the handler, but into the handler above this constant item, and I will say, for example, constant user, and this will be equal to await, how did we call the function? Get session function, and this is imported from the session file. I will invoke it, and then inside of here, instead of passing this gibberish, I will pass the user.user.id. And you know what? This will work. Let me show it to you. So I will go back, zoom out a bit. Let me again copy the URL. I will paste it inside of here. Click on import URL, and was it successful? I don't know. We don't get any success toast or failure toast. Let's see. Let's open our database. I will do a hard refresh, and okay, the URL is defined, but the title is null, the content is null, the summary is null, everything is null, and the status is failed. No! What's the problem? Well, there is a plethora of problems, to be quite honest with you. First of all, currently, if any of these properties are not defined, if they are undefined, then the whole statement fails. And this is not good. Rather, what we want to have is, if anything is undefined, then the field should just be null. So let's do the following. If the title for reason XYZ is not defined because the user or the developer did not set metadata, then let's use this double vertical line. This is the logical OR, and I will render null. The same thing is also true for all of the other fields. I will copy this and paste it for the Markdown, for the OG image, the author, so author, published at timestamp. This is fix number 1, but this still does not fix our problem. What's the next thing that we need to fix? Well, look at the published at timestamp. What type is that? Published at is of type string, but let's open the schema. Does the schema also expect a published at timestamp that is of type string? Well, no. This should be of type datetime. Therefore, what we need to do is convert this from a string into a timestamp. For that, let's go above this updated item. I will create a let variable because we will reassign the value. I will call this published at, and this will be equal to null. Then underneath this let's create an if statement, and if JSON data.published at is defined, then we will open this and I will say constant past, and this will be equal to new date. As an argument, I will pass the JSON data dot published at, and underneath this constant past, let's create an if statement. If is nan is a function, or in other words, API provided by JavaScript, and it returns a Boolean value that indicates whether a value is the reserved value nan, not a number. So I will say is nan, let's invoke it, and as an argument, I will pass past past.getTime. Let's invoke it. And by the way, please prefix this with an exclamation mark. So we want to check if isNaN is not true, pretty much. If the if statement is truthy, let's say published at, or we will reassign this let variable, and this will be equal to our past value. This all looks good to me, and at the bottom, published at will be equal to published at. And this is it. Let's add a comma. And now there is one more problem, and that's actually our JSON mode. So here's the thing. Let's console log the JSON data. Console.log JSON data. And let's test it out one more time. I will copy this URL. Let's paste it inside of here. I will import the URL. And if I go back and open my terminal, then you will see that this, wait, let me scroll to the bottom, wait a second, this is undefined. What? Why is this undefined? Did we make some sort of mistake? Is the schema not correct? No, because if I go to the import file, this is all fine. There is no error. This all is good. The error is with Firecrawl, and it's not really an error, but rather Firecrawl is currently in the process of also supporting Zord v4. Currently Zord v4 is not supported, and that's why we get this result, which is undefined. Therefore, let's test it out with a prompt. I will comment out the schema, and instead I will paste the prompt down below. So not this, but let me paste the prompt that I created. Here I say, please extract the author and also published at timestamp. Let's save this. I will copy the URL, paste it into the input, click on import URL, and in a second we should get the real data. If I go back, you will see that I get the author and also the published at timestamp. And if you compare this with the Zord schema, then you will see that this matches. We have the correct author and published at timestamp. And in theory, we can leave it as is, but you know what? I still kinda want to use a Zord schema. So here's what we will do. If you open the package.json file, then you will see that the current Zord version that we installed is 4.2. Let's downgrade to the latest v3 version. For that, if you go back to GitHub, then you will see that the latest v3 version is v3.25.76. I will copy this, let's go back, and then in my terminal I will say pnpmi Zord at 3.25.76, and I will click on install. If everything worked for you, then you don't have to do this right here. This is only needed right now while the GitHub issue or while the PR hasn't been merged. Once this PR gets merged, you won't have to do this downgrading anymore. There's one thing that we need to do. Let's open the import file, and instead of now saying z.url, I will say z.string and then also chain.url. That's because in Zord v3.url is not defined or not supported, rather you have to chain it after .string. I will do the same thing right here, so z.string.url, and that's the only change that we need to make. Let's test it out again. I will go back to our file right here. I will comment out the prompt. I mean, it works if you want to leave it as is, and instead I will again reinstate my schema. Is my dev server running? No, I will restart it. And let's go back. I will copy the URL, paste it inside of here, and click on import URL. In theory, this should work. It takes a bit, and if I go back and open my terminal, then you will see that this worked. I get the author and the published at timestamp. Let's save this. Let's close this. And did everything work? What I mean by that is if I go back to Neon, do we get the entries? Let's see. And yes, I get 2 entries with the status completed. You know what? I will delete all of the records, all 5, and let's test it out one more time, one more final time. I will paste the URL inside of here, click on import URL, let's go back, or it's still processing. And if I now go back and do a refresh, we will see that everything was successful. The status is completed. Let's analyze if all of the fields have been added. The ID has been added, the URL has been added, the title has been added, the content has been added, the summary is empty, and the tags are empty because we will propagate them with AI, and the author has been added, the status is completed, and the published at timestamp has also been added. Isn't that cool? And if you go back to Firecrawl and look at the logs, then you will see that everything has been completed, everything was successful. I see the schema, which is quite cool. So inside of here, I see the required properties, author and published at, and this is of type string or null, and then also of type string or null. Wow, this worked very well. But there's currently one thing that can be done in a better way, and that's how we get the user. How do we get the user ID? Well, we use the getSessionServer function. This itself is not bad, this is not wrong, this is correct. You can call server functions in a server function. All of this runs on the server side, this gets our data. Like, there is nothing wrong with this because it works and it's secure. But there is a concept that you can use which is called middleware. And middleware, in my opinion, just makes things cleaner. So if you go back to the TanStack Start documentation, then you will find a section called middleware. And what even is middleware? Well, middleware allows you to customize the behavior of both server routes like get, post, etc. and server functions created with createServer function. Middleware is composable and can even depend on other middleware to create a chain of operations that are executed in order. And what kinds of things can I do with middleware? Well, for example, authentication. You can verify a user's identity before executing a server function. That's what we want to do. We want to make sure that the user is authenticated, and only then we want to allow the user to, or only then we want to allow the server function to be executed. Authorization is also something that a lot of people do. Check if a user has the necessary permissions, logging, CSP, observability, provide context, and so on. In general, middleware is like a layer in front of your server function. Before your server function even executes, the middleware can check whatever you need to get checked. So if the user is authenticated, if the user has the right permission, if the user is a paid user or not, I mean, that's a permission check. But in general, remember the following: a middleware is a light layer in front of your, for example, server function that can do whatever you need it to do. And in most cases, you want to check if a user is either authenticated and at the same time also has the correct permission. And TanStack Start provides two middleware types. There are two types of middleware: request middleware and server function middleware. Request middleware is used to customize the behavior of any server request that passes through, including server functions. A server function middleware is used to customize the behavior of server functions specifically. And here they also have a note: server function middleware is a subset of request middleware that has extra functionality specifically for server functions, like being able to validate input data or perform client-side logic both before and after the server function is executed. Now in this case, we don't need this client-side logic to be performed, we just need to check if the user is authenticated. And you know what? Let's get started right away. Let's define a server function middleware. For that, let's go back. I will open the Explorer, and then in the source folder, I will create another folder called middlewares. In the middlewares folder, let's create an auth.ts file. And how do we now define a middleware? Well, it's relatively simple. We want to use the create middleware helper function. So I will say export constant. This will be called auth.fn middleware, and this will be equal to create middleware. Create middleware is imported from TanStack. Don't import it from Better-Auth. I will invoke it and then chain the .server method. Let's also invoke it, and inside of here I will create a standard O function. Now here's the thing: we can destructure create middleware and we can pass the type. So in this case, is this a function middleware or a request middleware? Since this is for our server functions, this is a function middleware. And our function currently throws an error, and that's because argument of type void is not assignable to parameter of type function middleware server function. Oh my god, this sounds confusing. Essentially, we currently return nothing, we return void, but we need to return something. Inside of here, I want to write pretty much the same code that we also created in the getSession function, in the server function. So what I will do is literally copy everything and paste it inside of here. Get request headers is imported from TanStack React, and then auth is imported from the auth file, from the lib folder. We get an error for await, and that's because await expressions are only allowed within async functions. This will be an async arrow function. With that, the error instantly goes away, and we need to also import redirect from TanStack. This, of course, is typesafe, as you all know, and we use the redirect function because this middleware runs on the server side. If this would run on the client side, then you would want to use the useNavigate hook, and we still get an error. What's the problem? Well, that's because we return the session, but this is not wanted. Instead of returning the session, we need to destructure the params and get the next function. And then what I will do is say return next. I will invoke it, and let's destructure it. I will pass context, and this will be equal to an object, and inside of here I will pass the session. And now you might say, okay Jan, this looks super confusing. What is this next function? What is this context? What do we do inside of here? Well, let me summarize everything. Using this create middleware helper function, we create a middleware that we can use in our server functions. This specific middleware will be there to check if the user is authenticated or not. If not, we will redirect the user. And inside of here, we literally just get the user session, and if there is no user session, we throw a redirect and redirect the user to /login. So this is not groundbreaking. This is the code that we already wrote in the session file. But then at the end, instead of returning this session, we return next. What is this next function? What does it do? Well, this tells TanStack Start to continue with the code execution, because using this if statement, we pretty much throw an error, and using this throw redirect, we stop the execution. But for example, if this if statement does not trigger, we want to tell TanStack Start to continue executing the code, in our case to then scrape the data. And using the next function, we do exactly that. We tell TanStack Start, hey, everything is fine, the middleware validated everything, please continue with the handler. And since we want to still access the session in our handler in the server function, we pass context with specifically the session. And you can pass anything in the context. I could also say hello, and then this would be from Jan Marshall. It does not matter, like the context is what you want to return. In this case, it makes the most sense to return the session. That's why I return the session, but you can return anything that you need in the server function itself. And that's what I also mentioned at the start. So you can provide context. This means attach data to the request object for use in other middlewares or server functions. This all looks good to me. Let's close the file. I will go back to the items. Let's delete this constant user equals to await get session fn. And now you might ask me, hey Jan, how do we now add the middleware into this code? How do we chain the middleware? Well, we want to chain it after this create server function helper function. So I will say dot middleware, and then as an argument, we need to pass an array with the auth fn middleware. And why do we pass an array? Well, that's because in theory you can add multiple arrays, or not multiple arrays, multiple middlewares. Like for example, a middleware that makes sure that the user is authenticated, a middleware that makes sure that the user has the correct permissions, a middleware that verifies that the user is in the correct weight limit, and so on. That's why you add an array. And also when you add your middlewares, they get executed in order. So if I would add another middleware inside of here and then another one, then this would run at first, then this one, and then this one. But in this case, we only have one middleware, and now we need to access the context. How do we do that? Well, we can update the params. I want to get data and also context. And then the user ID will be equal to context.session.user.id. Let's also delete the import. We don't need it. And if I save this, go back and do a hard refresh, everything still works. And let's also test it out. I will click on import URL. It's now processing, and this should be successful. So I will open Neon, and as you see here, everything has been added. So I get the title, I get the metadata, everything looks good. And as you see here, this is the new blog article that I just scraped, or that Firequal scraped. And before we now continue, I want to also quickly talk about this middleware, because you might ask me, hey Jan, so we now created this middleware, but initially we just set constant session equals to our server function, and the end result was the same. We got the user session, and if the user was not authenticated, we redirected the user to /login. What's the reason, or what's the benefit of using this middleware? Well, there are a few reasons, and I would always recommend you to use a middleware over just get or defining the code in your handler. And reason number one is that this is a cleaner architecture and it's way easier to maintain because you separate your concerns. Your handler is just there to execute the business logic, in this case to scrape the URL, to scrape the website, and your middleware is there to make sure that the user is authenticated. In the long run, this will make your life easier because it will be easier to debug your code, but also to maintain it. Secondly, this also makes everything reusable. You can add multiple middlewares just by using the middleware method. And thirdly, this is more consistent. In general, if you have the ability or opportunity to use a middleware, then please do that. For example, as you all know, I'm a big Next.js developer, and Next.js does not allow you to create a middleware for a function or for a server action. Therefore, when you use Next.js, you create all of this logic in the handler, which makes everything a bit more messy. But thankfully, TanStack Start allows you to create a middleware for each server function, which is a game changer, in my humble opinion. This is, for example, very similar to ORPC or maybe even TRPC. This makes your life 10 times easier right now and also in the long run. And by the way, if you're still confused on middleware, then please head over to the documentation. As mentioned, the documentation is your best friend and your only friend. No, I'm joking, but it answers all of your questions. And sometimes the documentation might be confusing. So if you're confused, then copy whatever you are confused on and feed it into ChatGPT, because the TanStack Start documentation allows you to copy Markdown, and then ChatGPT can answer your questions even better than the documentation itself, but the documentation will give ChatGPT all of the right answers pretty much. And let's maybe quickly go through the documentation one more time in case you are still a bit confused. For example, middleware is next-able, which means that you must call the next function in the server method to execute the next middleware in the chain, and not even the next middleware, but just in general the next method. So as mentioned, if I open this middleware again, the auth middleware, then inside of here at the end we return next. And using this return next, we say, hey, continue with the handler. If we would have another middleware inside of here, XYZ, so some middleware, then it would not continue with the handler, but rather with the middleware. So this is what they mean with next-able or nextable. I'm not sure how you pronounce it. So as they say here, short circuit the middleware chain and return early. That's what we do with this throw redirect. This is an early return. We exit the execution, pass data to the next middleware using context. That's what we also do. Access the result of the next middleware, pass context to the wrapping middleware. Yeah, this all looks good to me. And you also have a few methods available to you. The middleware method, and this is there to define the middleware, and then the server method, and this defines server-side logic that the middleware will execute before any nested middleware. So inside of here we say .server, but in theory you can also say .client, and then all of the code inside of here will run on the client side. But in my opinion, you should not really mix and match server-side logic and client-side logic. Just use the server method and define your code on the server side, if that makes sense. This also means if you try to access client-side code or define client-side logic inside of here, this will fail. This runs on the server side. If you need client-side logic, then you can say .client, but again, in most cases, you should not do that, in my opinion. If you have a very good reason, then go for it, but in most cases, you don't want to do that. And here they also have a nice little diagram. If you want to, you can look at it. It explains how middleware works in general. Maybe one thing that I can mention is that this here is a function middleware. As mentioned, this is a subset of the request middleware, and this also means that we have a few more methods that we can use, like for example input validator, client and server. So the input validator is there to modify the data object before it's passed to this middleware. The client method is there to define client-side logic, and the server method is there to define server-side logic. But this again is not super important because in most cases is you will just use the server method, define your server-side logic, and then use the function in your middleware method. And that's it. So since this is all finished, we can also continue. And what did we just do? We created a server function middleware. But as mentioned, there is also the request middleware. So request middleware, and this is used to customize the behavior of any server request. This, for example, makes a lot of sense to use in a loader. Because let me show you the following. Let's go to the route file, to our route.tsx file created in the dashboard folder. Inside of here, in our loader, we get the user session using the getSession server function. And this getSession server function checks if the user is authenticated. If not, we redirect the user to /login. And if the user is authenticated, we return the user session, which means we get it inside of here. And this also has the benefit that if I copy the URL and open it in a new incognito tab, I will get redirected to /login. And right here I get an error and it says z.email is not defined. What's the problem? Well, as you already know, we downgraded to Zord v3 and .email is not a method available in Zord v3. So if you open your auth schema, then please update the code. What you want to say is z.string and then you want to chain the email method. This is how the syntax works in Zord v3. I will do the same thing for this email, so z.string and then .email. And if I go back, you will see that this works. Let me test it out one more time. I will copy the URL and open it in a new incognito tab. And as you see here, I got redirected. And this means that this session function, or in other words, this route loader, currently does two things. It's like a barrier wall. It checks that the user is authenticated, but it also has the use case to get our data itself. And this is not a good practice. What I mean by that is this route layout should not be there to validate or enforce authentication, authorization. This layout is only there to get the user session, and therefore it's also not a good idea to rely on this route layout to check that the user is authenticated. Yes, it kinda does that right now. If the user is not authenticated, we don't see the dashboard, which is good. Nevertheless, you don't want to rely just on this function or on this route layout, because this is now a bit more advanced. Nevertheless, I will quickly dive into it. This route layout does not re-render. So where do we get the user session? We fetch the user session in this layout, so this right here. This layout does not re-render on navigation. If I click on items, the layout does not re-render. If I click on discover, the layout does not re-render. That's a good thing, that's not a bad thing. But this also means that the user session gets stale. Let's imagine the following. I do a hard refresh. Right here I get the user session in the layout. We make sure that the user is authenticated. But let's imagine that right now I lose my user session for some weird reason. And if I now click on import, we don't make sure that the user is authenticated anymore. The layout did not re-render, the loader did not rerun. And that's what I meant with that you don't want to rely on a route layout to make sure that the user is authenticated. This is just there to get the user session and that's it. But this is not there to enforce that the user is authenticated. Now you might say, okay, Jan, this makes sense. So the route layout does not re-render. It kinda does make sure that the user is authenticated, but you don't want to rely on it. You need something else. But what is this something else? What's the solution? Well, the solution is also to use a middleware, but in this case, a global middleware. In the sidebar on the right side, as you all know, we have a sidebar on the left side and on the right side. On the right side, you will find a section called global middleware. And if I zoom in a bit, then they will say right here, global middleware runs automatically for every request in your application. This is useful for functionality like authentication, logging, and monitoring that should apply to all requests. And that's what we want to do. So this middleware will run on literally every request. Whenever you make a request, before hitting the server, this middleware will intercept the request and check if the user is authenticated. If the user is not authenticated, this middleware will say, hey user, stop. I will redirect you, and then the middleware will redirect the user to /login or throw an error. It depends on what you wanted to do. But in most cases, you want to redirect the user to /login. But if the user is authenticated, then the middleware will say, okay user, you are authenticated, you have the green light, I will forward the request to the server. So just at the end of the day, imagine that this middleware is a layer layer in front of your server that intercepts every request, so global middleware, it intercepts every request and then it does whatever you need it to do. The middleware that we created a second ago is a server function middleware. It does not run always, it only runs where you define it. We defined it for one server function and it only runs there, but for every other request it does not, I guess, work. And this global middleware in this case will now work with every, or it will intercept every request. So to have a middleware that runs for every request handled by Start, you can create a middleware and return it as request middleware in the create start function in your source/start.ts file. And that's what we will do. So let's go back. I will open the Explorer and in the source folder, you want to create a new file called start.ts. So for example, if you are familiar with Next.js, then you will know that in Next.js you create a middleware.ts file, or in other words, a proxy.ts file. But with TanStack Start, you create a start.ts file to define a global middleware. And I will copy this code example and paste it inside of here. And right here we currently get an error, and that's because create middleware is not imported. So I will import it from TanStack React Start, and now we get an error, and that's because we did not define any code inside of here, and we will change that right now. And also one thing that you will realize is that I did not destructure create middleware and pass the type, and that's because by default the type is request. We set the type to function in the previous example because again by default it's request and we wanted it to be a function type. But since this is by default of type request, I won't set it right here, or I will set it so that you understand the code a bit better, but this is in theory not needed because it's set by default. And what do I want to do inside of here? Well, this global middleware for now will be there just to log things, so to test things out. This will be like a logging middleware. So I will rename the function, let's call it logging middleware, and inside of here let's create the code. So I will say constant URL, and this will be equal to new URL, and URL is uppercased, and as an argument I want to pass the request. How can we get the request? Well, I will destructure the params, and with that I get access to the context, the next function path name, and the request object, and as an argument I will pass the request.url. Since we now have the URL, I will create a console.log. Let's use upticks. I will use array brackets, and inside of here I will use this dynamic value and say request.method, and after these array brackets let's use another dynamic value and I will pass the url.pathname. So this is not like a middleware that is really needed, but I want to show you how everything works. And now we get an error. Why do we get an error? Well, we are missing one specific thing. We want to return something. What do we want to return? We want to return the next function. We want to execute, or continue with the execution. So I will destructure the next function, and at the bottom I will say return next, and I will invoke it. Then for this request middleware array, I will pass this logging middleware, and let's test it out. So I will restart my dev server, pnpm run dev, and if I go back and do a hard refresh, then you will see this console log, dashboard discover. If I click on import, then you will see again this console log. The method is get, but this is not the path, but rather the server function, because this was a client-side navigation. If I do a hard refresh, then we will see the path. So if I go back, dashboard import, that's again because on a hard refresh we do a server-side or SSR, we render the page on the server side, but if I click through the page, then we do a client-side navigation, which means also everything gets rendered on the client side. So that's why we have these two different console logs, but that's not super important. What I want to show you right here is that everything works. We console log our value and we see it in the terminal, and since we use the server method, this gets console logged in the terminal and not in the browser console. That's important to remember. And also one thing that you have to remember is that this is a request middleware, which means you don't have access to the client method. The client method is only available for server function middlewares, but since this is a request middleware, we only get access to the server method. And is there anything else that we should add right here? Well, kinda. We want to also make sure that the user is authenticated. So I will open the auth file in the middlewares folder and let's create another middleware. Underneath this auth-fn middleware, I will say export constant auth middleware, and this will be equal to create middleware. I will invoke it, and let's say .server. Again, in theory, or I will for now create an arrow function inside of here. In theory, you don't have to pass the type because by default it's request. Nevertheless, I will still say that this is a request middleware. Inside of here, I want to make sure that the user is authenticated, so let's copy the code from the auth-fn middleware. I will copy it and paste it inside of here. This has to be an async arrow function, so I will make it asynchronous, and let's the structure next from the params. I will copy the name of middleware. Let's go back to the start file. I will add a comma and paste it inside of here. Let's import auth middleware from the middlewares folder. And now we chained two middlewares. And how will this now work? How will this execute? Well, if you go back to the documentation, then you will find the section on middleware execution order. Essentially, middleware is executed dependency first, starting with global middleware, followed by server function middleware. The following example will log in this order: global middleware 1, global middleware 2, and then server function middleware A, B, C, D, and so on. And that's what also will happen for us. In this case, the logging middleware will execute first. Then this next function will say, hey, everything is fine, let's continue with the next middleware. In other words, the auth middleware. The auth middleware will check if the user is authenticated, and if so, it will also return next. And then as a next step, we will either execute a server function or something like that. But if there is nothing to execute or there is no other function, then this will stop and we will see our page. And this homepage was a public route. But as you all know, this is now a private route because the middleware, the global middleware, intercepts all routes. This means if I copy the URL and open it in a new incognito tab, I will get an error? Why is that? Well, this global middleware runs everywhere on every route, which means the public page is now authenticated, or we make sure that the user is authenticated, but the auth routes are also protected, which should not happen. The index page should stay public, and the login and sign up routes should also stay public. How can we exclude these public routes? Well, let's open the auth file, and then above the headers we can get the path name and check if the path name starts with dashboard or not. If this currently sounds confusing, let me show you the code. In the params, let's structure the request object, and then I will say constant URL. This will be equal to new URL. URL is uppercased, and as an argument I will pass the request.url. Since we now have the URL, I will create an if statement, and let's say if url.pathname.starts with /dashboard, I will invoke it and say /dashboard. Then let's open the if statement and I will return next. And this code is of course incorrect because we don't want to continue with our middlewares if the route starts with /dashboard, but rather if it does not start with /dashboard. Essentially what we will do is, if the route, for example, is the index route or /login or /sign up, then we will return next and we will continue. But if the route starts with /dashboard/item /dashboard/import or so on, then we will check if the user is authenticated. This means if I save this, go back and do a hard refresh, everything still works. But if I go to a new incognito tab and open the index route, I won't get redirected. If I click on login, this still works. If I click on sign up, this still works. Even though this is the global middleware, we still make sure that public routes stay public routes, but all of the routes that start with /dashboard are still validated, which means they are also now protected. I can show it to you. If I copy this URL, which is the private route, and open it in a new incognito tab, I will get redirected to /login. And this works exactly as expected and wanted. I will also delete this import. I'm not sure why I imported this, but in general, we are now finished with our middleware. We created a server function middleware and a global middleware. I showed you how to chain middlewares because in the start file, we have two middlewares. This executes at first and then the auth middleware executes. As mentioned, everything executes in order. And to create a global middleware, you want to create a start file in the source folder and then use the create start function to define all of your global middlewares. Isn't that cool? Yeah, it is. And by the way, you can also create a global server function middleware. This will then run for every server function in your application. In my opinion, this is not really a good idea. I mean, if you want to make sure that every server function is protected, then sure, create a global server function middleware, but this kinda takes the flexibility away of middlewares, and therefore in most cases I would not recommend you to use them, but there are certain use cases where it could make sense, for example, if you want to implement logging or something like that. But in 99% of use cases, you want to define a middleware per function. And with that, it's now time to continue with our bulk import. Maybe before we do that, let's also render a success toast for our single URL import. For that, let's go to the import route, and then in the onSubmit handler, I will say toast dot, and toast, by the way, is imported from Sonar.success, and for the message, I will say URL scraped successfully. And let's now continue with the bulk import. And you might ask me, hey Jan, what do we want to even do inside of here? Well, how does the single URL import work? Well, the user copies some sort of URL. Let's, for example, take this blog article. This is a singular page with one blog article. The user copies the URL, pastes it inside of here, and then Firecrawl will scrape this specific page. No other pages, just this one. But what is if the user wants to discover and import multiple URLs from a website at once? That's exactly what we want to now enable. So this, for example, is the blog route provided by Firecrawl. And this is the parent route to each individual blog article. So all of the blog articles are children of this parent route. And what I want to enable users to do is to, for example, copy this route, paste it inside of here, and then what we should do in theory is pretty much scrape all of the children. Or in other words, we want to tell Firecrawl to go to this route /blog and then find all of the children blog articles. And that's exactly what Firecrawl is also able to do. So if you go to the landing page, then you will find all of the endpoints as mentioned. Scrape, this is there to get the content from the page, search, agent, and they also offer a map endpoint. And if you hover over it, you will see that this attempts to output all website URLs in a few seconds. If I copy this blog route, so again, this is not an individual blog article, but just a general blog page. If I copy this and paste it inside of here and click on run, then we in theory should get all of the children. Let's see. And yes, right here it now returned 164 URLs. So these are all of the children, and I can view the links and also the JSON in general with the URL, title and description. Isn't that cool? So here's what we will do. We will now implement the map endpoint. The user will paste some sort of URL and we will try to get all of the other website URLs in a few seconds. So you could say all of the child routes. Once we get all of the child routes, we will render them right here down below. And then the user will select the routes that are interesting to them. This means, for example, blog article A, C, D, and G. The user will select all of these blog articles and then we will do a bulk import using the scrape endpoint. In other words, for the bulk import section, we will use the map endpoint to discover all of the routes and then the scrape endpoint to scrape the content. Sounds interesting, right? Let's get started. The first step is to create a new server function. For that, I will open the Explorer. Let's go into the source folder, data, items.txt index.ts, and inside of here I will create a new server function. And I think you all know what server functions are and how to define them at a base level, so let's get started. I will say export constant map URL fn, so fn is short for function, and this will be equal to the create server fn helper function. Let's invoke it. I will also destructure it and pass the method. What method is this? Will this be a post request or a get request? In this case, this will be a post request. Let's also chain our handler. I will invoke it and then create an arrow function inside of here. And with that, we can now get started with Firewall. But how can we use the map endpoint? Good question. As you already know, the documentation is your best friend. If you go to the Firewall documentation, then in the sidebar you will find these 4 buttons: scrape, search, map and crawl. Please click into map, and then inside of here you will see that they say map is an endpoint which allows you to input a website and get all of the URLs on the website extremely fast. So the map endpoint is the easiest way to go from a single URL to a map of the entire website. This is extremely useful for when you need to prompt the end user to choose which links to scrape. This is pretty much what we will do. Need to quickly know the links on a website, need to scrape pages of a website that are related to a specific topic, or also when you only need to scrape specific pages of a website. And how do you now get started with the map endpoint? Well, it's relatively simple. You want to use the map method and you want to pass the target URL, maybe the limit, sitemap if needed, and that's it. It's super easy. So let's test it out right away. Inside of here, I will say constant result, and this will be equal to await Firewall. Firewall is already imported, .map, and then as an argument, we need to pass the target URL. We currently don't really get the input from the user, therefore I will copy the block route from Firewall itself, this one. I will copy it and then paste it inside of here as an argument. Let's also add a comma, open an object, and we can configure the map method. What I mean by that is we can, for example, set the limit. And with this limit, we can tell Firewall how many URLs it should return. And for our application, I think 25 is a good default. If you want to, you can make it 50 or even 100 or something like that. But I don't want to overwhelm the user, therefore I will select 25. But maybe we will update it later on. What you can also do is add the search property. So if you go back to the documentation and scroll a bit to the bottom, then you will find the section called map with search. So map with search param allows you to search for specific URLs inside a website. This means you can, for example, say, hey, search for docs or search for blog articles or something like that. So what I will do is add the search property and let's say blog. That's it. And that's not it, we can configure the map endpoint even further. What I mean by that is they also have a section on location and language. Specify country and preferred language to get relevant content based on your target location and language preferences, similar to the scrape endpoint. How does it work? Well, when you specify the location settings, Firewall will use an appropriate proxy if available and emulate the corresponding language and time zone settings. By default, the location is set to the US if not specified. So here's an example. This is the blog website by Google. So this is where they post their blog articles. And this is localized. What I mean by that is they offer a lot of languages: German, English, Italian, and so on. And this is, as mentioned, localized. Since I'm, for example, currently in Germany, I also automatically get German content, not English. This is the default. And this is not very good, or I mean, it's good, but what I mean by that is if you, for example, try to crawl the website from a German server, from a German proxy, then you will get German content. This is something that you not want. Therefore, it's very helpful to set the country and languages. With that, then Firewall will use or try to use the preferred, you could say, proxy. If you set the country to, let's say, Japan, then Firewall will try to use a proxy located in Japan, which also means you will get the correct language returned, Japanese. It's super easy to configure. What we can do is go underneath the search and let's say location. I will open this and we can set the country. As mentioned, the default is US. Nevertheless, I will still say US right here, and then we can add languages. This is equal to an array, and I want to get the English language back. And here they also say an array of preferred languages and locales for the request in order of priority defaults to the language of the specified location. In theory, we don't have to add this because as a default, it will already try to use the US and English language. Nevertheless, if you want to get, for example, content back in German, then you would say for the country DE and then for the language also DE. But yeah, in this case again, let's say US and then EN. And we also get an error, and that's because this has to be an asynchronous function, and with that this all looks good to me. Let's console log the result. I will say console.log and then result. And if you want to learn more about Firecrawl and how it works in the background, then I would recommend you to go through the documentation in detail, because here in the scrape section they have a subpage called proxies, and here they say Firecrawl provides different proxy types to help you scrape websites with varying levels of anti-bot protection. The proxy type can be specified using the proxy parameter. By default, Firecrawl routes all requests through proxies to help ensure reliability and access even if you do not specify a proxy type or location. And that's very important, and it's great that they handle all of this complex logic by default. And right here you will see these are all of the locations offered by Firecrawl, like UAE, Australia, Brazil, and so on, but as mentioned, the US works the best for us. And we can also set the location for our normal scrape endpoint or method. What I will do is copy this location property, let's go back, and then right here where we say firecrawl.scrape underneath the formats array, I will also add the location. As mentioned, this is already set as a default, nevertheless it's good to see how configurable everything is. Firecrawl also offers 3 types of proxies, basic proxies. So these are proxies for scraping sites with none to basic anti-bot solutions. Stealth, so stealth proxies for scraping sites with advanced anti-bot solutions. And also auto, so Firecrawl will automatically retry scraping with stealth proxies if the basic proxy fails. And if you want to learn more about stealth mode, then please head over to the documentation, click on stealth mode, and it will explain exactly what stealth mode is, how it works, and why it's beneficial. But since we use auto mode, it will use basic as a default, and if basic fails, it will switch to the stealth proxy. But stealth proxies are a bit more expensive and also a bit slower, so auto makes the most sense. If basic works, nice. If not, then it will automatically switch into stealth mode and you will get your content. Since this is finished, let's go back to our map URL function. Let's console log the result, and I want to test it out. For that, let's go back to the import route. I will open the bulk form, and in the onSubmit handler underneath the console log, let's say await bulk form fn. No, how did we call the function? Map URL fn. My god, silly me. This is imported from our data folder, and let's invoke it. So, should we test it out? I think so. I will go back, paste some sort of random URL inside of here into the input, because the input is currently not connected, and then I will click on import URLs. In a second we should get a console log. Let's see. I will open my terminal, and as you see here, we got a links array. This links array holds 25 links since we set the limit to 25, and we get for each link the URL, title, description, and that's it. And now we can use these properties or these links, show them to the user, and the user will be able to select all of the needed links. So let's continue with that. Let's go back to the items file. I will delete the console log, and let's return the result.links. Also, let's update the server function. We want to protect it. In other words, we want to use the auth middleware, and also I want to use my input validator to not hard code this URL. To do that, let's start with our middleware. I will invoke it. Let's create an array inside of here, and I will use the auth fn middleware imported from our middleware's folder, but it's already imported. And then underneath the middleware, let's say .input validator. And what do we want to do inside of here? Or what schema do we want to use? Well, as you all know, in our schemas folder, we have an import file with a bulk import schema. And that's what we want to use. I will copy the name and then paste it inside of here at the bottom. So bulk import schema. This is imported from the schemas, which means we can also access the data in our handler. I will destructured, let's get the data, and instead of passing this hard-coded URL, let's pass the data.url. And then for the search query parameter, instead of passing block or hard-coding block, let's pass data.search inside of here. And with that we are finished. Let's go back to the import route, and we instantly get an error because the map URL function expects one argument, but it got 0. I will destructure it, and then data will be equal to value. Let's also update the code a bit. I want to say constant data equals to await map URL fn, and if you hover over data, then you will see that this is of type search result web, because this is what we get back from our server function, and we want to render this data, as you already know. For that, let's implement state. I will create a comment, and let's say bulk import state, and inside of here I will create a constant. Let's get array brackets, and this will be equal to use state. The initial value will be an empty array, and we need to create a getter and setter. For the getter, this will be called discovered links, and the setter will be called setDiscoveredLinks. Let's scroll to the bottom, and underneath the constant data, I will say setDiscoveredLinks, and as an argument, I will pass the data. We instantly get an error, and that's because the type search result web is not assignable to type never array. Currently, TypeScript assumes that the array will always be empty, but that's not true. What we can do is create a generic, so let's use these angled brackets, and I will say array. Let's create another generic, and inside of here we will say search result web. This is imported from Firecrawl. Let's also import the type, because this will be an import type. Here's the import. I will say import type search result web. Let's scroll to the bottom, and now we can use these discovered links. We can use the getter to create beautiful UI. For that, let's scroll to the bottom to the tabs content with the value bulk, and I want you to go underneath the form. In the card content, we have a form. Go under it, and I will create a comment. Inside of here, I will say discovered URLs list. Underneath the comment, let's say if discovered links.length is bigger than 0, then I will use a logical and let's return something. I will start with a div. Let's give the div a class name, and this will be space y4. In the div, I will create another div, and let's give the div a class name. I will say flex item center to center the children, and justify between to align the children to the most outer corner. In other words, to the left side and the right side. In this div, I will render a p tag, and I want to render pretty much the length, or how many links Firecrawl returned. Therefore, let's say found, and let's say discovered links.length. If I save this and go back, then you will see pretty much nothing, and that's because we currently did not bulk import any URL. I will copy this block route, so /block, I will copy it, paste it inside of here. Let's click on import URLs, and then down below you will see found 25. This looks a bit weird, so let's say found 25 URLs, and I will also style the p tag. Let's give it a class name, and this will be text SM and font medium. Let's continue. Underneath the p tag, I want to render a button, and this will be there to select, or in other words, deselect all. I will get the button component from the components, or in other words, it's already imported. And inside of here, for now, let's say select all. I will also style the button. In other words, I will give it a variant. This will be outline, and let's give the button a size. The size will be SM. And is there anything else that we should add right here? Well, for now, no, we will leave it as is. Let's continue by going underneath the button and underneath this div, but I will stay in the main div. And let's create a new div. I will give it a class name. This will be maximum height 80, and maximum height 80 corresponds to 320 pixels. Let's say space Y2 to have some spacing in between, overflow Y auto, and this means if the Y height is too big, it will render a scroll bar on the right side, and we will be able to scroll all of the items. So this div is pretty much the wrapper for all of the links. Then let's also right here say rounded MD, and I will say border and then padding 4. In this div, I want to now map over the discovered links. So let's say discovered links.map as a param. I will get the singular link and let's return it. Inside of here, let's use the normal label, not the label component, but the standard label. I will delete the HTML4 and we will have to pass the key. Because as you all know, whenever you map over data in React, you want to always provide a key, a custom key. And this will be equal to link.url, since the URL is always a unique value. And is there anything else missing? Well, I want to also style the label, so let's give it a class name, and I will say on hover, the background color will be muted with an opacity of 50%. Let's use this slash for that. I will also say flex, cursor, which will be pointer, and let's say items start to align all of the content on the left side, gap 3 to have some spacing in between, rounded MD, and then also padding 2. In this label, I want to render a few things like, for example, a checkbox, then the link title, link description, and stuff like that. Let's get the checkbox component. The checkbox component is currently not installed, so I will head over back to ShadcnUI. Let's search for the checkbox component, and I will copy the installation command, open my terminal, stop the dev server, and paste it inside of here. This will install the checkbox component, and I think you all know what a checkbox is. It's literally just a checkbox. Let's go back. I will restart the dev server, and inside of here we can finally import the checkbox component from our components. This is self-closing, and this checkbox can be configured, or you could say controlled, by using the checked property and so on. But for now we will skip that. Let's just give the checkbox a class name, and this will be margin top 0.5. Underneath the checkbox, but still in the label, let's render a div. I will give the div a class name, and this will be minimum width 0 and then flex 1 to take all of the space available. In the div, let's render a p tag, and inside of here I want to render the link.title. Let's also style the p tag. I will give it a class name. This will be truncate, and truncate means that if the text is too big in terms of characters, or in other words, if the text overflows the container horizontally instead of overflowing the container, it will stop the text and then say ... With that, we won't get any overflow problems or anything like that. Let's also say text SM and then font medium. Underneath the p tag, but still in the div, I want to also render the description. Therefore, let's create a p tag, and inside of here I will get the link.description. Let's give the p tag a class name, and this will be text muted foreground. This will give the text a grayish color. Let's also say truncate, again to not overflow the container, and text XS to make the text a bit smaller. Finally, I want to also render the URL, so underneath the p tag, let's get one more p tag, and inside of here I will get the link.url. Let's give the p tag a class name, and inside of here I will say text muted foreground, and then also truncate, and let's say text XS. Now here's something quite important to remember. The URL is of type string, it's always defined, but the description and title, they can be both undefined, because Firecrawl might not find the title and description, for example, in the metadata, which means the result will be undefined. So what we will do is use nullish coalescing. I will use these two question marks, and instead I will say title has not been found. This will be triggered if the title is undefined. And for the description, I will do the same thing. Let's use two question marks, class. And if the description is undefined, I will say description has not been found. This all looks good to me. And the last step is to render a button. For that, let's go underneath this div. So what I want you to do is go underneath this div with this maximum height 80, but let's stay in this main div with the space y4. Inside of here, I will render the button component, which is already imported. Let's give the button a class name. This will be width full to take all of the space. And inside of here, we will just render, or this will be our submit button. Therefore, for now, I will say import. Later on, we will change this. We will make the button dynamic and then render a pending state. But for now, this is fine enough. Let's save this. I will go back and let's again use our bulk import. Or in other words, I will do a bulk import for the block route provided by Firecrawl. I will paste it inside of here. For the filter, I will say block and then I will import the URLs. In a second, you will see that we will get a few results, in total 22 URLs. These are all of the URLs and I can now select them, but honestly this still could look a bit better. What I mean by that is currently there is no margin to the top. This pretty much touches the button, which is not nice. To change that, let's go back and I will update the cart content, since the cart content wraps the form and then also this discovered links URL list cart thingy. And let's give this cart content a class name, which will be space y6. I think that will be enough. Let's see. And it reset everything. Oh no. Let's copy the URL one more time. I will click on import URLs and this should look way better. And it does. And now it found 25 URLs. That's because I did not add any filter. And that's good because the filter is optional. You don't have to add it. And the thing is, currently select all does not work, which is not good. This means it's now time to also allow the user to select URLs and then also to import them, to scrape them. Let's do that. I will go back and the first step is to again create a new state. Let's go underneath this discovered links state. I will copy paste it actually. So I will copy it and then paste it down below. For the getter, this will be selected URLs. And for the setter, this will be set selected URLs. And for the initial state, instead of passing an empty array, I will say new set and let's invoke it. And what I will also do is update the generic. Instead of saying that this will be of type array or something like that, this will be of type set. Let's create a child generic and this will be of type string. Why do we need the set? Well, at the end of the day, we don't want to allow the user to do a bulk import with duplicate URLs. The user should always import unique URLs because there might be a case where Firecrawl returns a duplicate URL and we don't want to import duplicate URLs. Therefore, we use this set API function provided by JavaScript. And what we need to now do is create a helper function to select all URLs. I will say function handle select all. I will open this and let's create an if statement. If selected URLs.size is equal to discovered links.length, then I will open this and let's say set selected URLs, and as an argument I will say new set and let's invoke it. If this is not true, let's create an else statement and I will say set selected URLs. I will invoke it and then as an argument I will say new set, let's invoke it, and then as an argument here let's say discovered links.map, and as a param I will get a singular link. Let's create an inline callback function and this will return the link.url. So essentially we have this if statement, and if selected URL size is equal to the discovered links length, then this means that we already selected all of the links, and that's why we set, or that's why the argument is new set, which is empty. In other words, we just pretty much deselect everything because everything has already been selected. And if this is not true, then we map over our links and put this new link URL into our state, so into this selected URL else state. And we can use this function. I will copy the function. Let's scroll to the bottom. And what we need to do is connect this button, select all button, to the function. I will add an onClick handler and this will be equal to handle select all. Also, let's make the text dynamic. I will create a ternary, and if selected URLs.size is equal to discovered links.length, this again means that we selected everything. Then let's use a question mark and I will say deselect all. And if this is not true, let's use the colon and I will say select all. Let's continue with the checkbox and I want to control the checkbox. So let's use the checked property, and checked will be true if selected URLs.has. So if this array has the link URL. As an argument, I will pass link.url. What we need to also do is use the onChecked change property, and this will let us know if the user selected, or in other words unselected, the checkbox unticked it. To use that, let's create again a helper function. At the top, I will go underneath our handle select all, and I will say function handle toggle URL. And I will open the function. In the params, I will get the URL. This will be of type string, and let's continue. Let's say constant new selected, and this will be equal to new set, and as an argument, I will pass the selected URLs. Inside of here, I will create an if statement, and if new selected dot has the URL, then let's open this and we want to delete the URL from our array. I will say new selected dot delete, and as an argument let's pass the URL that we get from the client. And if this is not true, I will use an else statement and let's say new selected dot add, and as an argument I will pass the URL. Underneath the if and else statement, let's return everything, or let's update the state. I will say set selected URLs, and as an argument I will pass new selected. This might look a bit confusing right now, but I will explain everything in a second. Let's copy the function name handle toggle URL. I will scroll to the bottom to our onChecked change property. Inside of here, I will create an inline callback function. Let's say handle toggle URL, and as an argument, I will pass the link.url. If this code currently confuses you, then don't worry. Let me break it down one more time. So this code or this function is there to toggle a single URL, and this allows us to either add an URL or delete it from the general array, from the selected URLs array. This constant new selected makes a copy of the current array. So as you see here, we get the selected URLs, and this makes a copy, and that's also quite important because you don't want to mutate React state objects in place. And then we have this if else statement, and in the if statement we check if the array already has the URL. If this is the case, then this means that this URL, this item, has already been selected, and if the user clicked on the item, then this means that the user wants to deselect the item. Therefore, we delete this URL from the array. If this is not true, then this means that the user wants to select the item, and that's why we say new selected dot add. At the end, we say set selected URLs, and as an argument, we pass this copy, and pretty much we now store the new set in our React state. And you know what? We can test it out. I will copy the URL. Let's click on bulk import. I will paste the URL, click on import URLs, and then in a second, you will see all of our links. If I click on select all, it will select all of the items. If I click on deselect all, it will deselect all items. And if I click again on select all, it will select the items, and I can manually deselect specific items as you see here. But yeah, this works very well, and I can select everything as wanted and needed. And now the next step is to import all of the selected URLs, or in other words, to scrape them. So let's do that. To do that, the first step is to create a new server function. I will go to the items file. Let's go underneath this map URL function, and I will say export constant. This will be called bulk scrape URLs function, and it will be equal to our create server function. I will invoke it, destructure it, and for the method, this will be post. Yes, you're right, not get. We don't want to get data, we want to mutate data. Let's also append our middleware, so I will chain the middleware method. This, as you all know, takes an array as an argument, and inside of here we will use the auth fn middleware to make sure that the user is authenticated. Let's also use the input validator, and what do we want to get from the client side? Well, there's only one thing. We want to get all of the selected URLs, and since since we don't have a schema for that and I don't want to really create a separate schema, we will just create the logic in the input validator. I will invoke this and let's say z is already imported, .object, I will invoke it, and as mentioned I want to get an array of URLs. Therefore let's destructure it and I will say I want to get URLs, and this is of type z.array. Let's invoke it, and what children will we have? So in other words, will this array store numbers, strings, booleans? No, URLs. Therefore, let's say z.string, I will invoke it, and then .url. This is the method I will chain. With that, we now expect from the client side an array of URLs which are of type URL. And the last step is to chain the handler method. I will invoke it and create a standard arrow function inside of here. As you all know, we want to have an async function. I will add the async modifier and let's continue. And now we have to think through this a bit. So we want to import multiple URLs at once. We want to scrape multiple URLs at the same time. How can we do that? Well, if you go to the firewall documentation, click on scrape, then you will find a subsection called batch scrape. And batch scrape allows you to scrape multiple URLs. So you can now batch scrape multiple URLs at the same time. It takes the starting URLs and optional parameters as arguments. The params argument allows you to specify additional options for the batch scrape job, such as the output formats. And how it works is relatively simple. This is very similar to how the crawl endpoints work. You can either start the batch and wait for completion, or start it and handle completion yourself. So you have access to the batch scrape method, and this starts a batch job and waits for it to complete, returning the results. And you also have access to the start batch scrape method, and this starts a batch job and it returns the job ID so that you can poll or use webhooks. Now here's the thing, this is what you would want to use normally, and this is also recommended to use, but we won't use batch scraping in this video, and the reason for that is relatively simple. Later on I want to implement streaming. Now you probably don't even really know what streaming is right now, but essentially with streaming we can send or give the user updates, and we could do that with batch scrape, but the problem is that we would have to implement webhooks, and this is kinda annoying. So what we will do is use the normal scrape method, and then whenever one website is finished or has been scraped, we will send like an event to the client side and we will say, hey, page or URL 1 or 50 has been scraped, and then URL 2 or 50 has been scraped, and so on. This is currently probably a bit confusing, and it's not very important that you understand it right now, but essentially normally you would want to use this batch scrape method, but since we want to later on send events to the client side, it will just make our lives a bit harder, since you would want to use events, or webhooks, to get the most relevant info right away. Nevertheless, let's still look quickly at the code, because for future use you will probably use this batch scrape method. So all you do is start a batch scrape job, you provide all of the URLs, you also add your options like formats and stuff like that, and then you wait for completion. Like literally that's it. Do you see how simple this is? So again, if you don't really need events, or if you don't want to implement webhooks, then this is the way to go. But since I want to later on implement streaming, this will just make things a bit more complicated. And by the way, you still get all of the benefits with batch scrape. This means you can still extract structured data using the JSON mode. But yeah, let's for now skip this and let's do the normal scrape. What I mean by that is we will create a for loop. Inside of here I will say let I will be initially equal to 0. Let's use a semicolon, and this for loop will iterate as long as I is smaller than our length. What I mean by that is let's destructure the params. I want to get the data, and this will iterate as long as it's smaller, so I is smaller than data.urls.length. Let's add a semicolon and then I will say I++ to iterate over the items. Let's open the for loop and now it's time to get started. I will say constant URL and this will be equal to data.urls and we need to add the index, so let's use array brackets and then I will pass I, the current index. The next step is to update our database. Let's say constant item and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is already imported. .saved item.create. Let's invoke it, the structured. I will pass data and what do we need to pass inside of here? Well, we need to pass the URL, user ID and status. In other words, the URL will be equal to the URL, then the user ID will be equal to the context. So let's destructure our params further. I will get the context object and user ID will be equal to context.session.user.id. And the last step is to update the status and this will be equal to pending because the scrape is now pending. And as you all know, we already created the logic to scrape data, therefore let's scroll to the top to our scrape URL function and I will copy literally everything in the try statement. Or you know what, let's copy the try and catch statement. I will copy it, scroll to the bottom and then paste it inside of here. Let's update the target URL. We don't want to pass data.url, but rather the individual URL. For the formats, we want to get Markdown and we want to also use JSON mode. In other words, we want to get the published at timestamp and then also the author. This all looks good to me. The location is correct, only main content is correct, and the proxy is set to auto. We then get our JSON data, we update or we get the published at timestamp, and we update our database. This is also all correct. The where statement is correct and there's nothing that we need to update right here. So essentially what we do right here is quite simple. We get data. As you all know, data is an object with URLs. URLs is an array of strings. So we, for example, or the user might select 25 URLs. We now have this array and we need to map over the array. That's why we created the for loop. This for loop will run as long as the iterator is smaller than the length. So if the length is 25, then the for loop will run 25 times. Then inside of here, we get the singular URL and we get it by using this I, the iterator, and then we already create all of the logic. This means we create or we update the database, we create a new record with the URL, user ID and status, and then we already give the job to Firecrawl. This means Firecrawl now scrapes the website, the data, and extracts our content using JSON mode, and then at the end we update the Prisma record, the record in general, with the title, content, OG image and so on. This means all of the data that Firecrawl extracted for us, that it scraped. And at the end, if all of this fails, we have a catch statement which sets the status to failed. This is all finished. We can go back to the import file and let's create another helper function which will be there to initialize this bulk import. I will say function handle bulk import. Then inside of here, I will create an if statement, and if the selected URLs dot size is equal to 0, so if the user did not select any URLs, then I will return a toast.error, and for the message I will say please select at least one URL. And at the end, we will create an empty return to do an early exit, so we don't want to continue any further. And that's already almost it. Let's go underneath the if statement, and I will say constant data. This will be equal to await bulk scrape URLs fn. Let's import it from our data folder. I will invoke it and we instantly get an error. And that's because this function expects one argument. I will destructure this and we need to pass data. And as you all know, what is data, or what does the data object expect? It expects URLs. So let's create an object, and URLs will be equal to array.from, and as an argument I will pass the selected URLs. We still get an error, and that's because await expressions are only allowed within async functions. Therefore I will say async function handle bulk import, and at the end I will render a toast, so toast.success. Let's use upticks and I will say successfully imported. Let's render the length, so I will use this dynamic value selected URLs.size and then URLs. If this still confuses you, let me break it down one more time. This function is there to handle the bulk import. In other words, we will connect this function in a second to our button, which is there to do the bulk import. And once the function is toggled, we check if the selected URL's size is equal to 0. If so, this means the user did not select any items and there's no reason to continue. So we return this error toast and we do an early exit with this return statement. If this is not true, then this means the user selected at least one URL to import and with that scrape. This means we now use the bulk scrape URLs function and as an argument we pass our data. As you all know, the data expects URLs which is of type string array. And the thing is, selected URLs is not of type array string, it's of type set string. And that's why we use this array from method to convert the set into an array. And the last thing that we need to do is to connect this function to our button. I will scroll to the bottom, let's add an onClick handler and this will be equal to handle bulk import. There's now one more thing missing, which is the pending state. I will copy this use transition hook, I will copy paste it actually. Then for the getter this will be bulk is pending and for the setter this will be start bulk transition. Let's copy the name, I will scroll to the bottom to this handle bulk import function and let's wrap everything inside of here. So start bulk transition, I will invoke it and then create an arrow function. I will take the code and move it into this function that we just created. Let's also make it asynchronous and with that I will delete the async modifier from the handle bulk import function. This all looks good to me. I will copy the getter, bulk is pending, and then at the bottom let's update the button. Let's add a disabled state. The button will be disabled if bulk is pending is true, and instead of just returning or rendering import, let's create a ternary. So if bulk is pending is true, I will create a ternary and let's return a loader2 icon. Loader2 is imported from Lucid React. This is self-closing. I will give it a class name. This will be size4, and then after the icon, but still in the empty tags, I will also say importing ... And if this is not true, let's use upticks and I will say import, then dynamic value, selected URLs.size. So in other words, import 5, import 6, and so on. And then at the end, I will say URLs. Before we test everything out, there are still a few things that we need to update. Let's give the loader2 icon another class name, which is animate spin, so that the icon spins nicely. And I will give the button a type, which will be button. And we currently get an ESLint warning, and the reason for that is relatively simple. We declared data, but this data is never read, and with that, never used. So let's say await scrape or bulk scrape URLs fn. Is there anything missing? Well, we currently have a small problem. Let me open the items file with all of our server functions, and as you all know, we created a for loop inside of here. And the thing is, currently at the end we have this return statement. I return the updated item, but this is a huge mistake, because once you return something, you with that also automatically, you could say, break the for loop iteration, if that makes sense. So the for loop does not iterate any further, which we don't want. So I will delete this return updated item, and instead of saying constant updated item, I will just say await prisma.saved item. Let's do the same thing for the failed item. I will return this or delete the return failed item, and let's say await prisma.saved item.update. Is there anything missing? No, to be honest with you, I don't think so. It's time to test everything out. I will copy the URL for the block route, this one. Let's go back to our bulk import. I will do a hard refresh, paste it inside of here. I will leave the filter empty and click on import URLs. This is processing, and as you see here, Firecrawl found 25 URLs. So I will select 1, 2, 3, 4 URLs. This is fine enough. Please don't select all the URLs. You don't want to use up all of your credits. Please be mindful of that. And you know what? I will select 3 URLs. And by the way, I also emptied out my table, so I don't have any saved items right here, which means we can now see if everything works as expected. I will click on import 3 URLs. We get a beautiful pending state. It takes a bit. That's because we have 3 URLs that need to get scraped, or Firecrawl has to scrape them. And this can of course take a bit, but as you see here, I got the toast and it says successfully imported 3 URLs. Oh my god, did this work? If I go back to Neon and do a hard refresh, oh my god, these are 3 rows, 3 records. So I get the URL, I get the ID, the title, the content, the summary is empty, the tags are empty, we get the author, the status, the published air timestamp, and even the OG image. Oh my god, this worked, isn't that cool? So we now imported 3 URLs using our bulk import, and all of that, as you saw, was super easy to implement. We just created a server function and then we created a for loop, and then later on I will show you how to implement streaming, because as you see here, it takes a bit to bulk, or what do I want to say? It takes a bit to scrape all of the URLs. It is quite fast to scrape one URL, but if you have 3, 4, 5, 10, 20 URLs that you want to scrape at one time, it can take a bit. Therefore, later on we will implement status updates and say, hey, page 1 has been scraped, page 2 has been scraped, or in other words, URL 3 has been scraped, and so on. But this is not really important for now. We already see that everything works, and that's the most important thing. And if we also go to the dashboard, to the Firewall dashboard, and with that to the logs, then you will see that everything is completed, the status is completed, and of course we see the schema and all of that. Isn't that cool? With that, what should we do now? Well, we are kind of finished with our import section, and I want to continue with our items. In other words, if I currently click on items, we just see this H1, but I want to render all of the items. Wow, who would have thought? So let's go back to the editor. I will open the source folder, the routes folder, the dashboard folder, and as you all know, we have this items folder with an index file. And what's the first step? Well, the first step is to get the data. We need to fetch the data. And how can we fetch the data? Well, we need to create a server function. I will again open the items file stored in the data folder. Let's scroll to the bottom and we will now create a server function to get data. For that, I will say export constant get items fn, and this will be equal to create server fn. Let's invoke it. I will destructure it, and for the method, this won't be post, but instead get, since we want to get data and not mutate data. Let's also chain the handler method. I will invoke it and then create an arrow function. Inside of here, we want to get our data, so I will say constant items, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is already imported, .saved item, .find many. Let's invoke it, destructure it, and the important thing is that we don't want to find any saved items, but only saved items of the user specifically. Therefore, we need to get the user ID. And also, the server function is currently a public server function. We want to protect it. Only authenticated users should be able to get data. So, how can we fix these two problems? Well, it's relatively simple. Let's use our middleware, the auth middleware. In front of this handler, I will chain the middleware method. This inside of here, let's create an array, and I want to use the auth fn middleware. And with that, we can destructure the params. Let's get the context, and inside of this find many statement, let's create a where statement, and I want to find data where the user ID matches the context.session.user.id. And by the way, we currently get an error for this await expression, and that's because this has to be an async function. This all looks good to me. As the next step, let's also create an order by statement. I want to get the newest results first, therefore let's say order by created at, and now you can either say ascending or descending. Ascending would mean that you would get the oldest result first, but since I want to get the newest result first, we will say descending. And this is already it. Let's also return the items, and we can use the function in our route. I will copy the name get items fn. Let's go back to the index.tsx file, and the first step is to fetch the data. How do you do that? Well, you should already know the answer. You want to use the loader, and as you all know, the loader is isomorphic. On a hard refresh, we will fetch the data on the server side. Whenever we do a client-side navigation, the data will be fetched fetched on the client side, which is a good thing. So I will say loader, this is equal to an arrow function, and this will resolve to get items fn. I will invoke it, and the next step is to get the data in the route component. How do you do that? Well, you want to use the useLoaderData hook. I will say constant data, and this will be equal to route, uppercase route, dot useLoaderData, and I will invoke it. If I hover over data, then you will see that this is typed. As you all know, TanStack Start is end-to-end type safe from the client to the back end. As the next step, let's delete everything in the return statement, and I will start off fresh. Let's return a div. I will give the div a class name, and this will be grid gap 6, and on MD or bigger, this will be grid columns 2. So on a mobile screen, we will only have one item, and then on a larger screen, like pretty much on a desktop screen, we will render 2 items, 2 cards. In the div, I want to map over the data, so let's say data.map. As a param, I will get the singular item, and let's return this with normal parentheses. Inside of here, let's use the card component imported from the components, and as you all know, this card component needs one specific property, the key, because each item, or whenever you map over data in React, you want to always add a unique key, and I will say item.id since the ID is always unique. Let's also give the card a class name, and this will be group overflow, which will be hidden, then also transition, which will be all. On hover, I will say shadow LG, and then padding top 0. In the card, let's use the link component imported from TanStack, and the link instantly complains because it's missing a key property, the to property, and whenever a user clicks on the button, I want to redirect the user to the item ID route. This route currently does not exist, so I will redirect the user to /dashboard. I will also give this link a class name, and this will be block. In the link component, we can now render all of our data, and the first thing I want to render is the image itself, the OG image. Therefore, let's first of all check if the OG image is defined. I will say if item.ogImage is there, if it's defined, then let's use the logical and I will use a div. This will be the wrapper div, and in the div I will render the image tag. The image tag needs 2 properties, the source and the alt. The source will be equal to item.ogImage, and the alt will be equal to item.title. This currently complains, and that's because the title in theory could be null, so let's use nullish coalescing, and I will say article thumbnail. This will be rendered if the title is not defined. Let's also give the image a class name, and I will say height full, width full, this will take all of the space available, object cover, and then group hover, which will have a scale of 105. In other words, this will scale to 105%. Let's also style the div. I will give it a class name, and this will be aspect, which will be video, so 16:9, width full, overflow, which will be hidden, and BG muted. Let's test it out. If I go back and do a hard refresh, you will see that we have 3 cards with 3 OG images. Doesn't this look beautiful? And if I hover over each image, we get the scale effect. Let's continue, and what I want to now render is the card header. So let's go underneath this OG image check, but let's stay in the link component, and I will render the card header component. Let's give the card header a class name, and this will be space Y3, and then also padding top 4. Inside of here, let's render a div, and in this div, I want to render 2 things. The status, this means for example failed or successful, and then also the button to copy the URL. Let's give this div a class name, and I will say flex item center to center everything, justify between to align the children to the most outer corner, and gap 2. Let's start with the status. I will render a span element, and inside of here I will get the item.status. The status will be uppercase, therefore let's say dot to lowercase the status. And underneath the span I want to render a copy button, so let's get the button component from the components, and inside of here I will render the copy icon imported from Lucid React. I will give it a class name, and this will be size 4. If I save this and go back, then you will see completed, and then this button. This button currently looks a bit ugly, therefore I will give the button a variant, and the variant will be outline. And let's give this button also a size, which will be icon. And this already looks way better, but what I will also do is give the button a class name, which will be size 8. For now, this is already fine enough. We will update the span a bit later on. Let's for now go underneath the div, but let's stay in the card header. I want to render the title, so let's get the card title component, and inside of here I will render the title. In other words, the item.title. And let's give the card title a class name. This will be line clamp2. This means we will only have one line, then text, which will be XL, leading, which will be snug. Let's also say group-hover, and on group hover I will say text primary, and also transition, which will be colors. If I save this and go back, then you will see the title, and the title, for example, does not overflow because the line clamp is set to 1. The title can't be bigger than one line. If I would, for example, say line clamp 2, then the title would be a maximum of 2 lines. But let's change it back to line clamp 1. Then as the next step, I want you also render the authors. So underneath the card title, let's say if item.author is defined, I will use the logical and return a p tag, and inside of here I will render the item.author. Let's also style the p tag. I will give it a class name, and this will be text xs, text muted foreground, and this should be enough. So if I go back, then you will see the author down below, and this looks beautiful. Let's continue. One thing I would, for example, change is the span. So instead of rendering the span with the status, let's use the badge component, and the badge component is imported from the components. What I will also do is give this badge a variant, and let's say the following. If the item.status is equal to completed, then I will use a question mark and render the default style, the default variant. If this is not true, then let's use the, what would work in this case? I guess the secondary variant. If I go back, the variant won't change because every status is completed. But if some status would be failed or pending or something like that, then we would have a different variant. So it would be secondary. And is there anything else that we have to do? Well, kinda. If I click on this copy button, nothing happens. Or in other words, we get redirected to the dashboard route, which should not happen. So let's go back, and what I want to do is now create some sort of function which will allow us to copy the URL. For that, let's open the Explorer, and then in the lib folder, I will create a new file called clipboard.ts, and this file will be there to create the logic needed. Let's say the following: export constant copy to clipboard. This will be equal to a standard arrow function, and inside of here I will say await navigator. Navigator is an API provided by JavaScript. It's a web API .clipboard and then .write text. As an argument, we need to pass the URL itself. So I will update the params. I want to get a URL, and this will be of type string, and I will pass it as an argument. At the end, let's create an empty return. Also, we have to say await navigator, which means this has to be an asynchronous function. And here's the thing, we instantly have one problem. This code should only run on the server side, but as you all know, TanStack Start is isomorphic by default. It bundles, or it includes code both in the server bundle and client bundle, but this specific code should only run on the client side and not on the server side, because the navigator API is a web API and only works on the web or on the client side. It does not work on the server side. So we need to tell TanStack Start, hey, stop my friend, this should only run on the client side. If this gets executed on the server side for a reason XYZ, then throw an error and stop the execution. How can we do that, you might ask me? Well, if you go to the documentation and with that to the execution model, then you will find a section on execution control APIs. And the thing is, TanStack Start offers two, or what I mean by that is you have server-only execution APIs and then client-only execution APIs. Looking at the server-only execution execution section, you will see that you have access to create server function and create server only function, which is a utility function. And you have access in the client only execution section to create client only function and then the client only component. And now you might ask me, okay, Jan, what are you trying to tell me? So here's the thing, we have used the create server function already quite often. As you all know, this creates a server function, and this server function executes on the server side, but it can be called from the client side and server side. But let's imagine that you would want to create some code that is only able to, I guess, live or be executed on the server side, and with that also be only called from the server side. Because as mentioned, whenever you create a server function, yes, the code runs on the server side, but the function can be called from the client side. This is not always wanted, and if you don't want that, then you can use the create server only function, utility function, which allows you to define logic which is server only. This means if it's called from the client, then it crashes, which is quite important. Therefore, remember the following: if you want to define code that should be executed on the server side but be callable from both the server side and client side, then use this create server function helper function. If you want to define logic that should only run on the server side, so if it should be server only, then use the create server only function utility function. And the same thing is also true for the client side execution. So if you want to define logic that should only run on the client side, then use the create client only function. This is a browser utility, and with that you can define client only logic. If this function then, for example, is called on the server side, then it will crash, it will throw an error. And the client only component is there to render components that should only render after hydration. So you can use it right here, and then all of the children will be rendered after hydration. This is something that I personally don't really use. What I use 90% of the day is create client only function, create server only function, and create server function. And why am I telling you all of this? Well, let's go back to our code example. It should only be included in the client side bundle, and it should only run on the client side. Therefore, in this case, what should we do? Should we use the create server only function utility function, or maybe create server function? No, both of these run on the server side. We want to define client only logic. Therefore, we want to use the create client only function, the browser utility function. Let's go back, I will comment this out, and let's again say export constant, copy to clipboard, and this will be equal to create client only function, since this code should only run on the server side. I will invoke it, and inside of here, let's create a standard O function, which will be asynchronous. As mentioned in the params, I want to get the URL, which is of type string, and then inside of here, we can say await navigator.clipboard.write text as an argument. We pass the URL, and then we do an empty return to not continue any further. And with that, we are finished. This will run only on the client side. If it's called or executed on the server side, it will throw an error, and with that stop the execution. Let's go back to our index file, and we want to update the button component. I will add an onClick handler. Let's create an O function inside of here, and in the params I will get the event. Let's say e.preventDefault, and inside of here I will say await copy to clipboard. This is imported from the lib folder. Let's invoke it, and as an argument we need to pass the URL. So I will say item.url, and by the way, we get an error because await expressions are only allowed within async functions. Therefore I will make this asynchronous. At the end, let's render a toast, and I will say toast.success, and for the message I will say URL copied to clipboard. And by the way, you don't even have to define this toast message inside of here. We can actually delete it from here, and instead I will paste the code into this function itself, so toast.success. And we can do that because again the code inside of here runs on the client side. Let's go back, and with that we are finished. What do you think? Should we test it out? I think so. Let's save this. I will go back, and if I click on the button you will see that we get a toast URL copied to clipboard, and if I open it in a new tab it will redirect me to the blog article. Isn't that cool? If I copy this and open it in a new tab I will get redirected to the correct blog article. Oh my god, this works so well. Nice. Alright friends, as a next step I want to continue by implementing a search bar, and this will allow users to search for specific items. Let's go back to our index route, and I will wrap this div in another div. Let's paste the content back, and I will go above this div with the grid, but let's stay in the main div. I will give this a class name, and this will be flex1. Let's also say flex column, and then gap 6 to have some spacing in between. Inside of here I will create a div, and this will be the wrapper div for our header. I want to render a title and a description. In this div I will render another h1, and inside of here I will say saved items. Let's give this h1 a class name, and this will be text 2xl, not 3xl but 2xl. Let's also say font bold to have a bigger font weight. Underneath the h1 but still in the div I will render a p tag, and inside of here I will say your saved articles and content exclamation mark. I will give the p tag a class name, and let's say text muted foreground. This will give the text a grayish color. If I go back then you will see the title on the top, and this already looks quite good. Let's continue with our input. For that I will go underneath this wrapper div, but let's stay in the main div, and we will create the content above this div which wraps our data mapping, our items. So I will say div, and you know what, I will also create a comment, and inside of here I will say search and filter controls. Let's give this div a class name, and I will say flex and gap 4. In this div let's use the input component provided by the components, and this is self-closing. This input, or later on we want to control the input by using a value and on change, but for now let's just add a placeholder, and I will say search by title or tags. This looks good to me. Let's also add a class name, and I will say maximum width SM. Underneath the input but still in the div I want to also render a selector. Let's say select, and select is imported from the components. In the select component let's render the select trigger component imported from the components, and I will give this a class name which will be width custom value, so width and then these array brackets. That's how you can add custom styles, and the width will be 160 pixels. In the select trigger let's render the select value. This is imported from the components and it's self-closing. I will give this a placeholder, and for the placeholder I will say filter by status. So using this selector, users will be able to filter by the status. This means pending, processing, and so on. Then underneath the select trigger, let's get the select content imported from the components. I will open it, and in the select content we need to render the items. Let's start with the first select item. The select item is imported from the components. Let's open it, and this will be for all statuses. I will say all statuses, and this component currently complains, and that's because it's missing the value. For the value I will say all. And as the next step I want to map over all of my statuses. As you all know we have 4: pending, processing completed, and failed. Of course we could just hardcode them. This means I can copy paste the select item 4 times, and of course I could then add the value and the content. This all works, but is that very flexible? No. because we will repeat ourselves, and that's something that you don't want. Therefore, it would make a lot more sense to just map over this enum. But is that possible? Thankfully, yes. What we can do is go underneath the select item and let's say object.values, and as an argument we need to pass our enum. How do we do that? Well, we can say item status, and this is imported from generated Prisma enums. I will import it and let's say .map, since I want to map over the items. As a param, I will get the singular status and let's return it. Inside of here, I will get the select item component. We need to add a key because whenever you map over data, you want to always have a unique key, and our unique key will be the status itself because we only have 4 statuses and all of them are unique. And the value will also be equal to status. Let's also update the content. Instead of saying all statuses, I will say status.char add or character add. Let's invoke it. As an argument, I will pass 0. This will get us the first character. This will be uppercased and the rest should be lowercased. Therefore, I will add a plus and then let's say status.slice, and as an argument, we need to say from what character on we want to slice the string. We want to slice the string from the first character on. Therefore, I will say 1 and then dot to lowercase. If I save this and go back, then you will see this drop down and it now says all statuses pending processing and so on. And the reason why we added this code is because if I comment it out and just render the status, then you will see that this will be completely uppercased. This is not good. We want to just have the first character uppercased and then the rest lowercased, and that's exactly what we achieved with this code. The only thing which we might or should change is the width, because currently our input has a maximum width, but this means we also have empty space on the right side, which looks a bit, let's say, suboptimal. Therefore, let's go back and I will delete the width from our input, this maximum width SM. I will delete the class name and this already looks way better. The input now takes the full width and then we have the beautiful selector. And now let's implement search and with that also filtering. And now here's a question from me to you. How can we implement search and filtering? Well, you might say, hey Jan, let's use a useState hook, or let's maybe use an external library like Zustance or some sort of state management library. And this means then we will store everything in state and everything will work. Yes, that's fine. This works and it's not a problem. It's not a bad approach. But the problem is if I would then do a hard refresh, the state would be lost because the state is, I guess, in memory, and if you do a hard refresh, the memory is lost. It's not important, but at the end of the day, the state is not persisted. And this also means if I copy the URL and send it to a friend, then the URL won't get the same search input and the same filter status because the state is reset whenever you do a hard refresh. So I want to have, or I want to store the state, this means the search input and then also the filter status somewhere. And when then a user does a hard refresh, everything should stay persisted. What's the solution, you might ask me? So how can we achieve exactly that? Well, we want to use search params. In other words, we want to store the state in the URL. We want to add a question mark and then say the input is equal to whatever the user added, and then we can add this and symbol and say the filter is equal to, I don't know, pending or something like that. And this means if the user then does a hard refresh, the URL does not change, and we can then also wire up our input to the URL so that the state in the UI is also not lost. And thankfully TanStack Start has first class support for search params, and they are actually even typesafe, something that you don't really get with other frameworks. So if you go to the TanStack router documentation and search for search params, then you will find this documentation page. And inside of here they say, similar to how TanStack Query made handling server-side state in your React and Solid applications a breeze, TanStack Router aims to unlock the power of URL search params in your applications. And if you scroll a bit to the bottom, they right here also explain why you should use TanStack Router's implementation instead of using URL search params, which is a native web API. I would highly recommend you to go through this section just to understand the differences and why this feature is such a game changer, but to save some time, I will skip over this. If you scroll down a bit further, then you will find this section called Search Params, the OG state manager. And here they say you've probably seen search params like page 3 or filter name equals to Tanner in the URL. There is no question that this is truly a form of global state living inside of the URL. It's valuable to store specific pieces of the state in the URL because users should be able to command-click to open a link in a new tab and reliably see the state they expected, bookmark and share links from your application with others with assurance that they will see exactly the state as when the link was copied, and refresh your app or navigate back and forth between pages without losing their state. And that's why you will also see a lot of, you could say, like these big applications always using URL state. Like for example, I think you all know what AutoTrader is. AutoTrader is there to find cars, new cars, used cars, and so on. And they, for example, also use URL search params. If you look at the URL, then you will see right here that this URL has search params. And if I now say, hey, for the price, I want to say I'm rich, only find me cars that are worth more than £60,000, and if I search for this, then the URL will update. And that's why URL search params are so powerful, because if I copy the URL and then open it in a new incognito tab, this tab will get the same state with the same filtering, which is very powerful. So if we go back to the documentation, then they will say right here, developers should be able to easily add, remove, or modify state in the URL with the same great developer experience as other state managers. Because a lot of people skip over URL search params and with that URL state because it's often complicated and not type safe. But with TanStack Router, everything is type safe and URL search params are also easy to implement. And here they also say easily validate search params coming from the URL in a format and type that is safe for other applications to consume, and finally read and write to search params without having to worry about the underlying serialization format. How can we achieve all of this? Or in other words, how does TanStack Router achieve all of these benefits easily? Well, by using JSON first search params. To achieve the above, the first step built into TanStack Router is a powerful search param parser that automatically converts the search string of your URL to structured JSON. This means that you can store any JSON serializable data structure in your search params and it will be parsed and serialized as JSON. This is a huge improvement over URL search params, which is a web API which has limited support for array-like structures and nested data. I mean, look at this example. Right here, with just the search property, you can define search params, a page index. Right here, an array, something that you are not able to do with the native search params or URL search params API, sort by, descending. Do you see how easy this is? You can add an array, a number, boolean. This is literally groundbreaking. And if you look at the URL, then this is nicely added. And when the URL is parsed, the search params will be accurately converted back into the following JSON structure. So yes, the URL looks a bit, you could say, ugly, but once you then convert it back, everything is as you would expect. So this is what you define in your code, and this is what you get back, and this is what gets rendered in the URL. So if you notice, there are a few things going on here. The first level of the search params is flat and string based, just like URL search params. This means page index equals to 3, include categories to some gibberish, and then sort by equals to price. So this is always like a string. And then first level values that are not strings are accurately preserved as actual numbers and booleans. Nested data structures are automatically converted to URL safe safe JSON strings. And now you might say, okay, Jan, this actually looks kinda good, but how can we validate the search params? Well, here they have a section on validating and typing search params. Despite TanStack Router being able to pass search params into reliable JSON, they ultimately still come from a user-facing raw text input. Similar to other serialization boundaries, this means that before you consume search params, they should be validated into a format that your application can trust and rely on. Because here's the thing, in theory, I can add anything in the URL. I could say, for example, I don't know, hello equals to Jan or something like that. This is something that your application might not expect, and therefore you want to validate search params. Whatever you get from the client side or from something user-facing has to always be validated, because you never know what the user does. The user can add some gibberish and then you have to fix it. Or in other words, you just want to validate the input because you want to make sure that you get that what you expect. And that's why TanStack Router provides convenient APIs for validating and typing search params. So we can use this validate search option to validate search params. And to validate search params, we can either create like a TypeScript type, or the better thing is we can create a sort schema and use the sort schema to validate the params. Isn't that cool? So let's get started right away, because right now this still might sound very confusing. The params are type safe, we need to validate them, we need to create a sort schema, there is some sort of validate search property. What? Don't worry, let me show it to you, and once we implement the code, everything will make sense. Let's get started with the sort schema. With the sort schema, we will define what we expect from the URL, and with that from the client. Let's say constant items search schema, and this will be equal to z. Z is imported from sort.object. I will invoke it and destructure it. Let's start with the query itself. So I will say q, and this will be equal to z.string. Let's invoke it, and I will also add a default, which will be an empty string. Let's also add the status, and the status will be equal to our enum, but the problem is our enum only has 4 states: pending, processing completed, and failed. But we in theory have another status, which is all, to query all data. Therefore, what I will do right here is say z.union. Let's invoke it, and then I will open an array. Let's say z.literal or literal. I will invoke it, and then as an argument I will pass all. After that, let's add a comma, and I will say z.native enum, and as an argument I will pass the item status. If I hover over the status, then you will see that we have now 4 states, which is all, pending, processing completed, and failed. Let's also add a default state, so .default, and this will be all. And the next step is to link the sort schema to the validate search option. Let's go back. I will go to the route, this one, and then underneath the loader, let's say validate search. And here's the important thing. We created a sort schema, and for this to work, or in other words, for TanStack Router to not appreciate, but I guess to use the sort schema, we need to use the sort validator provided by TanStack Router. So the sort validator is an adapter, and this only will work if you will use the sort adapter. Therefore, what I want you to do is to install this at tanstack/sort adapter package. And what I have to also mention is that this currently only works with sort v3. We already downgraded to sort v3, but if you didn't do that yet, then please do it. They are currently in the process of upgrading to sort v4. I think there's already a PR open, and it will be merged very soon. But for now, this only works with sort v3. Therefore, please downgrade, or if you watch this video in the future, like in a month or so, then this will probably already work with sort v4, and Firecrawl will also already work with sort v4. I already installed it. All you want to do is copy the package name, open your terminal, and then say pnpmi with this package name. I will copy the import statement. Let's go back, and I will paste it above. And then this validate search option will be equal to sort validator, and as an argument I will pass the items search schema. This is exactly what they also do in this code example. They use the sort validator, and as an argument they pass the schema. If I save this and go back, and if you look at the URL, then you will see that this is a bit weird, so I will delete everything, or let's go to the import route. As you see here, the URL is now /dashboard /import. And now I will click on the items link and please look at the URL 1, 2, 3. And what do you see right here? Q is equal to nothing and status is equal to all because the default is all. The nice thing with TanStack Router is that all of these params are added by default. And the nice thing is that it's also very easy to read the params in the component itself. Let me show it to you. Let's go back to our route component and then underneath this use loader data, let's say constant, I will destructure it and this will be equal to route dot and you want to use the use search hook. If I invoke it and click on Control Spacebar where I destructured, you will instantly see that we get Q and status. And this, by the way, is typed. Q is of type string and status is of type either pending, processing, completed, failed, or all. Isn't that cool? I will get status. Let's also get Q. And as a next step, what we can do is, for example, render the two values. I will take a p tag and inside of here, let's render the status and then I will take or render another p tag with the query itself. If I save this and go back, then you will see all and the query is empty because nothing has been queried. But if I say q is equal to some gibberish and click on enter, then you will see the status, which is all, and then also the query, which is some gibberish. Let's now continue. I want to connect the input to this query. For that, let's go back. I will go underneath this use search and let's create a state. Constant array brackets and this will be equal to use state. The initial state will be q and then we need to get a getter or set a getter and setter. The getter will be called search input and the setter will be called set search input. Let's scroll down to the input and we have to control the input. So the value will be equal to search input, the getter. And let's also add an onChange handler. And in the onChange handler, I will create an inline callback function. Let's get the event in the params. And then I will say set search input. And as an argument, I will say e.target.value. And if we go back, then you will see that the input is now propagated. If I update the query and add some other gibberish, or let me say hello underscore from underscore the underscore URL. If I click on enter, then you will see this in the input. That's because the URL is now connected to our input, or in other words, the input is connected to our URL and with that to our URL search param. Let's continue because currently if I delete everything in the input and add something else like yo, then the URL does not update and we need to change that. Let's go back. I will go above the return statement and let's create a use effect hook. I will invoke it and let's create an arrow function. I think you all know how to create or initialize a use effect hook. And inside of here, I will create an if statement. If search input is equal to q, then let's do an empty or an early return because there is nothing to update. We did not change anything. But if this is not the case, then let's say constant and I will say timeout ID. In other words, I want to debounce the search input and this will be equal to set timeout. I will invoke it and create an arrow function. We need to set the time frame. I will say 300 milliseconds. So we will wait for 300 milliseconds because if you don't time out your query, then this means whenever the user types, we will instantly update the URL and with that search for something. This is not wanted. You want to always debounce the query. And in the function, we want to now update the URL. How can we do that? Well, essentially, we navigate the user. This means we can use the redirect function. No, you are incorrect. This here is on the client side, right? This means we want to use the use navigate hook. I will go underneath this use state hook and let's say constant navigate and this will be equal to use navigate. Use navigate is imported from TanStack. I will invoke it and then inside of here we can say navigate. I will invoke it, destructure it, and if you click on Control Spacebar, you will see all of the properties that you get access to. We need the search property and this search property will be equal to an arrow function, to an inline callback function. In the params, let's get the previous state and then inside of here, let's return this. I will use parentheses. Let's open an object. I will spread all of the previous properties and we want to update the query. So what do we do right here? Well, as you all know, we have two states or two params, the query and the status. What do we want to do right here? Do we want to update the status? No, it should stay as is. That's why we spread the previous params, the status. It will stay as is. But we want to specifically update the query. For that, I will get Q, and Q will be equal to the search input. But we currently have a problem. The search property in this case throws an error and Q is not type safe. But as we all know, TanStack router is fully type safe. And the reason for that is because this navigate hook or the use navigate hook does not have the full from route. What you want to do is update use navigate, let's the structured, and from will be equal to route.fullPath. And now we don't get any error anymore and Q is also type safe. Let's save this and I will explain the code in a second. If I save this, go back and for example say yo, and if you look at the URL, then you will see that this updates and it's also debounced. This could for example be 5000 milliseconds, 5 seconds, and if I type the whole time, then the URL does not update. But once I stop and wait for 5 seconds, the URL will update. But this is not really good, 5 seconds is too much. Let's again make it 300 milliseconds. At the end, we need to also clean up the function. So what I will do is return in callback function, and this will be then clear timeout. Clear timeout is a web API. Let's invoke it, and as an argument, I will pass the timeout ID. What we have to also do is add a dependency array because we need to tell the use effect hook when it should rerun, and it should rerun when the search input changes, when navigate changes, or when the query changes. And with that, this all looks good to me. Let's test it out one more time. Hello, how are you? And the URL will update. Isn't that cool? And since I added white space right here, the URL right here also updates and says hello plus how plus are plus you. Nice. Now you might say, hey Jan, I'm still a little bit confused, and that's fine. Let's go through the code one more time. We started by defining a schema. The schema is what we expect from the client, from the URL itself. We then use the validate search option right here, and this is equal to our schema. This validate search property option is there to validate the URL search params, but also to parse them. Then we use this use search hook to access the data from the params, and this is fully type safe as you see here, which is super nice, and we can then render whatever we need to render, the query or the status. All of this works very well. And at some point we also realized that hey, reading data from the URL is cool, but we want to also update it. Therefore we initialized the use navigate hook since all of this runs on the client side. But at the start we did not add this from property, we just initialized it, we invoked it, and that's it. And we instantly got an error, and after we added the from property everything worked. First of all, what even is this from property? Well, if you go back to the documentation, which is your best friend, then you will see, or then you will find this section. And inside of here, they say that this is first of all optional, and this is the location to navigate from. This is useful when you want to navigate to a new location from a specific location rather than the current location. Essentially, this is like the chronicle identifier for this route, and this makes everything type safe. With that, TanStack router is able to update the search params without breaking the URL structure in general. This is very important. In most cases, this is not really needed, but for search params specifically, you want to always set this from property because only then TanStack router will be able to set search params the correct way and not set it to the incorrect route. At the end, we also created the use effect hook, and that's needed to debounce the query because we don't want to update the URL instantly because the user often makes maybe a typo or something like that. That's why we said, hey, let's wait for 300 milliseconds, and only after that we will update the URL. This is what you always do in production. You want to always debounce the query, and since we later on will also fetch data depending on this query, this will make everything a bit faster, but this will also not use up all of our resources. This means we won't query the database as often as you would do without debouncing the query. And we are almost finished, and the last step is to also connect our filter or status to our select component. For that, let's get the value. The value will be equal to our status that we get from our search params. And let's also add the onValueChange property. I will create an inline callback function. This is equal to navigate. Let's invoke it, destructure it, and we have to pass the search property. This is equal to an inline arrow function. I will return it. Let's use parentheses and I will open an object. And the nice thing is this is fully type safe. If I click on Control Spacebar, we get two properties, queue, the query, and status. What do we want to update inside of here? The query or status? In this case, we want to update the status. Therefore, what I will do is get all of the previous properties in the params and let's spread them. In other words, we will leave the query as is and just update the status, and this will be equal to our value. How can we get our value? Well, in the params, in the onValueChange, let's get the value, and if you hover over it, then you will see that value is of type string. But we currently get an error, and the error is that type string is not assignable to this enum. How can we fix that? Well, let's say as type of status, because we know that the type is correct. This all looks good to me. Let's test it out. I will select the status, let's say failed, and the URL updated instantly. As the next step, let's also finally filter the items, because currently it does not matter what we input, the items stay the same. Let's go back to the code base, and above the return statement, I will create a filter items constant. Let's say constant filtered items, and this will be equal to data.filter. Let's use the filter method. I will invoke it and then create an arrow function. In the params, let's get the singular item. Inside of here, let's say constant matches query, and the code right now will look a bit confusing, but let's for now write it and then I will explain it after that. This will be equal to q, our query, and this should be equal to an empty string, or rather this is a comparison check. Let's create this double or line, or this double vertical line. This is a logical or, and inside of here I will say item.title.to lowercase. Let's invoke it .include, so we want to check if the title includes the query. For that, let's invoke it, and inside of here I will say q.to lowercase. Let's invoke it, and I will use one more logical and, so two vertical lines, and let's say item.tags.sum. I will invoke it as a param. Let's get the individual tag. I will return it, and this will be equal to tag.to lowercase. Let's invoke it .includes, and as an argument I will say q.to lowercase. Let's invoke it, and underneath this matches query, let's also say constant matches status, and this will be equal to status, and we will check if status is equal to all. So as you see here, we get all of the TypeScript types autocomplete, or let's use the logical or if item.status is equal to the status in general. At the end, what we have to do is return matches query. Let's use the logical and I will also return matches status. And now you might say, Jan, this kinda looks weird and confusing. Can you explain the code? Sure, why not? So essentially what we are trying to do right here is filter our whole data array, because this data that we filter over is an array with the status, ID, content, title, and so on. And using this function, we try to find the data that matches the query and with that filter. Or in other words, the URL search params, because as you see here, we use q and then also the status, and both of these values are what we get from the URL search params. And using first of all the filter method, we loop through every item in the array, and that's why we get the singular item. And this matches query is there to match the query. Wow, who would have thought? That's why we don't use the status inside of here. And the first check is there to check if the query is empty. This means if the user did not input anything in the input itself, let me go back, then we won't search for anything and we will return all of the data. In the second check, we check if the title, or in other words, if the query is included in the title. So that's why we use the includes method, and we also lowercase both the title title and the query to get the exact match. And also we have a third check, and here we check if the query, for example, matches a tag. Currently we don't have any tags. We will generate them later on using AI, but later on the user will also be able to search against tags. And then we also have this matches status, and the first check is to check if the status or if the user selected all. If this is the case, then we want to return all items, or rather we won't filter against any status. Otherwise, if this is not true, then we just match against the actual status. In other words, pending, processing, completed, or failed. At the end we use this logical and this might look a bit confusing, but essentially an item must pass both filters to be included in these filtered items. And we can test it out, so instead of mapping over our data, let's use the filtered items. I will save this, go back, and we don't get anything. And that's because we don't have any data with the status failed. If I set this to all statuses, everything is still empty. And that's because there is no title with this input. If I delete everything, then we get these results. If I select completed, I still get these results. If I select failed, then we don't get any results. If I again say all statuses, and for the input I will say, I don't know, 11 AI agents, then I will only get one result, because only this one item matches the query. And as you see here, if I type something, we don't get a result instantly, and that's because we implemented debouncing. Once I stop and wait for 300 milliseconds, it starts filtering everything. And if I delete everything, again this takes a bit, so 300 milliseconds. As the next step, I want you also render an empty state, because if I currently select, for example, failed, then the view is empty, we don't get any items, but we don't give the user any feedback. We could, for example, say, hey user, there are no items for your query or for your filter or something like that. Let's go back, and what I want to do is break everything down or out a bit. What I mean by that is I want to create a separate component, and in the component we will handle all of this logic. Let's go above this function route component, and I will say function items list. I will open the function. Inside of here, let's create a return statement, and inside of here I want to render this div, so the div that wraps our filtered items map. I will collapse the div, let's copy it, and please delete it from this route component. Let's scroll to the top, and I will paste it into the return statement. And let's again scroll to the bottom, and what we will now do instead is render the component. So please go above the last div, but stay underneath this div, and let's get our items list component. This is self-closing, and we still get 5 errors. The first warning that we get is that filtered items is not used, and the reason for that is because we want to move this query function into our items list component. I will copy the code, delete it from here, let's scroll to the top, and then I will paste it above the return statement. We get a few errors, and that's because data has not been found, queue has not been found, and the reason for that is relatively simple. We don't get access to our data. How can we fix that? Well, we can destructure our params and then tell the params what data we expect. I will destructure it, and I want to get 3 things: the data, queue the query, and then status. Let's say queue, then I want to get the status and also the data. We can also append, or we need to append the types. I will add them. And of what type is queue? Well, queue is of type items search. In other words, it's kinda type of this schema queue. What we can do is go underneath the schema, and let's say type. This will be called items search. And this will be equal to z.infer. I will create a generic, and inside of here, let's say type of items schema or items search schema. If we go back, we can now say queue is of type items search, the type that we just created, but this is specifically of type queue. So let's add array brackets, and I will say queue. So queue is finished. Let's continue with the status, and status is of type items search, and specifically obviously of type status. So let's add array brackets and then status. And the last thing missing is the data, and data is of type what? Good question. Because if you, for example, hover over get items fn, then you will see that this does not have any, you could say, specific schema. We have all of the data inside of here. What is an easy way to add the type right here? Because I guess you could copy all of this, but this would be kinda stupid. Instead, what we can do is get the return type. What I mean by that is, let's say return type, I will create a generic, and let's say type of get items fn, and this will get us the type of the data. Nice. We currently get an error. If I hover over filter, it says, did you forget to use await? No, not really. The problem is this function wants to get awaited. It's a promise, but we already awaited it. What I will do is wrap this in awaited. We can say awaited. I will create a generic and then paste the code inside of here. This instantly fixed our error, and let's continue. We still get 3 errors. What's the problem? One is an unused import. I will delete it, and now I get 2 errors. If I scroll to the bottom, and then you will see the error is that this component is missing 3 properties: the data, queue, and status. Queue will be equal to queue, then status will be equal to status. And the last thing missing is the data itself, and data will be equal to data, because we get all of this data in our route function, in our route component. I get status, queue, and also the data. And now we pass all of these properties as props to our component. If I save this and go back, nothing will change. Everything still works. All we did is just break the code into a separate component. As a next step, I want to create an if statement and check if the filtered items length is 0. This means if we did not find any match, then I want to render an empty state. And to render an empty state, I want to use the empty component provided by ShadcnUI. So please head over to ShadcnUI, search for empty, and then install the component using the installation command. So open your terminal and paste it inside of here. I already installed the component, and let's create an if statement. If the filtered items.length is equal to 0, then this means that we did not get any data returned, or there is no match. I will open this, and let's return. I will create a return statement. Let's use the empty component provided by the components. I will import it, and I will give the empty component a class name. This will be border rounded, which will be LG, and then height full. Inside of here, let's use the empty header imported from the components, and I want to use the empty media component. This empty media component needs a property, which is the variant, and you can choose between either default or icon. Since I want to render an icon inside of here, I will say that the variant will be of icon. Let's use the inbox icon provided by Lucid React, and I will give it a class name, which will be size 12. Then underneath the empty media, but still in the empty header, let's get the empty title component, and in the empty title component, I will create a ternary. This means, let's say if the data.length is equal to 0, then I will use a question mark and return no items saved yet. This is what will be rendered if there are no items yet. And if this is not true, then let's say no items found. This will be triggered if the query did not match. Underneath the empty title, let's get the empty description component. This is imported from the components, and I will again create a ternary. If the data.length is equal to 0, let's use the question mark, and I will return import a URL to get started with saving your content. If this is not true, let's use a colon, and I will return no items match your current search filters. If I save this and go back, then you will see this empty state, at least in theory. Let's see, I will say failed for the status, and this is our empty state. I will go underneath the empty header, and let's create another ternary. If the data.length is equal to 0, I will use a logical and let's use the empty content component. Inside of here, I will use the link component, and in the link component, I will say import URL. Let's give the link component the to property and I want to redirect the user to /dashboard/import. If I go back, we won't see this button, and that's because this button will only be rendered if there is no content yet, if there are no saved items. I will also give the link a class name since I want to style the link like a shared CN button. Let's say button variants, and this is imported from the components, and I will invoke the function. And that's already it. If I save this and go back, nothing changed, but if the user did not create any items yet, we will render the button. And if I switch the status back into, for example, completed, I will instantly get my data. If I switch it back into processing, then I won't get any data and we will render the empty state. Nice, we are finished. Let's again move this into all statuses or switch it into all statuses, and if I say 11, I will only get one result. This works so well. And did you see how easy it was to implement everything? We literally just implemented fully type-safe search params in a matter of minutes. And the important thing is that these search params act as our global state management solution. We did not install any third-party library or anything like that. Also, there was no complex configuration needed. All we did is literally just create a sort schema where we defined our search params, or in other words what we want to get, in this case queue and status, and then we connected the validate search property to our schema, and that's it. With that we have fully type-safe search params, and also we have JSON first search params. As you all know, I'm a big Next.js developer, and with Next.js you don't get these features. With Next.js you just get access to the URL search params web API, and then good luck. This means yes, you can still create the same experience, you can still read search params and then also update them, but you don't get any type safety, and also you don't get JSON first search params. So trust me when I say this is a game changer, and I think most people don't really appreciate this, but this is one of my most favorite features, and a feature that literally changes everything. You don't need to install any third-party library, everything is already handled natively, and this is the perfect state manager. And with that out of the way, let's continue with our application. And here's the thing, if I do a hard refresh, everything is quite quick, right? I mean, it takes a few milliseconds to get our data, and with that you also fully render the page. But how do we get this data right now? Well, if we go back to the index file, then you will see that we have a loader, and this loader calls the getItems server function. Looking at the getItems server function, we use Prisma to get data, and this whole, you could say, Prisma call maybe takes a few milliseconds, so everything is quite quick. But let's imagine that we would fetch 1 trillion records. Okay, no, I'm joking, but let's imagine that we would try to fetch, let's say, 10,000 saved items. Do you think that this would still take only a few milliseconds? No, this would take a few seconds, maybe 10 seconds, 15 seconds, or 20 seconds. To show it to you, I will create a fake delay right here. 5 seconds. If I now go back, copy the URL and open it in a new tab, you will see that it will take 5 seconds to get our data. So I will click on enter in 3, 2, 1, boom. And do we see any data? No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and boom. I just got my data. And this is a huge problem. We have a huge render blocker, or in other words, we have a huge blocking event that prevents our site from being rendered. And that's not good, because looking at this page, what is currently blocking everything? Is it the sidebar? No, the sidebar, or what do we do in the sidebar? We fetch the user session, but this only takes a few milliseconds. Does this Navbar fetch any data? No. Does this data, or does this section fetch any data? No. Does this input fetch any data? No. The only thing that currently blocks the render is literally this little section that fetches our saved items. items. Let me show it to you one more time. I will copy the URL and open it in a new tab. 1, 2, 3, boom, and we have to wait 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, and only now I get my data. And this is a huge problem. And now you might say, okay, Jan, what's the solution? How can we, I guess, suspend the data loading? Good idea. So here's what I want to do. I want to render the layout instantly. What I mean by that is this section right here, let me make it red. This section does not fetch any heavy data. It can be rendered instantly. Only this section takes 5 seconds to load. So what is if we could render this here instantly, the top section, and then suspend this data? We could, for example, render some sort of loading indicator telling the user, hey, we are already finished with the layout, here's the layout, but this data takes a bit to render. Please wait a bit, it will be there in a second. And you implement this concept is called streaming. Sadly, the TanStack Start documentation does not really have a good section on streaming. Therefore, let's go to the next JS documentation. And inside of here, they say streaming allows the server to send parts of a dynamic route to the client as soon as they are ready, rather than waiting for the entire route to be rendered. This means users see something sooner, even if parts of the page are still loading. Essentially, what we can do is send the layout instantly to the client, because there's nothing to wait for. Yes, we fetch the user session, but this is almost instant. The only thing that takes a bit to fully render is this content. And what we can do is suspend the content and show a loading indicator. And once the data has finished fetching, we can swap out the loading indicator for the real data. So here they have this beautiful image that explains everything quite well. This here is our layout, for example, and this layout is instantly there. It does not need to be suspended. The only thing that takes quite a bit of time to be fully fetched is this data. So what we can do is show a loading state, as they say here, partial content, this is the layout, with loading state, this is the loading state. And then here they say suspended content streaming in. This content is currently being loaded. While it's being loaded, we will show a loading state. And once the data has finished loading, for example after 5 seconds, we will swap out the loading state for the real content. This is what you call streaming, or in other words, suspended data loading. And the interesting thing is, after now going through the TanStack router documentation a bit, I also found a section from them, so where they talk about this suspended data loading, but they don't call it suspended data loading or streaming or something like that. They call it deferred data loading. It's essentially the same thing, so I guess who cares? Let's quickly see what they say. TanStack router is designed, and with that also TanStack Start, is designed to run loaders in parallel and wait for all of them to resolve before rendering the next route. This is great most of the time, but occasionally you may want to show the user something sooner while the rest of the data loads in the background. Deferred data loading is a pattern that allows the router to render the next location's critical data markup, while slower non-critical route data is resolved in the background. This process works both on the client and server via streaming. Okay, they also mention streaming inside of here, and is a great way to improve the perceived performance of your application. That sounds great. And how can we now get started? Well, looking at the index file, what do? We call the getItems function. What is the getItems function? Oh, you might say, hey Jan, don't bore me, this is a server function, we already know that. That's correct. But what is the server function? It's a promise, it's an asynchronous function. What do we do right here? We await the promise, and with that then get the data. But with streaming, you don't want to await the promise, that's the important thing. In this case, what we want to do is return a promise pretty much. What I want you to do is update the code. Let's delete this getItemsFN, and instead of returning getItemsFN, or in other words awaiting the promise, we will actually create this items promise, and this will be equal to get items fn, and I will invoke it. This code might look a bit weird right now, but essentially what we are doing right here is that we are simply returning an unawaited promise from the loader, and then this will be automatically deferred, or in other words streamed. Also, in the past you did this a bit differently. In the past you used this defer function, and the defer function did the exact same thing. What I mean by that is, using the defer function you could return an unawaited promise. But with newer versions of TanStack Router and with their TanStack Start, you can now just return an unawaited promise, and that's it, then you are already finished. But currently, if you scroll a bit to the bottom, then you will see that we get an error in our route component, and to be specific, we get an error for the items list, and that's because data does not match data or something like that. What we need to do is update our destructuring. Currently we get data from the useLoader data hook, but instead of getting data, we want to get the items promise. I will destructure it, let's scroll to the bottom, and data will be equal to items promise, but we instantly get an error. What's the problem? Well, if we scroll to the top, what does our items list component expect? It expects, where is it? Let me scroll to the top a bit further. It expects data. Okay, we already know that, but what type is data? Awaited return type get items fn. This is wrong, or this is, I guess, a mistake. No, it's not a mistake, but this is incorrect. This is not awaited anymore. Yes, we awaited the data before, but now this is an unawaited promise. Therefore, we need to delete this awaited and just say return type of get items fn. And if I now again scroll to the bottom, then you will see that this error will go away because this matches the type. Now the items list component throws an error, and that's because the data is unawaited. If I hover over filter, it says, hey, did you forget to use await? Did you forget to await the data? Well, not really, but also kinda, because the data is not awaited. It's still an unawaited promise. What we need to do inside of here is go above the constant filtered items, and let's say constant items, or yeah, I think let's call it items, and this will be equal to use. Use is a React hook. Please import it from React, and as an argument I will pass the data. Let's now update our whole, you could say, function, or what I mean by that is, instead of saying data.filter, let's say items.filter, and with that the error is gone automatically. Instead of saying data.length, this will be items.length. I will do the same thing right here, items.length, and then also right here, items.length. Do we have any other errors? No, this all looks good to me, and let's test it out. And by the way, I will explain the code in a second. Don't worry. As always, no need to worry, I will explain everything. Let's go back, I will do a hard refresh, and as you see here, we don't see anything. Wait, this is a bit weird, to be quite honest with you. We see already this black background color, or this dark background, but we did not see any content. This was a bit weird, because in the previous example, when we actually had our awaited promise, we did not display anything. We just saw this default screen, because our page was awaiting the promise. But since we are now not awaiting the promise anymore, we see the background. We don't see anything, like we don't render the sidebar or anything like that, but we still see this dark background. This is interesting. What's exactly the problem? Well, currently we literally suspend everything, but we don't want to suspend everything, but instead only the items list component. And what we can do is wrap the component in a suspense boundary. Suspense is imported from React, and I will paste the content or the component inside of here. If I go back and do a hard refresh, we see the content instantly, we see the sidebar instantly and the top section, and only the items, the saved items, are currently being suspended, or in other words, deferred. And now you might say, Jan, I'm kinda confused. What does this suspense boundary do, and what does this use hook do? What even is it? Well, if you go to the React documentation, then you will see that use is a React API that lets you read the value of a resource like a promise or context. Essentially, using this use hook, we can consume the promise, show a loading state, and also await the real data. And this use hook is relatively new. It got introduced, I think, with React 19, and in the past with React 18, you used the await component. And the await component was there to resolve the deferred promise. And using the use hook, you can do the same thing. You can resolve the deferred promise and then render the data. And that's also what they mention in the documentation. In React 19, you can use the use hook instead of await. And since we use React 19, it also makes sense to use the newest hooks, if that makes sense. So instead of using the old await component, we rather use the native use hook, which does the same thing. So to summarize everything one more time, instead of returning or instead of awaiting our data, we now return an unawaited promise. This unawaited promise is then passed as a child to the component, in this case to the, how is it called, items list component, because as you see here in the route component, we get this unawaited promise, items promise, and then we pass it as a prop to the component. The items list component gets this unawaited promise as you see here. So where is it? Data. This is this unawaited promise, and instead of using the data, we pretty much wrap it in this use hook, or we pass it as an argument, and the use hook is able to read this unawaited promise and then to resolve it, which means we can then use the data. And now you might also ask me, hey Jan, what is the suspense component and why do we need it? Well, if you go to the React documentation, then you will see that suspense lets you display a fallback until its children have finished loading. Essentially, using the suspense component, we can tell our application, hey, only this component has unawaited data, which will be awaited. Please defer the data loading and show a loading indicator. Currently, we don't show a loading indicator, but using the suspense component, we can do that. And I also found this nice blog article by Front End Masters. It's a great blog article, by the way. And inside of here, they say the use hook will cause the component to suspend and show the nearest suspense boundary in the tree. And that's why at the start, when we did not use the suspense component, we just rendered nothing. Or what I mean by that is we used the nearest suspense boundary in the tree, which is the root suspense boundary. Again, let me show it to you one more time. I will comment out suspense. Let's comment it out completely. I will go back, do a hard refresh, and we don't see anything. And that's because it takes like the root suspense boundary. We did not define it. It's just set by default. And that's why we don't see anything. This is not really good because this kind of removes the whole benefit of streaming data. And that's why you want to add your own suspense boundary. And using the suspense boundary, the use hook will now look for the nearest suspense boundary, which is this one. And that's why it will only suspend this specific section instead of suspending the whole page. And here they also have this example with tasks, and they say now when we load an individual tasks page, we will first see the overview data, which is loaded quickly and server rendered above the suspense boundary. That's exactly what we do because all of this data is rendered above the suspense boundary. And then if you scroll further, then you will see when the task comes in, the promise will resolve. The server will push the data down and our use call will provide data for our component. And that's exactly what also happens in our case. The use hook will provide data to our component, and that's how we are then able to render our data. Currently, as mentioned, we don't really render a fallback, a loading state, which is a big miss. What we can do is use the fallback property, and inside of here we can literally render anything. For example, a p tag that says loading ... This fallback will be rendered instantly while our component is suspended or while the data is being loaded in. And then once the data has finished loading, we will swap out the fallback, or the suspense component will swap out the fallback for the real data. If I go back and do a hard refresh, then you will see loading ... and then in a second or so we will get our real data. Isn't that cool? What I would like to change is instead of rendering loading ... I would actually rather like to render full-on skeletons. Let's scroll to the top. I will go above the function items list and let's create another function, or in other words another component. I will say function items grid skeleton. And I will open the function. Inside of here, let's create a return statement. I will create a div. Let's give the div a class name, and this will be grid gap 6. Let's also say MD or bigger, which will be grid columns 2. And by the way, I think you all know what a skeleton is, but essentially a skeleton is like a loading state, and that's what we will render. This component is already installed, so we don't need to install it, but if it's not installed for you for a reason XYZ, then copy the installation command and install it. In this div, we need to now map over a fake array. What I will do is use array brackets, and inside of here, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, we will have 4 items, and I will map over these items. As a param, I will get the individual item, and let's return it. Inside of here, I will render a card. The card is already imported. I will give the card the unique key, and this will be equal to our item. Let's also give it a class name, and this will be overflow hidden, and then also padding top 0. Inside of here, let's use the skeleton component, and this will mimic our image. I will give it a class name, and this will be aspect video and also width full. Inside of here, or underneath the skeleton, let's get the card header component, and in the card header, or I will give the card header a class name, and this will be space y3. In the card header, let's render a div, and this will be like our status badge, or it will mimic the status badge. Let's give it a class name. This will be flex items center, and then also justify between to align the children to the most outer corner, to the left side and right side. Inside of here, I will get the skeleton component. This is self-closing. I will give it a class name. This will be height 5, width, which will be 20, and then rounded full. Underneath the skeleton, but in the div, I will render another skeleton. I will delete width 20 and height 5. Instead, I will say size 8, and instead of saying rounded full, this will be rounded MD. Let's go underneath this div, but let's stay in the card header, and we will now mimic the title. I will use the skeleton component, and let's give the skeleton a class name, which will be height 6 and then width full. Underneath the skeleton, let's mimic our metadata, in other words the author name. I will use the skeleton component. This is self-closing, and let's give it a class name, which will be height 4 and then width 40. And for now, this is already enough. Let's copy the function name items grid skeleton. I will scroll to the bottom, and instead of rendering loading ... we will use our component, the items grid skeleton. If I save this, go back and do a hard refresh, we should get a beautiful skeleton. And doesn't this look beautiful? This now takes 5 seconds, and after 5 seconds, we will get our card. Nice! So now we are finished with streaming, or in other words, we are finished with deferring our data loading. I want to summarize streaming one more time, and after that we will continue with the ID route. So the core concept of streaming is that you don't want to block the initial render while waiting for slow data, like for example the items list data, our saved items data. And instead of waiting for all of the data to load on the server side, we can instead render what we can immediately. In other words, the layout, because the layout does not have any heavy data fetching. And the implementation is relatively simple. Instead of awaiting the data, we send an unawaited promise. As you see here, this data does not get awaited. No. This is an unawaited promise. In other words, this is nothing right now, pretty much. As a second step, our page then renders. Everything outside of the suspense boundary renders, all of this content. The only thing that does not render is all of the content in the suspense boundary. In other words, the items list component. Well, I guess there is one thing that we still render, and that's the fallback. But the fallback is not something that we are suspending. Instead, it's something that we show while the data is being suspended. And then in the component that we suspend, we use the use hook, which is is provided by React and got released or got introduced with React 19. This tells React essentially, hey React, I need this promise to resolve so that I can render the data down below. And then the data arrives and we literally swap out the fallback for the real data. This is how everything works, and as you see here, it's not hard to implement. And the nice thing is everything is still rendered on the server side and not on the client side. That's important to remember. And I would also highly recommend you to read through this blog article, and it's called Introducing TanStack Start. Most of you will probably think that this is a very basic article, but no, the author really goes into everything in detail, and most importantly also goes into streaming and, for example, React query and stuff like that. Read through it if you have some time, but if not, that's also fine. Let's now continue with the individual item route. Instead of starting with the UI, let's rather start by creating a server function to fetch all of the relevant data. So I'm in the items file where we created all of our server functions, and let's create a new one. I will say export constant get item by ID, and this will be equal to create server function. Let's invoke it, destructured, and what method will this be? Get or post? Come on, yes, correct, it's get, since we want to get data. I will chain the handler method, let's invoke it, and I will create an arrow function that will be asynchronous, since we want to fetch data inside of here. Let's say constant item, and this will be equal to await prisma.savedItem.find unique, since I want to find a unique item. Let's invoke it, destructured, and since we want to find a unique item, we need to pass the where statement. And inside of here, I want to find an item where two things match pretty much. First of all, where the ID is equal to the ID that we provide, but also where the user ID matches our user ID, because only the creator of the saved item should be able to view the content and with that fetch this data. How can we get the user ID? Well, as you all know, we have access to the middleware method. Let's chain middleware. Inside of here, I will create an array and then get the auth.fn middleware that we created. With that, we now get access to the context. So let's destructure the params, and in the where statement, I will use the user ID, and then this will be equal to context.session.user.id. So this is check number one pretty much. And now we want to also add the ID, and the ID will be equal to whatever we get from the user. In other words, let's use the input validator. So I will chain it after the middleware, let's invoke it, and I want to only get one thing from the user, the ID. So instead of creating a separate sort schema, I will literally just say z.object, let's invoke it, destructured, and I want to get the ID, so this will be of type z.string, and that's already it. Now where we destructured the params, I will get data, and the ID will be equal to data.id, and this is already finished. Let's also create an if statement, because if you hover over item, then you will see that this could be defined, but it could also be null. And I want to say if the item is not defined, so exclamation mark item, then I will throw not found. Not found is imported from TanStack React router, and not found is the function that will trigger a for not found page. And if everything is fine, if we get our item, I will just return the item. As mentioned, the documentation is your best friend. If you want to learn more about this component, about this function, then head over to the documentation. But essentially, if you hover over it, that this here creates a not found error object recognized by TanStack router. Throw this from loaders actions to trigger the nearest not found component. Okay, this now makes sense, and with that we are also finished with this server function. And the next step is to create the route itself. Let's open the Explorer. I will open the routes folder and then the dashboard folder. In the dashboard folder, we have the items folder with an index.tsx file. And inside of here, we need to now create a dynamic route. And there are two ways to create a route, as you already know. We can either create a new folder or use flat routes. In this case, we will create a flat route, since I won't chain or I won't create any child routes. I won't nest any routes. And let's say, or how do you even create a dynamic dynamic route, you should already know that you want to use the dollar syntax or this dollar symbol, you want to prefix it, and then you want to give your route a name. In this case, this will be item id.tsx, and this is also how we will later on be able to get the data, to get the param pretty much. This automatically generated already the content, which looks good, but we want to start off fresh. Let's delete everything in the return statement, and I will create a new return statement. Let's create a div. I will give the div a class name, and let's say mxAuto maximum width 3xl, and then space y6. Inside of here, I want to render a link that will allow the user to go back. Let's use the link component provided by TanStack React Router. We have to instantly provide the toProp, and this will redirect the user to /dashboard/items. In the link, I will use the arrow left icon, and that's already it. So this will just be a nice little button. If I save this and go back, then you won't see anything, because if I currently click on the item, wait, this takes a bit because we have a 5-second delay, but if I click on this, then we get redirected to the incorrect route. So let's fix that. I will go back. Let's open the file, the index.tsx file in the items folder, and if you scroll a bit to the bottom, then you should find the link component, or rather, if you scroll to the top, then you will find this link component, and for the toProp, we added /dashboard, but in this case, this will be /dashboard/items/item ID, and we instantly get an error. What's the problem? Well, the thing is, this is a dynamic param. What does that mean? Well, we have to propagate the dynamic param. How can we do that? Well, if you click on Control Spacebar, then you can access params. I will destructure it, and inside of here, we instantly get access to the item ID. Isn't that cool? This is fully type safe, and this will be equal to the item.id. If I save this, go back, and then hover over the item, this again takes, but you know what? Let me delete this delay. It annoys me quite a bit. So items, and inside of here, I will make the delay, let's say 2 seconds. This will be enough. If I go back, we will still see our nice little pending state, and if I hover over the item, then you will see on the bottom left corner that this is the correct href. If I click on this card, then I will also get redirected, and this is our, I guess, our ugly button. Let's go back. I will style it further. Let's give the link component a class name, and this will be equal to the button variance function. I will invoke it. Let's destructure it. I will also give it a variant. The variant will be outline, not this, but outline, and I will also give this a size, and the size will be icon. If I go back, then you will see this button, but honestly, this is currently aligned incorrectly. What I mean by that is this should be aligned on the left side. Let's go back, and I will wrap the link component in a div. I will paste the content back, and let's give this div a class name. This will be flex, and then justify start. If I save this and go back, then nothing will change, and that's because we need to update the main div, and I will say width full. If I save this and go back, then this will be aligned on the left side. Should we maybe add some text like go back or something? Sure, why not? I will go underneath the icon, but let's stay in the link, and I will say go back. If I save this and go back, then you will see this right here. This looks a bit ugly, and that's because for the size we set icon. If I delete this again, then this will already look 10 times better, and to be honest with you, I think we can leave it as is. Let's now continue. I will go back, and let's go underneath this div, but we will stay in the main div. As a next step, I want to render the OG image, and to render the OG image, we need to fetch the data, and we already created the server function, which means we can use the loader right here. I think you all know how the syntax works. We want to just call our function. Get item by ID, I will invoke it, and we instantly get an error. What's the problem? Well, we need to pass the param, or yeah, at the end of the day, if I destructure this, it instantly says, hey Jan, I want to get data, and to be specific, I want to get the ID of this item. But how can we access the ID? For example, let's maybe destructure the params. Oh, okay, what do we get here? Route preload params. This sounds interesting. Can we pass them here? So data will be equal to ID, and the ID will be equal to params dot item ID. Oh my god, all of this is type safe. Isn't that cool? So we literally can access the params in the loader, and all of this is type safe. Because if you hover over params, it says, hey, the params have an item ID which is of type string. If you then destructure the getItemById function, it instantly says, hey, I want to get an ID. This ID is of type string. And with that, we are already finished. We can now access the data in the component. I will say constant data, and this will be equal to route.useLoaderData. If you hover over data, then you will see that we get the type. Isn't that cool? I love this end-to-end type safety. Literally everything works as you would expect. Underneath this div, but still in the main div, let's create like a ternary, and I will check if the item.ogImage exists. Or in other words, let's say if the data.ogImage exists, if it's defined, then I will use this logical and let's return something. I will return a div. This will be the wrapper div for the image, and inside of here I will return a standard image. Let's propagate the source. This will be equal to data.image or ogImage, and let's also give it an alt, and for the alt this will be data.title. This all looks good to me. We instantly get an error for the alt, and that's because the title in theory could be undefined. Let's use nullish coalescing, and I will say article, or not even article, I guess item image, something like that. If we save this and go back, then you should see the image. But honestly, this looks a bit ugly, let's be honest. Let's style the div. I will give the div a class name. This will be relative aspect video. With that, we will create a 16:9 aspect ratio. Let's say width full, overflow, which will be hidden to not overflow anything, rounded LG, and then BG muted. This will give it a grayish color when the image loads itself. Let's also give the image a class name, and this will be height full, also width full to take all of the space available, object cover so that we don't get any errors with the positioning or problems pretty much. Let's say transition, which will be transform, duration, which will be 300, and I want to also give it a hover effect. So on hover, we should have like a scale effect. Let's say scale 105, 105%. If I save this and go back, then you will see that this looks beautiful. We have this nice animation on hover. Let's continue. I will go underneath this check where we check if the image is defined, and let's continue with the title. I will create a div. Let's give the div a class name, and this will be space y3. In the div, I will render an h1, and inside of here, let's render the data.title. If I save this and go back, then you will see the title down below. 11 AI agent projects you can build today. Nice. Let's style the h1. I will give it a class name, and this will be text3xl. Let's also say font bold to give it a bigger font weight, and then tracking tight. If I save this and go back, then you will see the title down below. In theory, the title could be undefined, because if you hover over the title, then you will see that this is either of type string or null. Therefore, let's use nullish coalescing, and if this is not defined, then I will say untitled. Let's continue. Underneath the h1, but still in this specific div, I want to render metadata. In other words, the author, and then also the published airtime stamp and stuff like that. Let's create a div. I will also create a comment just to have a better overview, and here I will say metadata row. And in this div, or let's style the div, I will give it a class name. This will be flex wrap. This will wrap if there's no space available horizontally anymore. Let's also say items center to center everything. Gap for text, which will be SM. Text muted foreground to give the color, or to give the text a grayish color. This already looks good to me, and let's get started with the author. Let's first of all check if the author is defined. I will say if data.author is defined, then I will use a logical and let's return a span. In the span, I will use or render the user icon imported from Lucid React. This is self-closing, and let's also give it a class name. This will be size 3.5. Let's also, underneath the user icon, but still in the span, render the author name in general. For that, let's say data.author. I will also style style the span, let's give it a class name, and this will be inline flex. And let's also say items center and gap 1 to have some space in between. If I now scroll to the bottom, then you will see the author name right here. Let's continue with the published at timestamp. For that, I will go underneath this check, but let's stay in the div, and I will say if data.publishedAt is defined, then let's use this logical and I will return a span element. In the span element, let's use the calendar icon imported from Lucid React, and this will have the same styles. In other words, let's give it a class name, and this will be size 3.5. We can also style the span element, and this will also be or have the same styles. Inline flex, items, which will be center, and gap 1. Underneath the icon, but still in the span, let's say new date, and as an argument, I will pass data.publishedAt. But here's the thing, we instantly get an error, and that's because you can't render objects in JSX, as you see here. Objects are not valid as React child. What we need to do is format the date. Therefore, what I will do is use the toLocalDateString method. Let's invoke it, and if I go back, then you will see the date at the bottom. Let's also update it a bit, or in other words, I will add the local. This will be en-uppercase-US, and if you add a comma and open an object, you can also configure this format even further. In other words, you could say, for example, for the month, this should only be 2-digit long and so on, but we won't do that. I will just add the local, which will be en-US, and that's already it. Nothing really changed. We still see our date, and this is great. Let's continue. What's the next step? Well, underneath this published at timestamp, I want to render the created at timestamp. This means when we actually scraped, when we scraped and with that imported the item. For that, I will copy the span element, paste it down below, but we are still in this div. Then let's update the icon. I will use the clock icon imported from Lucid React, and here I will say saved, and this will then be equal to new date, and as an argument, I will pass data.createdAt. For the method, or we will still use this toLocalDateString method, and the local en-US is also fine. If I save this and go back, then you will see all of these timestamps. So the author, then when the author published the blog article, and also when we personally saved this article, or in general this content. Let's continue, and what's the next step? Well, as a next step, I want to render the source link. For that, let's go underneath the span, underneath this div, but let's stay in this main div, which has this class name space y3. Inside of here, I will use an a tag, and that's because we want to redirect the user to an external route. Whenever you want to do an internal redirect, whenever you want to do a client-side navigation, then please use the link component. But if you want to redirect the user to an external website, then yes, you can use the link component, but it makes a bit more sense to just use the normal a tag. Then for the href, this will be equal to data.url, and inside of here, let's say view original, and I will also render an icon. Underneath the text, but still in the a tag, I will use the external link icon. External link is imported from Lucid React. This is self-closing, and I will give it a class name, which will be size 3.5. If I save this and go back, then you will see this link, but honestly, it looks kinda ugly. Let's style it. I will give the a tag a class name, and this will be text primary. It will give it this orange color. Let's also say hover, and this will give it an underline. Inline, which will be flex, items center, gap 1, and also text SM. If I save this and go back, then you will see this nice little link down below, and if I hover over it, then we get this underline. This also looks good to me. Let's continue, and underneath the a tag, or let's test it out because I did not test it, if I click on view original, then we will get redirected. But honestly, I have a slight problem with this because this does not open in in a new tab, but rather it opens in the same tab. What we can do is give this A tag a property called target, and inside of here let's say _blank. When clicked now, or when I click on this link, then instead of opening in the same tab, it will open in a new tab. In my opinion, this creates a better user experience, and whenever you want to redirect a user to a different or external website, always add this target _blank. Let's continue. As a next step, I want to render all of the tags. Currently we don't have any tags, nevertheless, let's also already create the content. Inside of here I will say if data.tags.length is bigger than 0, then we will use this logical AND, not this, but the logical AND, two AND signs, and I will render a div inside of here. Let's give the div a class name, and this will be flex wrap, and then also gap2. Inside of here I will map over the tags data.tags.map. As a param I will get the singular tag, and then let's return this. Inside of here let's use the badge component. The badge component is imported from the components, and inside of here I will render the tag, the content. Let's for now leave it as is, because if I save this and go back, then we won't see anything. And the reason for that is because we currently did not generate any tags yet, but we will do that with AI a bit later on. Let's for now continue. I will go underneath this section, and you know what? I will also create a comment and say tags. And underneath this tags section, I will create another comment, and this will be for the summary. But currently we don't have a summary, so what I will do is render a p tag and say, hey, this is for the summary. Again, currently we don't have it, but we will create it a bit later on. Let's continue, and as the next step, I want to render the content. For that, let's go underneath the p tag. I will create a comment, and let's say content section. Inside of here, let's say if data.content exists, then I will use a logical AND, and inside of here we will use the collapsible component. We did not install the collapsible component yet, so let's head over to ShadcnUI. I will search for collapsible, and I want to install this component. Let's copy the installation command. I will go back, stop the dev server, and let's paste it inside of here. I will also restart the dev server, and inside of here let's again get the collapsible component from the components. In the collapsible component, let's get the collapsible trigger from the components, and in the collapsible trigger I will render a button. Let's get the button component from the components, and in the button component I want to render two things, a bit of text and also an icon. Let's for now create a span element. Inside of here I will say full content, and if we save this and go back, then you should see something, and yeah, we see this button. It currently does not work, but don't worry about it, we will fix it. Let's also render an icon. For that I will go underneath the span, and let's get the chevron down icon imported from Lucid React. This is self-closing. Let's give it a class name, and inside of here I will use the cn helper function imported from the utils. Let's invoke it. For now we will leave it empty. If I go back, then you will see this icon, and it looks quite nice. Let's continue with the content. For that I will go underneath the collapsible trigger, and let's get the collapsible content component from the components. Inside of here I will render a card. Let's get the card from the components. In the card I will get the card content component, and in the card content component I will render the data.content. If I save this and go back, then nothing will change, but if I click on full content, then you will see the full content. Let's be honest, this looks relatively ugly, so let's make it look a bit nicer. Let's start with the button itself, in other words with the trigger. I will give the trigger component an asChild property, and let's style the button. I will give it a variant, this will be outline, and let's also give the button a class name, which will be width full and then justify between. If I save this and go back, then you will see that the text is on the left side and the icon in theory is on the right side. Currently this DevTools thing renders there, that's why we don't see the content or the icon, but yeah, it's in theory rendered on the right side. And if I click on full content, then we again get the full content. element. One thing I will do is also give the span element a class name, and let's say font medium. And let's continue with the collapsible content. I will give the card a class name. This will be margin top 2. This in general already looks kinda okay, but first of all, the markdown is not formatted, and secondly, the icon, you could say position, or the icon does not rotate when opened. When open, I want to rotate the icon by 180 degrees. For that, let's go back. I will scroll to the top and let's create a new state. I will say constant, then let's get these array brackets, and this will be equal to use state. The initial state will be false, and inside of here, we need to create a getter and setter. The getter will be called content open, and the setter will be called set content open. Let's scroll to the bottom, and I want to control this collapsible component. Let's get the open property, and this will be equal to content open. And let's also get the onOpen change property, and this will be equal to set content open. If I save this and go back, then nothing will change, everything still works, but using the state we can now control the icon. For that, let's continue with the cn helper, and I will create a ternary. If content open is true, let's use a question mark, and I will say rotate 180. So with that, the icon will rotate 180 degrees. If this is not true, let's use a colon, and I will return an empty string. Let's also add a comma after that, and here we can add all of our default styles. I will say size 4, so we will give it a width and height of 4. Let's also say transition, which will be transform, and also duration 200. If I save this and go back, then nothing will change, but if I click on the button, then the icon in theory should rotate, and that's exactly what happened. Isn't that cool? Yeah, it's super nice. Now let's continue or fix our second problem, which is that our markdown is not formatted, and that's normal. I mean, this is markdown, and markdown is not something that gets automatically passed by React or something like that. We have to pass it ourselves and then render it. So what we have to do is use a separate library to pass the content and then to render it. In most cases, what you would do is now use some sort of third-party library, but since we will later on implement the AI SDK, we can also use the components provided by the AI SDK. If you go to the AI SDK website, then you will find a button called AI Elements. Please click on it, and here they have a lot of components. Please click on the chatbot section, and I want you to click into the message component. This message component is perfect for our use case, and the reason why we will use the component is relatively simple. A, it's built on top of ShadcnUI, and also because it allows us to render Markdown. It has support for Markdown rendering with GFM support, tables, task lists, strike-through, math equations, and smart streaming. Let's copy the installation command. Here they have this installation section. Please click on ShadcnCLI. I will copy this. Don't copy this npx. Let's go back, and what I will do is stop my dev server and say pnpm dealx and then paste what I just copied. There's one important thing that we need to do, and that's that we have to add this code to our globals.css file. This is required for the message response component to work properly. Without this import, the stream down styles will not be applied to your project, which is a big problem. Let's copy the code. I will go back. Let's open the styles.css file, and I will paste what I just copied at the top. Let's close this, and now we can use the component. To do that, let's delete this data.content, and in the card content, I will get the message response component. This is imported from the components. Let's open it, and inside of here, I will render the data.content. Let's save this. I will go back, and in theory, we should see something, but we don't see anything, and that's because the dev server is not running. But if I restart it and go back, then we should finally see the markdown. And yes, this is our markdown formatted nicely. We see the OG image. I can even download it. Isn't that cool? I can click on this, and then it instantly downloads the image. This is so nice, and this is a nice benefit of using this component. Everything has already been formatted. And of course, we get all of the content. We get this UL, or how is it called, unordered list. The titles, again, unordered list. And we get all of the images. All of the links are highlighted. highlighted with this orange color and underline. And in general, I would say we are finished. So at the end of the day, this component, all it does right now is give us Markdown support. In theory, this is like the perfect component for your AI chatbot, but it also works very well for our use case. And we will also use this component a bit later on. But again, essentially, right now, this component is just there to support Markdown rendering. And as you see here, everything looks beautiful. We get all of the links, and that's exactly what we want. And one thing I want you to remember is that we did not generate this Markdown, this clean structured Markdown. No, Firewall generated everything for us. Firewall scraped the website, it scraped the blog article, and then it took the HTML and generated Markdown using this HTML. So it did the step for us. We did not have to do anything, and that's very important. Essentially, Firewall does everything for you. All you have to do is find the correct URL, or you have to pass the target URL to Firewall, and that's it. It manages all of the complexities, proxies, caching, JS blocked content, handles dynamic content, dynamic websites, JS rendered sites, PDFs, images, and it always outputs clean Markdown, structured data, screenshots, or HTML. This is a game changer, and it makes our lives so much easier. And as the next step, I want to continue with metadata, because here's the thing, I want you to look at this tab. What does it say? TanStack Start Starter. This is not good. Look, for example, at the Firewall website. What does it say right here in the tab? The title is Scrape Vertical Line Firewall. The blog article says, or it renders the title, Introducing /agent. The TanStack router documentation renders server routes, vertical line TanStack Start documentation. We want to have the same thing. I don't want to render TanStack Start starter. This is not good for SEO, and this will also confuse the user, which is not good. So if you go to the documentation and search for document head management, then you will find this section. And inside of here they say document head management is the process of managing the head, title, meta, link, and script tags of a document, and TanStack Router provides a robust way to manage the document head for full stack applications that use Start and for single page applications that use TanStack React Router. It provides automatic deduping of title and meta tags, automatic loading and unloading of tags based on route visibility, and a comprehensive way to manage title and meta tags from nested routes. For full stack applications that use Start and even for single page applications that use TanStack Router, managing the document head is crucial for any application for the following reasons. SEO, that's what I mentioned, this is like, in my opinion, probably the most important reason. Social media sharing, analytics, CSS and JS loading, unloading. To manage the document head, it's required that you render both the head content and scripts component and use the route options.head property to manage the head of a route. This returns an object with title, meta, links, styles, and scripts properties. If we go back and if I open the __root file, then you will see that we render the head content component and also the scripts component. So this is good. And if you scroll a bit to the top, then you will also see that right here we already defined this head document, or what I mean by that is meta tags are defined, char set, then also this viewport and title, and then also links. And this is actually the title that we see everywhere. If I update this and say, for example, root title, and if I save this and go back, then you will see it right here, root title. If I say, for example, yo, then you will also see it on the top, yo. If I open the inspector and with that the elements, I will make this a bit bigger, then you will see in the head that we will render the title. So if I scroll to the bottom, we have this meta, or we have this title yo, and then this meta char set, meta name with the viewport, and then also the link which links the CSS. This is how you can define meta tags, and as mentioned, it's very important that you do so. You want to always include them, both for SEO but also to structure your application in a better way. And for example, everything that you define inside of here in the root head will also be forwarded to all of your child routes. But if you add new meta tags in a child route, then everything will be deduped, and instead of rendering your new title will be rendered. Let me show it to you. Let's, for example, open the items route, so items/index.tsx, and inside of here we can define meta tags. I will go to this export constant route, and inside of here we get access to the head, and this will be equal to an arrow function. I will destructure it, and inside of here we get access to links, meta, scripts, and styles. In this case specifically, I want to add meta tags. Meta is equal to an array, and inside of here we can add objects. If I add an object and click on Control spacebar, I instantly get autocomplete. And we can, for example, add the title. This will be equal to saved items. And if I save this and go back, then you will see here saved items. And if I, for example, click on import, then it will render yo. Because in the items route we defined a new title, but the import route does not have any meta tags defined, which means it falls back to the root, and in the root we added a title which says yo. We can also, for example, add an OG title. I will create another object, let's say property. Property will be equal to OG colon title, and then we can add the content, and for the content this will also be saved items. This is what, for example, would be rendered if you would share the link in WhatsApp or Facebook and stuff like that. If I save this and go back, nothing will change, but if I open the inspector and with that the elements and then the head, then you will see inside of here we have the title and then this meta property which is called OG title, and then the content saved items. And you can literally render everything inside of here. Your title, OG image, Twitter, OG description, and there are hundreds of other titles or properties that you can add right here. But in general, you in most cases want to set your title, description, and then a few OG properties like OG title, OG image, and stuff like that. Let's also do the same thing in our item ID route, and the item ID route is relatively interesting because what did we do in our index route? Well, we hard-coded the meta tags, saved items. But what is if I want to render a dynamic title? For example, the title of the blog article. How can we do that? Good question. So in this export constant route, what we can do is access the head. As you all know, this is equal to an arrow function that we return, and then we can open an object inside of here. And the interesting thing is that in the params we now get access to all of the data. If I destructure it, then you will see that we get access to the loader data, and the loader data is what we fetch. If you hover over it, then you will see that this is fully typed. Isn't that cool? So inside of here I can say meta, and meta is equal to an array, and now we can render the title. I will create an object, let's get the title property, and this will be equal to loader data dot title. We currently get an error, and that's because the title in theory could be null or undefined. So let's use nullish coalescing, and if this is not defined, I will say item details. If I save this and go back, then we should now see the title. We don't see anything, that's because I'm still on this main overview route. But if I open this page or this item, for example, then you will see that the title changed on the top. If I look at the element, then you will see that the title updated. In our head tag we say 11 AI agent projects you can build today. This is exactly what we get. This is the title, and the title is now rendered in our meta tags. Isn't that cool? Let me show you another example. Let's set the OG image. I will add another object inside of here. Let's set the property. The property will be OG colon image, and then we need to set the content. And the content will be equal to the loader data dot OG image. In theory, the OG image could be undefined, so I will use nullish coalescing and render some weird string for now. In a normal production grade application, you would want to render something real, like a real fallback image, but this is fine enough. If I save this and go back and open my elements or the inspector, then the elements, then the head, then you will see that we get a new meta tag with the property OG image and also the content with the image. If I copy the content and open it in a new tab, then you will see that this is the OG image. Isn't that cool? So as you see here, it's super easy to add all of the meta tags. I will show you one more example, and that's for Twitter, because Twitter has its own meta tag properties. I will say name, and for the name, this will be Twitter:title. This is what will be rendered if you share the link in Twitter, or in other words, in X. And then we have to pass the content, and the content will be equal to loaderdata.title. This could be undefined. I will use nullish coalescing and say item details if this is not defined. If I save this, go back, do a hard refresh, open the head, then you will see right here that we have a new meta tag with the name Twitter title and then the content. Again, this is what will be rendered if you share the link on X. And do you see how easy everything was? We can access dynamic data using this loader data. We don't have to write any secondary query or something like that. No, we access the loader data and then we render whatever we need to render. That's it. We get full type safety and with that full SEO support, if that makes sense. But in general, we are now finished with meta tags, and what's the next step? What should we do now? Good question. So here's the thing, we currently already store the Markdown in our database. Or you know what, I will open Excalibur. This will explain things a bit better. We are finished with step number 1. We created the form. Users can paste any URL and then we scrape the URL using Firecrawl. Firecrawl scrapes everything, for example a blog article, then converts the HTML into Markdown, and we store the Markdown in our database. So we are finished with step 1, step 2 and step number 3. But our ETL pipeline has a third step, which is to summarize the content using AI, and then we want to render this smaller item, the summarized content. Now only step 4 is missing, which is to implement AI. In other words, we will feed this Markdown to our LLM, and then the LLM will summarize everything and return, you could say, a smaller chunk to us. So let's get started right away. And the first step is to interact with our LLM, because here's the thing, we have our Markdown and now we need to send the Markdown to our LLM. You could, for example, use the OpenAI API or the Claude API, or you can use the AI SDK. The AI SDK is an open source AI toolkit for TypeScript. It's from the creators of Next.js, and the AI SDK is a free open source library that gives you the tools you need to build AI-powered products. And that's exactly what we are doing right now. We are building an AI-powered product. And what's the benefit, or what are the benefits of using the AI SDK? First of all, unified provider API. Switch between AI providers by changing a single line of code. You can use Claude, you can use ChatGPT, and with that OpenAI, you can use Mistral and whatever other provider there is out on the market. We will, for example, use OpenRouter, and OpenRouter, as they say, is the unified interface for LLMs. It's pretty much an LLM gateway, and you can choose any LLM that you want to use. You can also implement generative UI. We won't do that. It's framework agnostic, that's important. Some people still think that the AI SDK only works with Next.js. This is incorrect. It works with TanStack Router, with Vue and so on, and you also get streaming. That's very important. So instead of sending the response from the LLM in one chunk, we will stream the content word by word into Vue, which is super powerful and very important for a production-grade AI application. Again, this is completely open source, free to use and framework agnostic. But now you might say, wait Jan, TanStack recently released their own AI SDK. Yes, that's correct. They have their own AI SDK, as they say, a powerful open source AI SDK with a unified interface across multiple providers. The only problem is this is currently an alpha. In my opinion, this is still too early to use. Give it some time to mature, and then in a few months, once they release either the release candidate or even V1, you can start testing it out, but for now it's too early. Let's rather use the AI SDK. Let's click on Docs, and what I will do is click on Next.js app router. So in the sidebar, please click on Getting Started and then Next.js app. I know we we don't use Next.js, but this quick start guide also applies to us, in this case TanStack Start. Let's scroll a bit to the bottom. Here they mention the prerequisites, Node.js 18 or bigger and so on. Yep, this is all fine. And the next step is to create an application. We already did that. And then the next step is to install dependencies. So what we need to do is install the AI package and then the AI SDK React package. This AI SDK React package gives us access to React hooks. Also, you will need to install Zord, but we already did that. Let's continue. I will copy the installation command. Let's use pnpm. I won't copy Zord because we already installed it. I will open my terminal, stop everything, and paste it inside of here. Again, we will install the AI package, the AI SDK, and then AI SDK React. This looks good to me. I will restart the dev server and let's continue with the quick start guide. And here they say configure your AI gateway API key, but we won't do that because the AI gateway is a product by Vercel, which is paid. But since all of my tutorials should always be free, in other words, you don't have to pay for anything, we will use OpenRouter because OpenRouter gives you access to free LLMs. Yes, you heard right. So let's skip this. And what's the next step? Well, the next step is to create a route handler. So before we do anything, let's head over to OpenRouter, and right here, if you click on models, then in the sidebar you will find the section called prompt pricing, and if you set the selector to free, then you will get access to all of the free models. Right now they offer 39 free models, but they always vary, like month to month you get different models that are free to use. And I will sort this by top weekly. What's the most used LLM right now? Xiaomi, okay, Mistral, this all looks good. So here you see all of the free models. Let's get started. The first step is to sign in. If you don't have an account yet, please sign up. And once you did that, please click on keys. So on the top right, I will click on keys and we have to create a new API key. As you see here, I already created a few. I will click on the button. Then for the name, this will be recall. And this all looks good to me. For the expiration, I will say no expiration and let's click on create. So this is the key. I will copy it, the API key. Let's open the env.local file. And inside of here, I will create a new environment variable called AI_key. And this will be equal to what I just copied. Let's go back. I will close this. And I think we are already finished with OpenRouter. Let's go back to the documentation. And what I want you to do is search for OpenRouter. Then here you will get the first result. This is already the document that I want you to open. And here they say OpenRouter is a unified API gateway that provides access to hundreds of AI models from leading providers like Anthropic, Google, Meta, Mistral, and more. The OpenRouter provider for the AI SDK enables seamless integration with all these models while offering unique advantages. Universal model access, so use one API key for hundreds of models. It's cost effective. It's actually cheaper than if you would use the provider itself. This means OpenAI, Anthropic, etc. It has transparent pricing, high availability, and so on. And the first step is to install the OpenRouter AI SDK provider module. I will copy the installation command as mentioned. As you all know, we use pnpm. I will stop my dev server and let's paste it inside of here. What's the next step? The next step is to create a provider instance. To create an OpenRouter provider instance, use the create OpenRouter function, and that's what we will do. Let's go back. I will open the Explorer and then in the lib folder, so I will collapse everything, source, lib. Let's create a new file and this will be called openrouter.ts. Let's go back. I will copy the code and then paste it inside of here. We need to update the API key. Instead of having the string, I will say process.env. And we need to pass the environment variable. I will copy the name AI key, so this will be process.env.ai key. Also, let's say export constant, since we want to access this instance in our application, and this is already it. We now configured OpenRouter and we can use it with the AI SDK. So as they say here, OpenRouter supports both chat and completion models. Use OpenRouter chat for chat models and OpenRouter.completion for completion models. That sounds good to me. let's continue. I will close this documentation page, and the next step is to create an API route. So what did we do in the past? We always created server functions. Server functions are like API endpoints because they run on the server side, but they can be called from both the client side and server side. The only difference is that an API endpoint is specifically designed to be globally available. A server function is also a public endpoint, but it hasn't been designed with the idea of being publicly available. So you don't want to really use it to, for example, make a request to your endpoint from a mobile application or something like that. This is like a server action. If you want to have a publicly available endpoint, then create an API endpoint. Both do the same thing, both are still publicly available, both have to still be, I guess, authenticated or protected, but an API endpoint is designed to be globally available, and a server endpoint is designed to be local but at the same time still public. I know this sounds confusing, but in general remember the following. If you want to have a global endpoint, create an API endpoint. If you want to have a private endpoint, then use a server function. But remember, a server function is still like an API endpoint, and what I mean by that is it's still public. You still have to protect it by using, for example, a middleware, and in this case this auth-fn middleware. This makes sure that only authenticated users are able to make a request to the server function and then get the data and so on, or mutate data. And now you might say, okay Jan, this sounds good, but how do you create an API endpoint with TanStack Start or in TanStack Start? Good question. So if you head over to the documentation and search for server routes, then you will find this section. And inside of here they say server routes are a powerful feature of TanStack Start that allow you to create server-side endpoints in your application and are useful for handling raw HTTP requests, form submissions, user authentication, and much more. Server routes can be defined in your routes directory of your project right along your TanStack router routes and are automatically handled by the TanStack Start server. Here is what a simple server route looks like. You get the server option, you define your handlers, and then you can define a get endpoint, a post endpoint, and so on. Server routes and app routes. Because server routes can be defined in the same directory as your app routes, you can even use the same file for both. Essentially, you can create an API endpoint in your normal page route. So right here, this is for example the hello route. In the hello route, you can render something, and at the same time, you can also create an API endpoint. And by the way, here they call them server routes, but server routes essentially is a marketing term. Whenever you hear of server routes, think of API endpoints, API routes. It does not really matter. It's the same thing. This is just a marketing term. And yeah, I think we can get started right away. Let's open the Explorer, and then in the routes folder, we already have an API folder. In the API folder, I will create another child folder, which will be called AI. And inside of here, I will create a file called summary.ts. So again, what you have to remember is that you don't have to necessarily define your endpoint in the API folder. You can also define it in this index.tsx page, because in this route, you get access to the server, and then you can open it, you can get handlers, and in the handlers, you can define a get endpoint. And then inside of here, you can do whatever you need to do. But in my opinion, this is a bit too much of mixing and matching, which I don't like. I'm a big fan of separating concerns, and that's why I like to create always a separate location for all of my API endpoints. That's why we created this route in the API folder, and now we can get started. As you see here, it did not generate this data boilerplate for me, and that's because my dev server is not running. I will restart it, and then it will automatically generate the code. I instantly get an error, and that's because this is a TS file, and in a TS file you can't return JSX. But since I don't want to return anything, I will delete this function, and let's also delete this component. We don't need it. This is just there to define an API endpoint. And inside of here, we get access to the server. In the server, we get access to handlers, and in the handlers, we can define our endpoints. You can define a delete endpoint, get endpoint, head, options, patch, and so on. You get access to all of the methods, but in this case, this will be for a post request, and this is equal to a standard arrow function, and I will make it asynchronous. And inside of here, we can now literally do anything. We can mutate data, fetch data. We can also just return like a console log. And we currently get an error for this post method. And that's because type void is not assignable to type route method results. What this means is that we currently don't return anything. And whenever you create a server route, you want to return data. So what we can do is, for example, return a new response, which says hello world. And for now, I will make this a GET request to test things out. Let's save this, and I will try to make a request to this API endpoint. So let's copy the path /API/AI/summary. I will paste it inside of here, click on enter, and as you see here, we get a new response. Hello world. This worked. This is an actual API endpoint that literally anyone can currently make a request to. Isn't that cool? But of course, we don't want to return hello world. Instead, we want to now implement the AI SDK inside of here. Let's make this again a post request. Or maybe before we do that, here's the thing. This is currently a public endpoint. But what is if you want only authenticated users to make a request? How can you do that? Well, you might say, hey Jan, let's get the user session. We can say constant session equals to await auth.api.getSession and so on. Yeah, you can do that, but if we open our middlewares folder, we created this auth file with two middlewares. Can't we just use this auth middleware inside of our server route? Well, I have good news for you. Yes, you can. For more complex use cases, you can add a middleware to specific handlers. This requires using the createHandlers function. So looking at this code, you can pass the middleware, and this is equal to an array, and then you pass the middleware that you created. That's it. Wow. But this is not really needed for us, because if you again open the middleware section and scroll to the bottom to the global middleware section, then you will see right here, global request middleware runs before every request, including server routes. So the middleware that we defined in our start file, in this case the logging middleware and also the auth middleware, run on every request, including on server routes. And I can show it to you. Let's open the auth file, not this one, but the auth middleware. And inside of here, we currently, you could say, ignore the API route, but that's not wanted. Inside of this if statement, let's use the logical and I will copy this if not URL code. Let's paste it inside of here, and we will say if the URL.pathname.starts with does not start with /API, then we will do this validation check. If I save this, go back and do a hard refresh, I still get my data, hello world, but if I copy the URL and open it in a new incognito tab, I will get redirected. And that's because right here I'm not authenticated. And since this global middleware intercepts all requests, including server routes, it also makes sure right here that the user is authenticated. So going back to our server route, to our API route, I did not define any logic inside of here to make sure that the user is authenticated. We just have our start file with the global middleware, and that's it. It intercepts the request, checks if the user is authenticated, the user is not authenticated, that's why they, or I guess we, get redirected to /login. This all looks good, and now we can get started with our endpoint. Let's again make this a post request, and inside of here I want you first of all access data from the request, because later on the user will send us data to this endpoint. To do that, to get the request object, we can destructure the params, and inside of here we get access to the context, next, params, path name, and request. I want to get the request, and let's say constant, I will destructure it, and this will be equal to await request.json. Let's invoke it, and I want to destructure the item ID and also prompt. We currently don't send this data, but we will do that later on. Underneath this code, let's create an if statement. If the item ID does not exist, or I will create the logical or. If the prompt does not exist, please use this exclamation mark. Then I will open this and let's say return new response, and we will return an error message. I will say missing prompt or item ID, and I will return a status, and the status will be 400. This is finished. Let's go underneath the if statement, and inside of here we will verify if the user owns the item. Let's say constant item, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the DB file, and I will say .saved item .find unique. Let's invoke it, the structure it, and we want to find an item where the ID matches and where the user ID matches. I will say where ID matches item ID and where user ID matches our user ID. But wait, we currently don't get our user ID. Maybe we can access it through context. So if I say context dot, oh my god, we get access to the session. So I will say .session.user.id. Isn't that cool? We defined logic in our global middleware, and we can access the data in our server route, in our API endpoint. This is so cool. And this is, for example, not something that you can do with Next.js. And this is what I love about TanStack Start. Literally everything works. You don't have to write a lot of code. Everything works. Everything is defined at one place, and then you can access the data. This is not something that you get with other frameworks. So trust me, you want to appreciate this right here. Let's continue. So this item could now be either defined or not, because the user could either own the item or not. Let's create an if statement. If the item does not exist, if it returns null, then I will return a new response, and let's also add a message. I will say item not found, and we will also return a status. I will add a comma, and for the status this will be 404 not found. Underneath the if statement we can finally use the AI SDK. I will create a comment and say stream summary. Underneath the comment, let's say constant result, and this will be equal to stream text. Stream text is imported from the AI SDK, and let's invoke it and structure it. Inside of here, we need to pass a few properties, like for example, the model, system message, and also prompt. Let's start with the model. For the model, we want to use OpenRouter. OpenRouter is imported from the lib folder. Let's say .chat, and as an argument, we need to pass the model ID. So if I go back to OpenRouter and select only 3 models and also sort by top weekly, then you will see that these are the most used 3 models. You in theory can use any, but I am quite a big fan of Z.AI GLM 4.5 Air. In my opinion and for my experience, it works very well, and that's why I will use it. But I would still highly recommend you to test out all of the models and see what works best for your use case, or not for your use case, but what works best in general. So let's go back. I will paste it as an argument. Let's continue. We need to now pass the system prompt, and this is how we can instruct the LLM. So what I want you to do is head over to my GitHub repo, and there you will find the system prompt. Please copy it because it would be a bit annoying to write it out right now. But essentially right here we say you are a helpful assistant that creates concise, informative summaries of web content. Your summaries should be 2 to 3 paragraphs long, capture the main points and key takeaways, be written in a clear professional tone, and not include any Markdown formatting. Actually, I will delete this not include any Markdown formatting, because if the model wants to, it can return Markdown. We can render it. And finally, there is one property missing, which is the prompt. And in the prompt, we have to pass our message. So I will use upticks, and inside of here, let's say please summarize the following content, and then let's say /n/n, and then the prompt. These 2 /n create just space, so like a line down below, and this looks good to me. We pass the prompt from the user, and this in theory should work. The last step missing is to return the result, so let's say return result, and we want to stream the result, so let's say .to text stream result response. I will invoke it and let's create a comment. Inside of here, I will say return the stream in the format useCompletion expects. useCompletion is the hook that we will use in the front end, but for now this is already fine enough. And since we are finished with our server route and with that API endpoint, we can also implement the front end. Let's go back. I will open the route. For that, let's go into the routes folder, items, and then item ID. Inside of here, we need to set up the useCompletion hook. And by the way, the documentation is your best friend. If you go to the AI SDK and search for useCompletion, then you will get this result. And useCompletion allows you to create text completion based capabilities for your application. It enables the streaming of text completions from your AI provider. It manages the state for chat input and updates the UI automatically as new messages are received. And that's exactly what we want to use. And inside of here, I will say constant, let's destructure it, and this will be equal to useCompletion. useCompletion does not import for me automatically, so let's copy the import statement. I will go back and paste it at the top. Import useCompletion from AI SDK React. I will again say useCompletion, let's invoke it, and I will destructure it. Inside of here, we need to pass a few properties. The first one is the API endpoint, and if you hover over the property, you will also get a description. The API endpoint accepts a string object and returns a stream of tokens of the AI completion response. It defaults to API completion, but in our case, we added a custom endpoint. So let's say /API/AI/summary. This is finished. Let's continue with the stream protocol, and this will be text. Let's get the body. This is an object, and what do we want to pass inside of here? Well, if I open the summary file, we want to get the item ID and the prompt. The prompt is already sent automatically, which means we need to only pass the item ID inside of here, and this will be equal to our data.id. So if you hover over body, then you will see that this is there, or extra body object to be sent with the API request. And the prompt is already sent automatically. And what we can also do is use the onError handler. This will trigger if there's an error. This is equal to an error function, and inside of here I will say toast.error, and for the message I will pass the error message. In the params we can get the error object, and as an argument I will say error.message. This is finished, and where we destructure everything, we can get completion. Let's also get complete, and then is loading. This all looks good to me, and we can create the UI. Let's scroll to the bottom, and instead of rendering this p tag which says hey, this is for the summary, we will delete it, and let's create a card. The card is already imported. I will give the card a class name, and this will be border-primary with a custom opacity of 20% and BG primary with a custom opacity of 5%. Let's also get the card content component, and in the card content let's render a div. I will give the div a class name. This will be flex items center. Let's also say justify between, and then gap for. And by the way, not items center, but rather items start. In this div, I will render another div. Let's give the div a class name, and this will be flex1 to take all of the space available. Inside of here, I will render an h1 and say summary. This is like the title. Let's give this a class name, and this will be text SM, font which will be semi-bold, let's say uppercase, to I guess give the user a better impression of like, hey, this is the summary. Okay, this sounds weird, who cares? Let's say tracking, which will be white. I will also say text primary. This will give the text orange color, and then margin bottom 3. Let's test it out. I will restart my dev server with pnpm run dev. Let's go back. I will do a hard refresh. I will also zoom out a bit because this is a bit too big, and if I scroll a bit to the bottom, then you will see right here summary. Let's continue underneath the h1, but in the div let's create a ternary if completion, not complete, if completion, or let's use this logical or if the data.summary is defined, then I will use a question mark, and let's render the message response component. Inside of here let's render completion. If this is not true, let's use a colon. I will return a p tag. let's give the p tag a class name. This will be text muted foreground and then italic. Inside of here, let's create a ternary. If data.content is defined, then I will say no summary yet dot generate one with AI. And if this is not true, let's use a colon and I will say no content available to summarize. This would only be rendered if for some weird reason Firequal failed to scrape the website. But this should not really happen, only if your credits run out. Let's save this, I will go back and now you see no summary yet, generate one with AI. Okay, and how can we generate one? Well, we need to render a submit button. Let's go underneath this ternary and then this div and I will create a ternary. If data.content exists and let's use this double and sign. If there is no data.summary, then let's use a logical and I will return the button component. Let's give the button a size. The size will be SM. I will also give the button a disabled state and the button will be disabled if isLoading is true. In the button, let's create a ternary. If isLoading is true, I will use a question mark. Let's return empty tags and inside of here, I will get the loader2 icon from Lucid React. Let's give it a class name and this will be size4 and animate spin. Then underneath the icon, but still in the empty tags, let's say generating ... and underneath this ternary, and if this is not true, I will use a colon. Let's use empty tags. Inside of here, I will render the sparkles icon imported from Lucid React. Let's give it a class name. This will be size4 and I will also say generate. We are almost finished and the last step is to also trigger the completion. For that, let's scroll to the top and I will create a helper function. Underneath this constant completion use completion, let's say function. I will call this handle generate summary. And then I will open the function. Inside of here, let's create an if statement. If data.content does not exist, then let's create an early exit. In other words, I will say toast.error. For the message, I will say no content available to summarize. And then let's also create an empty return to create an early exit, because it does not make any sense to continue any further. And underneath the if statement, if we have data, I will say complete. As an argument, let's pass the data.content. And that's already it. The last step is to connect our button to the function. I will copy the function name. Let's scroll to the bottom and the button, or I will give the button an onClick handler. And in the onClick handler, no, not onCanPlay, but onClick, inside of here, I will call the handle generate summary function. And before we test everything out, I would also recommend you to switch the model. Yes, I know, I said, hey, use GLM 4.5, scratch that. Instead, use this Xiaomi model or use any other one, it does not matter. But for my testing right now, this one works kinda the best. It's the fastest and it gets the best, or gives me personally the best output. So I think that's it. We can save everything. I will close this, and let's do a hard refresh. And I will click on the button. 1, 2, 3, boom! We get a pending state and it instantly streams in the content. Isn't that cool? But there's one big problem. We currently render this generate button, but whenever we get our summary, this button should not be rendered anymore. And the reason for that is relatively simple. If I do a hard refresh, the content is lost. And that's because we currently don't store the content in our database, which is kinda a big problem. And to change that, we need to create a new server function. Let's open the items file. I will scroll to the bottom and let's say export constant save summary and generate tags. So the server function will be there to both save the summary in our database, but also to generate tags. This will be equal to create server function. I will invoke it, let's destructured, and for the method this will be post. Yes, you are right. Let's also say dot handler and I will invoke it, and inside of here I will create an arrow function, which will be asynchronous. Before we write any code, let's also right away chain the middleware method. I will invoke it. Let's create an array, and inside of here I will get the auth-fn middleware. In the handler, I want to first of all verify ownership. In other words, I want to make sure that the saved item is owned by the user. And to do that, we need to get the ID from the client. So underneath the middleware, let's chain the input handler, and instead of defining a new schema, we will create an inline schema. I will say z.object, let's invoke it, the structured, and I want to get two things from the user: an ID, which will be of type z.string, and then also the summary in general, which will also be of type z.string. This is finished, and I will destructure the params and get context and also data. In the function, let's say constant existing, and this will be equal to await prisma dot saved item dot find unique. I will invoke it, destructure it, and let's add the where statement. I want to find a saved item where the ID matches the data.id, the one provided by the client, by the user, and also where the user ID matches the context.user or .session.user.id. This all looks good to me, and underneath this constant existing, we can create an if statement, because this could either be defined or this could be null if, for example, the ID is incorrect or if the user does not own this saved item. In the if statement, let's say if there is no existing property, no existing data, then we will throw not found, and this will render a for not found route. Underneath the if statement, we can now generate tags using AI. I will say constant, let's destructure it, and this will be equal to await generate text. Generate text is imported from the AI SDK. Let's invoke it, destructure it, and we need to pass three properties: the model, the system prompt, and then the prompt in general. Let's start with the model, and this will be equal to open router. Open router is imported from the lib folder .chat, and as an argument we need to pass the model ID. Let's open the summary file, and I will copy the model ID from here. Again, currently I use this Xiaomi LLM. I will copy this, let's go back and paste it inside of here. Underneath the model, let's pass the system prompt. These are like the instructions. I will again go to my GitHub repo and copy it from there. Please do the same, go to the GitHub repo, it's completely free. Links are down below in the YouTube description, and right here I say you are a helpful assistant that extracts relevant tags from content summaries. Extract 3 to 5 short relevant tags that categorize the content. Return only a comma-separated list of tags, nothing else. Example: technology, programming, web development, JavaScript. This all looks good to me, and let's also add the general prompt. And inside of here, I will use upticks, and let's say extract tags from this summary. Let's again say backwards /n backwards /n and then data summary, and this is now finished. Also, where we destructure everything, let's get the text, and underneath this constant text we need to now pass the comma separated string. So I will say constant tags, and this will be equal to text.split. And with what do we want to split, or what do we want to split? Well, we want to split all of the commas. Then underneath that, let's say .map. As a param, I will get the singular tag, and I will say tag.trim, let's invoke it, and then .to lowercase, let's invoke it. After that, let's say .filter, I will invoke it. As a param, I will get the tag, and then we will say tag.length has to be bigger than 0. And finally, let's say .slice, and I will say 0,5 because we want to get an array with a maximum of 5 tags. This is finished, and underneath the tags we can say constant item, and this will be equal to await prisma.saved item.update. Since we want to update the record, I will invoke it, destructure it, and we want to update a record where first of all the user ID matches the context.session.user.id, and also where the general ID matches the data.id. This is finished, and let's also add the data which we want to update. I want to add the summary. The summary will be equal to the data.summary. This is what we get from the client. And let's add the tags. This will be equal to tags. This, by the way, shouldn't be items, but rather item. And I want to return one singular item. We are finished with the server function. I will copy the name. Let's go back. And in our useCompletion hook, we can now get the onFinish handler. So this is a callback function to be called when the completion is finished streaming. Let's select this. This will be equal to a standard async L function. And inside of here, I will say await save summary and generate tags fn. Let's invoke it. I will destructure it. And we need to pass two properties. So I will get the data. And for the data, we need to pass an ID and summary. The ID will be equal to data.id. And we need to also pass the summary. And the summary will be equal to our completion text. And to get our completion text, we can update the params. I will say underscore prompt because we don't want to get the value, and then also the completion text. And then the summary will be equal to completion text. And with that, we are completely finished. Well, at least kinda. Underneath this await save summary and generate tags fn, let's also render a toast. I will say toast.success, and for the message I will say summary generated and saved. For now this is enough. Let's save it. I will go back and you know what? Let's test it out. So right now it says no summary yet, and once I click on the generate button, it should generate a summary, save it in our database, and also at the same time generate tags. Let's test it out. I will click on the magic button. It should now stream our response in. Yes, it got streamed in, summary generated and saved. But wait, where are our tags? Well, here's the thing. If I do a hard refresh, then you will see the tags. But this is kinda stupid, you could say. And also, the summary is null. Huh? What's the problem? Interesting. Why don't we see the summary? This is actually a bit surprising. Let's investigate. I will scroll to the bottom. Where do we render the content? So the card content, message response, completion. And I see the problem. So the completion is propagated if we currently stream the response. But once I do a hard refresh, this is an empty string. And I will update the useCompletion hook, because what we can do is set the initial completion data. I will get the property, and this will be equal to our data.summary. If it's defined, let's use the ternary. If it's defined, then we will pass the data.summary. And if not, I will use the colon and pass undefined. If I save this and go back, then you will see the data down below. Isn't that cool? But there's one slight problem. If I go back to the items, let's for example open this one, so this item, I will click on generate. We will get the summary as you see here. But where are our tags? Because if I do a hard refresh, only then we will see them, and that's a huge problem. The problem essentially is that we currently don't refresh the page, we don't re-render it. So essentially we need to tell TanStack router to refresh, to re-render. Let's go underneath this toast.success, and I will say router. We currently don't get access to the router, so let's go to the top, and I will say constant router, and this will be equal to use router. Use router is imported from TanStack, and then inside of here, underneath the toast, I will say router.invalidate. Let's invoke it. I will go back, and let's test it out with a different block article. With this one, I will open it, and I will click on generate. This will generate the summary, and in a second, in theory, it should also render the tags. Isn't that cool? And if you want to learn more about this invalidation, then I would recommend you to go through the documentation, because inside of here they say TanStack router comes with short-term caching built in. So even though we are not storing any data after a route match is unmounted, there is a high probability that if any mutations are made related to the data stored in the router, the current router match's data could become stale. When mutations related to a loader data are made, we can use router.invalidate .invalidate to force the router to reload all of the current route matches. Invalidating all of the current matches happens in the background, so existing data will continue to be served until new data is ready, just as if you were navigating to a new route. So when you use this invalidate method, it invalidates the full router, which means it refetches all of the data, and all of that is done in the background. Once the data has been refetched, it then reloads everything and renders the new data. Isn't that powerful? This is very similar to what you have in Next.js, because in Next.js you also have a cache that you need to invalidate, or in other words revalidate. But here, instead of revalidating it, they call it invalidation, which is also fine. Essentially, you invalidate all of the queries and then refetch the data in the background, and with that you will get new data and also render it. So we are finally finished with our ETL pipeline: extract, transform, load with LLMs. We are finished with step 1, step 2, step 3 and also step 4. Let's summarize everything one more time. We created the form. This means a user can paste any URL and then we will scrape the URL content using Firecrawl. The important thing is that Firecrawl takes away all of the complexity there is to scraping, and not only does it scrape the HTML, but it provides LLM ready Markdown. Markdown is the perfect choice for LLMs because it uses less tokens and it will also generate a better result. We also save everything in our database. This means the Markdown that we get from Firecrawl, and then we summarize everything using our LLM. So we feed the Markdown to the LLM, and then the LLM gives us an output, which is the summary and then the tags. So the center point of this application is Firecrawl. It's our, you could say, content engine, and the AI, or in other words the LLM, supplements Firecrawl to get an even better result. And what I want to now do is continue with the discover route, because the discover route is still empty, which is not good. Let's go back. I will open the discover page and let's start off fresh. I will create a new return statement, and inside of here let's start with a div element. I will give the div a class name. This will be flex1, items which will be center, justify which will be center, and padding y8. In the div I will render another div. Let's give it a class name, and this will be width full, maximum width 2xl, space y which will be 6, and then padding x4. Inside of here let's render another div, and this will be the wrapper div for our header. We will render a title and a description. I will give the div a class name. This will be text center, and inside of here let's render an h1. In the h1 I will say this cover, and I will also render a p tag. In the p tag I will say search the web for articles on any topic. Let's style the h1, and inside of here I will say text 3xl and then font bold. Let's also style the p tag, and this will be text muted foreground to give the text a grayish color, and padding top 2. If I save this and go back, then you will see the title and description. Let's continue with the content. For that I will go underneath this div that wraps the h1 and p tag, but let's stay in these main two divs. I will use the card component imported from the components. In the card let's use the card header, and in the card header I will render the card title. In the card title I will render an icon and also text. Let's get the sparkles icon from Lucid React. This is self-closing. I will give the icon a class name, and this will be size 5. Underneath the icon, but still in the card title, let's also say topic search. Underneath the card title, let's get the card description component, and in the card description I will say search the web for content and import what you find interesting. Underneath the card header, but still in the card, let's get the card content component, and I will give the card content a class name which will be space y6, and with with that, it's finally time to render the form in our cart. And to do that, we need to first of all initialize the useForm hook. And to initialize the useForm hook, we need a schema. I will open the Explorer, and then in the source folder, we have a schemas folder. Let's open the import file, and inside of here, I will say export constant. This will be called search schema, and this will be equal to z.object. I will invoke it, destructure it, and there's one thing that I want to get from the user, which is the query. This is what the user will input. This is of type z.string, and let's also add further validation by saying .minimum1. Let's copy the name. I will go back, and it's time to implement the useForm hook. To save some time, let's open the signup form, and I will copy the useForm hook from here. I will copy it and then paste it above. UseForm is imported from TanStack React form, and for the onSubmit handler, instead of passing the signup schema, this will be our search schema. Search schema is imported from the schemas, and we need to update the default values. What we need to specifically pass is the query, which is an empty string. In the onSubmit handler, we have this useTransition or the startTransition setter, so let's also import the useTransition hook from the signup form. I will copy it and then paste it above. useTransition is imported from React. I will click on import from React, and let's delete all of the code in the startTransition function. And for now, I will say console.log value. This is finished, and the next step is to implement the form, and with that connect the form to our form. Okay, this sounds a bit weird, but I think you understand what I mean. We need to connect our real form to our TanStack form library implementation thingy. Let's say form. I will open it. Let's delete the action since we won't have one. And in the form, we can use the onSubmit handler. Inside of here, I will create an arrow function, and in the params, let's get the event. In the function, I will say e.preventDefault and also form.handleSubmit to submit the form. In the form itself, it's time to render the input. So I will say field group imported from the components, and in the field group, we can create the form.field. To save some time, let's go to the signup form, and I will copy this form.field for the full name. I will copy it, paste it inside of here, and let's update it. Instead of passing the full name, this will be for the query. Let's import the field component from the components. Field label is imported from the components, and instead of saying full name, I will say search query. Let's import the input component from the components, and for the placeholder, instead of saying John Fisher, this will be e.g. So example, React server components tutorial. I will also import the field error component from the components, and the last step is to render the button, the submit button. For that, let's go underneath this form.field, but let's stay in the field group component. I will get the button component from the components, and inside of here, we need to render our content. Again, to save some time, I will open the signup form, and let's copy the button from here. I will copy it and then paste it into this discover route. Let's update the content a bit. If isPending is true, I will use a question mark. Let's return empty tags, and I will use the loader2 icon. Loader2 is imported from Lucid React. Let's give it a class name. This will be size4, and then animate spin. Underneath the icon, I will also say searching ... and if this is not true, let's use a colon, and I will return empty tags. Inside of here, I will get the search icon from Lucid React. Let's give it a class name, and this will be size4. Underneath the icon, but still in the empty tags, I will also say search web. Let's save this. I will go back, and this is our beautiful form. Or at least it could look a bit better, because this icon and the text, the title, this is currently aligned vertically, or in other words flex column, but it should be aligned horizontally. Let's go back. We want to update the card title. I will give it a class name. This will be flex items center and gap 1. If I go back, then you will see that this looks a bit better. Maybe we should say gap 2. Let's test it out. So gap 2, or no, you know what, gap 3. I will say gap 3, and if we go back, I think this is quite nice. Should we maybe also change the color? We can make the icon or give it the orange color. So I will give the sparkles icon a class name, which will be text primary, and to be honest with you, I think we can leave it as is. And what do we want to do right here? Well, how does our normal import work? Well, the user pastes some sort of URL and then we scrape the content. In other words, Firewall does that. For the bulk import, we do the same thing. We paste the URL and then the user or Firewall does the bulk import. But what is if the user does not have any specific URL? What is if the user wants to just say, hey, I want to find a blog article on React server components, or hey, I want to find a blog article on how to ski better, or something like that. Well, this is exactly where the search endpoint comes into play. The search endpoint provided by Firewall allows you to search the web and get full content from results. Doesn't that sound powerful? So Firewall's search API allows you to perform web searches and optionally scrape the search results in one operation. Choose specific output formats, Markdown, HTML, links or screenshots, then search the web with customizable parameters, location, etc. Optionally retrieve content from search results in various formats and control the number of results and set timeouts. Doesn't that sound cool? Oh my god, we can literally search the web for anything. This gives us so much flexibility and this will be a game-changing feature for our application recall. And if you scroll a bit to the bottom, then you will see that it's super easy to implement. All we have to do is use the search method, pass the query, and that's it. So let's get started. I will go back, let's open our items file with all of our server functions and we will create a new server function. I will say export constant search web fn and this will be equal to create server function. Let's invoke it, destructure it, and for the method this will be post since we want to mutate data. I will also attach the middleware and for the middleware let's use the auth fn middleware. With that we will make sure that the user is authenticated. After the middleware, let's also attach our handler and I will create a standard async arrow function inside of here. Let's get started right away. So in the handler, I will say constant result and this will be equal to await Firewall. Firewall is already imported. .search, let's invoke it and now we need to pass only one argument, the query, search query string. So since all of this is TypeScript code, you of course also get the description whenever you hover over in method. And it says right here, search query string, search the web and optionally scrape each result. Inside of here, we need to pass the query, but before we do that, we can hardcode something, like for example, Firewall. I will copy it, paste it inside of here, and we can add a comma, open an object, and with that we can now configure the search endpoint even further. Additional search options, sources, limits, scrape options, etc. And what can we do right here? Well, for example, what we can do is add the format. So, for example, Markdown. Let's do that. I will copy this example, paste it inside of here, and the limit is now 3, and for the scrape options, the format is Markdown. So using this code, Firewall will now search for Firewall. Wow, groundbreaking stuff. It will then limit the results to 3 and the top 3 results will then be scraped and the format will be Markdown. Should we test it out? Sure, why not? At the end, I will console log the result. Let's save this. I will copy the name, so search web fn, and then in the discover route, we can update the onSubmit handler and I will say await search web fn. Search web fn is imported from the data folder. Let's invoke it and let's test it out. I will go back, do a hard refresh, pass some gibberish and click on search web. It's now pending. Now it's finished. Let's go back. I will open the terminal and we get a console log. And the interesting thing is that these are the top 3 results. Position 1 and then we get the Markdown. Let's scroll down a bit further and yes, right here we have a new object with the URL, title, description, The position is 2, category is GitHub, and we get the Markdown again. Wow, so we were now able to search the web and at the same time also scrape the top 3 results. And here's the thing, if you go to the documentation, then you will also see that you can configure the results even further. What I mean by that is, in addition to regular web results, search supports specialized result types via the sources parameter. Web is the default, so standard web results, but you can also say news, so you will get news focused results or images. This will then get you image search results. But web, in my opinion, is the best, and that's also why it's the default. Another thing that you can do is also filter search results by specific categories using the categories parameter. For example, you can use GitHub. This will search within GitHub repositories, code issues and documentation, or research, search academic and research websites like for example these ones, and even PDF. This will search for PDFs. Let's for example test out the GitHub example. I will copy the query web scraping Python. I will paste it inside of here. For the limit, this will be 10, and for now we won't scrape the content, so I will delete it. All we will do is limit the amount of results. Let's also add our categories, and for the categories we want to specifically filter for GitHub. Let's save this and I will test it out. I will pass some gibberish, click on search web, and this will now specifically traverse GitHub and find the top results. If I open my terminal and scroll to the bottom, then you will see that we got an array returned, and these are all GitHub repos that have something to do with web scraping Python. So we get the URL, title, description, position, and category, and now we can use this data to scrape it even further, or maybe we can feed it to our LLM. It does not really matter, but the important thing is that we get the data. This is LLM friendly, and we can do with it whatever we need to do. So this all looks good. We now tested the search endpoint. As you see, it's very powerful, and let's now, I guess, finish off the function. And the first step is to use the input validator. What do we want to get from the client side? Well, there is only one thing, which is the query itself. I will invoke it, and as you all know, we created a schema called search schema. I will import it from the schemas, and if I now destructure the params, we get access to the data. Let's pass it as an argument, so the data.query. For the limit, I think 10, maybe 15. Yeah, 15 is quite good. Let's delete the categories because I want to use pretty much all categories. And I want to do a bit more further configuration, because if you scroll down a bit further in the documentation, then you will find advanced search options. Firewall Search API supports various parameters to customize your search, like for example the location. Search with location settings Germany. Let's do that. I will go back, and for the location I will say Germany. In your case, select your country, but since I'm right now based in Germany, I will select Germany. And we can even do time-based search. Use the TBS parameter to filter results by time. And I want to get results for the past year, so we can say QDR:Y. Let's go underneath the location. I will get TBS, and this will be equal to QDR:Y. With that, we will only get results from the past year. In other words, right now, this will be for me 2025, but once you see the video, this will be for 2026. And the last step is to return the data, and I want to map over the results. So let's say return result dot, let's access the web result, and I will map over it. So dot map, as a param I will get the singular item, I will return it and open an object. Inside of here I want to return an URL, and this will be equal to item.url. The thing is, currently it gives me a TypeScript error, and that's because it says URL does not exist on type document or search result web. What we can do is say item is as search result web. Search result web is imported from Firewall.js, and then we can say .url. Underneath the URL, let's get the title. I will do the same thing, so item as search result web .title. And then there's one more property missing, which is the description, and this will also be equal to item.as search result web .description. description. This is finished. Let's go back to the discover route, and inside of here I will say await search web fn. And by the way, just to explain things quickly, using this code we won't scrape the results, so we won't scrape all of the 15 websites. Rather, we will return the 15 links, and then the user will be able to select whatever the user wants to scrape, and with that save. So let's go back to the discover route. I will invoke it, destructure it, and we need to pass data. To be specific, the query, which will be equal to value.query. Since we want to show all of the results to the user, we need to also create state. Above our form, let's say constant array brackets, and this will be equal to useState. useState is imported from React, and we need to create a getter and setter. The getter will be called search results, and the setter will be called set search results. Then in our onSubmit function underneath this await search web fn, let's say set search results, and as an argument we need to pass the result. So let's say constant result will be equal to await search web fn, and as an argument I will pass the result. We instantly get an error, and it says, hey, argument of URL title lalala is not assignable to lalala. Okay, this sounds a bit weird, but essentially we need to tell our useState hook what data we will hold. So let's pass first of all an initial state, which will be an empty array, and I will create a generic, and the type will be array. Let's create a child generic search result web. If I save this and go back, we still get an error, and that's because it says argument of type URL title description is not assignable to search result web. What we can do is go back to the items, and I will say as search result web, so as search result web, and let's append array brackets. If I go back, the error will go away instantly. With that out of the way, we can finally render our result, and to save some time, we can open the import route, because in the import route we already wrote the code needed. So in our second tabs content, in the tabs content with the value bulk, you will find the section where we render the discovered URLs list, and now we want to do the same thing. I will copy this code, let's go back, and then I will paste it underneath the form but above the cart content. Instead of saying discovered links, I will say search results. Then instead of here saying discovered links, let's again say search results. For the button, we need to create this handle select all function. Let's again open the import route, and in the import route, if you scroll to the top, then you will see that we created already a bit of state and a few functions. What I want you to do is copy this state with the selected URLs. Let's copy it. I will also paste it at the top underneath this state, and then as a next step what we can do is also copy the function handle select all, the function handle toggle URL, and also the function handle bulk import. Let's copy these three functions, and then I will paste them above the form, so right here. We currently get a few errors, and that's because this should not be discovered links but rather search results. The same thing is also true right here, and if you scroll down a bit further, we need to import toast from Sonar and bulk scrape URLs fn from the data folder. Also, we need to implement the use transition hook for our bulk import. For that, let's go back to the import route, and I will copy this bulk is pending use transition hook. Let's go back, and I will paste it inside of here. Use transition is already imported, this all looks good, and let's scroll down again to the bottom. So instead of saying discovered links, this will be search results. Let's continue further. Instead of saying discovered links, this will be search results. Let's import a checkbox component from our components, and that's already it. We are now finished. Let's test it out. So I will go back, do a hard refresh. We still see the same UI, which is good. And what should be our search query? Let's say TanStack Start versus Next.js. I will click on search web, and in a second we should get a few results. Oh my god, it found 15 URLs. Seeking advice on choosing between Next.js and TanStack Start. Next.js versus TanStack by Kyle Gill. Okay, this sounds kinda good. Let's import this one URL. I will click on the button. This now takes a second. It's importing, and in a second we should get redirected. Okay, we did not get redirected, but we got a toast, successfully imported one URL. Let's go to the items and let's see Kyle. Okay, Kyle, where's the OG image? No, my friend. Kyle did not set any OG image. Kyle, not good, but at least he set a title. And if I click into the result, then you will see that we get full content. This is the Markdown. Okay, this looks good. And you know what? Let's also quickly open the actual URL. I want to see where this got posted. I will open it in a new tab. So, it's his personal website. Interesting. Kyle, my friend, please set an OG image. This would make my life so much easier. We will have to set a fallback in a second. Nevertheless, as you see here, we get the article and we can also generate the summary. I will now click on generate. It's pending and here is our summary. Doesn't this look beautiful? And we should also get our tags. And we also got our tags, web development, Next.js, and so on. And if I, for example, copy Next.js, go back and then search for Next.js, then you will see that we will get this result. And the reason for that is relatively simple. When we search for things right here, we search against the title, but also against our tags. Wow! By the way, the reason why we currently don't render the OG image is because we have this check. We only render an image if the OG image is defined. But since the OG image is not defined, we don't render anything. Let's update the code. I will delete this check and instead I will render this div. And if the OG image is not defined, we will use nullish coalescing. And what image should we render? What OG image should we render? Well, I will say gradient background. So I will search this in Google. Let's see what's a nice image. This one, nah, it looks kinda ugly. This one, nope. How about this one? Nope, that's Adobe. Not good, not good. I think this image is quite good. I will open it in a new tab, copy the URL, and then I will paste it right here. So if an OG image has not been added, then we will paste or use this image instead. Let's also open the ID route, the item ID route, and here for the OG image, we created the same code. I will delete the check and instead we will say if the OG image is not defined, we will use nullish coalescing and render the image that I pasted or that I copied a second ago. If I now go back and do a hard refresh, we will always get an image for both our items and also the individual item route. And with that, we are finished, at least almost, because there's one more thing that I want to do. Well, actually, there are two things that I want to do. First of all, let's update our item cards, because what do we do right here currently? We render the status, we have a copy button and the title, but what can we also render? The summary and tags. So let's do that. I will go back. Let's open the index route for the items folder. And inside of here, I will go underneath this item author, but let's stay in the card header. And now it's time to render the summary. I will say if the item.summary exists, then let's use this double and sign, logical and I will render the card description component imported from the components. Inside of here, I will render the item.summary and let's give the card description a class name, which will be line clamp 3, so a maximum of 3 lines, and text sm. If I go back, then you should see the description in a second, and we don't see it. That's because I did not generate the summary for these items. These are items that I generated or imported a second ago, but if I scroll down a bit further, then you will see right here the description or the summary, or you will see the summary for these cards because I generated the summary. But for these cards or items, I did not do that, and that's why it's empty, but that's fine. Let's also render the tags. For that, I will go underneath this check, but let's stay in the card header. I will create a comment and say tags. Inside of here, let's say if item.tags.length is bigger than 0, I will use a logical and let's return a div. I will give the div a class name, and this will be flex wrap gap, which will be 1.5. 5 and padding top 2. Inside of here, let's map over the tags. I will say item.tags, and currently our tags array can have a maximum of 5 items, but I want to limit it to 4, so let's say .slice, and I will say 0,4. We will get in total 4 items. Then let's say .map. As a param, I will get a singular tag, and let's return it. Inside of here, we can use the badge component. It's already imported, and then I will render the tag. Let's give the badge also a key. In the params, let's get the index, and then I will pass it inside of here. Let's save this. I will go back, and in a second, we should get the summary and also the tags. This looks quite good. Let's maybe change the variant. So for the badge component, I will say variant, and let's test maybe secondary. I will save this, go back, and let's see. Yeah, I think secondary works the best. This is finished, and is there anything else missing? No, I don't think so. Let's maybe summarize this blog article announcing search. I will click on generate. It will generate the summary, and then in a second, it will also generate all of the tags. And yes, we got the tags. If I go back to the items, then you will also see the summary and tags for this item, and that's exactly what you see here. Nice. This is also finished, and with what should we now continue? Good question. If I go to the discover route, a user can import multiple URLs, as you already know. 5 URLs, 10 URLs, 20 URLs, it does not really matter. And when the user imports an URL, or when a user imports multiple URLs, then it can take a few minutes to scrape all of the content. So if the user tries to import, let's say 100 URLs, it can take a minute to import everything. This is fine, but what do we do when the user or when Firewall is currently scraping the content? We show a pending state which says processing. This is fine, but wouldn't it be cooler to tell the user, hey, URL 1 has been imported, URL 2 has been imported, URL 3 has been imported, and so on. With that, we can give the user a progress update, and I think we should do that. But the question is, how can you do that? Well, that's exactly where streaming data from server functions comes into play. So as you already know, we covered streaming, but we covered streaming when fetching data. Streaming allows you to suspend data. That's what we do in our items route. We suspend the data loading and we show a fallback indicator. But now we want to implement streaming for a mutation. So essentially, if you go to the documentation and search for streaming data from server functions, and by the way, they updated the documentation, it looks quite nice. And here they say streaming data from the server has become very popular thanks to the rise of AI applications. Luckily, it's pretty easy with TanStack Start, and what's even better, the streamed data is typed. The two most popular ways of streaming data from server functions are using readable streams or async generators. You can see how to implement both in these examples, but essentially what we can now do is stream data from our server function, and then we can say, hey, URL 1 of 30 has been imported, URL 2 of 30 has been imported, and so on. We can give the user progress updates, and that's a game-changing feature that a lot of applications don't have, but our application will have such a feature. And there are two ways to implement streaming data from server functions. You can either use typed readable streams, or you can use async generators in server functions, and that's what we will do, because this is a much cleaner approach which gets the same result and it's easier to write. That's why we will use async generators. And let's get started right away. Let's open the items file where we defined all of our server functions, and inside of here we need to create an async generator. Let's scroll to the bottom to our bulk scrape function, this one, and above it I will create a type. Let's call it bulk scrape progress. This will be equal to an object, and I want to get 4 properties. First of all, completed, and completed will be of type number, then also total, this will be of type number, and with that we will then be able to tell the user how many URLs have been imported. In other words, the total might be 50 and completed might be 5. Let's continue. Then I want to also get the URL, which will be of type string, and finally the status. And the status could either be of type success, or let's use a vertical line, it could be of type failed. failed. This is finished. Let's head over back to the documentation, and what do we have to do inside of here? Well, they sadly don't explicitly mention it, but you want to add this star to your function. I know it's like a little star, but that's what we need to do. Let's again go back to our items, and we want to specifically update the bulk scrape URLs function. Let's go into the handler, and what do we have right here currently? Well, we have this async function, but we need to convert it. Let's delete this arrow function syntax, and I will say async function, and let's add this star. So we now have a normal function instead of a function with an arrow syntax. What I will also do is go above the for loop and let's say constant total, and this will be equal to data.urls.length. With that we will know how many items we have in total that we need to import. The next step is to go underneath this constant item, and we need to set the status. So let's say let status, and the status will be of type bulk scrape progress. Let's paste it right here, and then I will use these array brackets, and this will be of type status. And for now this will be equal to success because everything was successful. Let's continue, and the next step is to update the catch statement, because if the catch statement gets triggered, then this means that everything failed. Inside of here I will say status will be equal to failed. Finally, let's scroll to the bottom. I want you to go to the complete bottom, but please stay in the for loop. That's very important. And inside of here, let's say constant progress, not programming, but progress. And this will be equal to an object. If I currently click on Control Spacebar, we don't get any types, which is a big problem. So let's append types, and progress will be of type bulk scrape progress. And inside of here, we can set our items. Completed will be equal to I plus 1. Then let's also set the total. Total will be equal to our total. We can also add the URL, and this will be equal to the URL. Finally, let's add the status, which will be equal to the status that we defined at the top. And at the end, we can say yield progress. And this is also exactly what they show in the code example or in the documentation. You define a function, you append this asterisk, the star, and then you yield your message or your object. As the next step, let's open the discover route, and at the top we need to create state. So I will say inside of here constant, let's use array brackets, and this will be equal to use state. The initial state will be null, and inside of here we need to create a getter and setter. The getter will be called progress, and the setter will be called set progress. What we can also do is add the type inside of here, because the progress will either be of type null or it will be of type bulk scrape progress. Let's say export type, and then I will copy the name. Let's create a generic, and this will be of type bulk scrape progress or null. Let's import bulk scrape progress from our items file. Let's go to our function handle bulk import. And then above this await bulk scrape URLs fn, I will say set progress. Let's invoke it, destructure it, and we need to set all of the properties. Completed will be equal to 0, total will be equal to selected URLs.size, then the URL will be equal to an empty string, and finally the status will be equal to success. What I will also do is create two variables. Let's say let success count, and this will be equal to 0 initially, and let's also say let failed count, and this will be equal to 0. So if you go back to the documentation, then you will see that the next step is to use a for loop to map over all of the results. Let's go back. What I will do is comment out this await bulk scrape URLs fn function call, and let's say for await, I will invoke it, and inside of here, let's say constant update. This will be of await bulk scrape URLs fn. Let's invoke it, destructure it, and I will pass the data. The data will be equal to what we had before, so I will copy it and paste it inside of here. And here's the nice thing, if you hover over update, then you will see that this is of type bulk scrape progress. Again, we have full type safety from the server side to the client side, end to end. Let's delete this commented out code, and what we can do is open a function right here, and I will say set progress as an argument. Let's pass the update update, this is the object, and we will also create an if statement. If the update.status is equal to success, then I will open this and let's say success count plus plus. And if this is not true, let's use an else statement and I will say failed count plus plus. After this for loop, we can say set progress and this will be null, and instead of returning this toast.success, let's create an if statement. If the failed count is bigger than 0, then I will open this and let's say toast.success, and inside of here I will create a dynamic message. Let's use upticks and I will say imported, then let's use the dynamic value. Inside of here we will render the success count URLs, and in parentheses we can also render the failed count, so failed count failed. So inside of here we will pretty much say imported 10 URLs and then 5 failed or something like that if a URL fails for some weird reason. And let's create an else statement, and inside of here I will say toast.success, and as an argument let's use upticks and I will say successfully imported dynamic value success count URLs. This is finished. Let's scroll to the bottom and now we can use the progress getter. For that, let's go above this button and I will create a check. So if progress is defined, then let's use the logical and I will return a div. Let's give the div a class name and this will be space y2. Inside of here, I will render another div. Let's give it a class name and this will be flex item center and then justify between and also finally text sm. In this div, let's render a span and I will say importing colon and we will render our dynamic value, so progress.completed slash progress total. So this means we will say, for example, hey, imported 5 URLs of 20 in total. Let's style the span. I will give it a class name and this will be text muted foreground. Underneath the span but still in the div, let's render another span and I will give the span a class name. This will be font medium, and inside of here I want to render the percentage. Let's say math.round and as an argument I will say progress.completed slash, so we will divide it against progress.total and then we need to multiply it by 100. And finally, let's render also a progress bar. For that, let's head over to ShadcnUI and please search for progress. This is the component that we will use. I will copy the installation command. Let's go back. I will stop the dev server, paste it inside of here, and then I will also restart my dev server. Let's now use the component. I will get the progress component from the components. This is self-closing and we need to pass the value. The value will be equal to progress.completed divided by progress.total multiplied by 100. So for example, if you imported 5 items and in total you have 50, then you will get 0.1 and then multiplied by 100, this would mean that you imported 10%. This is how you calculate percentages with math. Wow, groundbreaking, right? Instead of just saying import, I will create another ternary in the ternary, and let's say if progress is defined, I will use a question mark. Let's use upticks, and inside of here I will say importing, then we will get our progress, so progress.completed. Let's use the slash, and I will also get the progress.total and then dot dot dot. If this is not true, let's use a colon and I will say starting dot dot dot. So let's test it out. And what should we search for? How about Angular? Because we love Angular developers. I will search the web and in a second we should get a few results. So what do we have here? Blog angular.dev. Okay, sure. Announcing Angular version 21. Damn, that's quite a lot. Okay, what else do we have here? Angular.dev/AI. No, what else? Angular intro. Sure, why not? What else do we have here? Anything interesting? Getting started with Angular? Why not? I will also select it. And is there anything else? Define routes, sure, why not? Let's import the 4 URLs, it's starting, and then in a second we should get our progress. It still takes a bit, and as you see here, importing 1 of 4, and we get the progress bar. Now importing 2 of 4. Let's see, it should in a second say importing 3 of 4, yes, and let's see, it should say 4 out of 4. Wow, successfully imported 4 URLs. And if I go back to the items, then you should should also see that we get all of the items right here. So this item does not have any OG image, but it's fine, don't worry about it. This item does not have an author, but that's fine. At least we already see that everything works. And if I open this item, we should also get all of the content. Let's see, and yeah, this is the content. Oh my god, we even see the code. Isn't that cool? I can download it, copy it. This is beautiful. This is what I wanted. What should we do now? Good question. Oh my god, GIFs also render. I did not even expect that. One thing we have to change is in our dashboard folder, we have this index route. And instead of redirecting the user to /dashboard/import, I will redirect the user to /dashboard/items. And with that, we are finished, right? Well, almost. There's one more thing missing. As you all know, the bulk import also uses this bulk import function, which uses streaming, which means we can stream the result right here. Let's do that. I will go back. We don't have to update our backend anymore because the server function has already been defined. We need to just update our UI. Let's open the route. So import, I will open it on the right side, not the schema, but the import route. And the first step is to define the state, the progress state. I will copy this constant progress set progress. Let's copy it and then I will paste it inside of here. Let's continue. We need to import bulk scrape progress from the data folder. What's the next step? Well, if we scroll to the bottom, then you will see that we created this code in the handle bulk import function. I will copy the function handle bulk import and let's replace our handle bulk import function with what I just copied. Do we need to update anything inside of here? No, this is all good. Let's continue to the bottom and now we can add the section. And let's scroll to the complete bottom to this button which is there to import selected URLs. Above this button we can render the section with the progress. I will copy it from here. Let's paste it into the import route. We need to import the progress component from the components and let's also update this button. This means I will go back and copy this progress ternary. Let's go back and I will paste it inside of here. So if progress is true, then we will show the status, and if not, we will just say starting ... And with that, this is also finished. Let's test it out. I will go back. Let's click on bulk import. I will use the Firecrawl block website. I will copy the URL, paste it inside of here. Let's import all of the URLs. It's currently processing. I will select a few URLs. This one, this one, this one, and then this one. I now selected 4 URLs and I will import the 4 URLs. It's now starting and then in a second we should get our progress update. Importing 1 out of 4. This looks good. Here it says importing 2 out of 4. This looks good. Now it says importing 3 out of 4. And as you see here, successfully imported 4 URLs. If I go back to the items, then you will also see that we have 4 new items with the title, author, the status is completed, and we get the OG image. Wow! Super cool! So we are now completely finished with our ETL pipeline, extract, transform, load with LLMs. We created our forms, we scraped the content using Firecrawl. Firecrawl automatically converts the data into LLM-friendly structures. In other words, we extract structured data using JSON mode and we also get Markdown. We store all of this data in our database and then we later on use our LLM to summarize the Markdown. We get a summarized piece, a summarized item, and also tags using the summary. And as you see here, TanStack Start was the perfect framework for this specific application, because streaming data from server functions is a game changer, especially for any application that uses AI, because we now stream the response from our LLM, but we also stream the response from our server function. This is something that you don't see with a lot of applications, and that's because it's not possible with a lot of frameworks, but it's possible with TanStack Start. And what should we do now? Well, let's deploy the application. The first step is to head over to github.com/new and we need to create a new repository. For the name, this will be TanStack Start -firecrawl-AI-YouTube. Let's continue. Then for the visibility, this will be public and I will create the repository. And here we get a quick start guide. Let's go back. I will open the terminal. I will stop the dev server and inside of here, let's say git init. This will reinitialize the existing Git repository. Then I will say git add everything with a dot to stage all changes. Let's say git commit -m. For the message, I will say finished because we are finished. And the last step is to push everything. So let's go back. I will copy this git branch command. I will paste it inside of here. Let's copy this git remote add origin. I will paste it inside of here. And then I will copy the push command and paste it inside of here. This will now push our code to the remote repo. If I go back and do a hard refresh, then you will see that we will get all of our data and this is finished. And the next step is to deploy the application. For that, let's go back to TanStack Start and inside of here I want you to search for hosting. Let's zoom in a bit. So hosting is the process of deploying your application to the internet so that users can access it. This is a critical part of any web development project, ensuring your application is available to the world. TanStack Start is built on Vite, a powerful dev/build platform that allows us to make it possible to deploy your application to any hosting provider. And what hosting provider should we use? Well, honestly, the beauty of TanStack Start is that it does not matter. You can use any hosting provider. Cloudflare, Workers, Netlify, Vercel, Railway, Node Server, Bun, AppWrite, Sites, and more to come. So honestly, choose whatever you like, whatever you prefer. And initially, I wanted to use Netlify, but honestly, let's just use Vercel because it does not matter. If you want to use Netlify, then do so. If you want to use Cloudflare, then do so. But we will use Vercel because you don't need to provide or configure anything. We will use Nitro for that. So Nitro is an agnostic layer that allows you to deploy TanStack Start applications to a wide range of hostings or hosting providers. The Nitro Vite plugin natively integrates with Vite Environments API as the underlying build tool for TanStack Start. It is still under active development and receives regular updates. Please report any issues you encounter with reproduction so they can be investigated. That sounds good to me. Let's go back. I want you to open the vite.config file. I will also zoom in a bit. And inside of here, you will see that Nitro is already configured, so the plugin. The only thing we have to do is go underneath the array. Let's say Nitro, and this will be equal to an empty object. And that's already it. We can now get started. Or is there anything else missing? No, because if you go to the Vercel section, then you will see that they say follow the Nitro deployment instructions, deploy your application to Vercel using their one-click deployment process, and you are ready to go. And that's what we will do. But before we do that, there's one small fix or one small bug that I have to fix, and that's right here. Instead of testing or checking for /API, we need to check against /API/AI, because right now we will with that also include our auth middleware. This should not happen, because if we would leave it as is, we would also include our auth endpoint, and this of course wouldn't work because the auth endpoint is there for users to log in, and when users log in, they are not authenticated. So please right here say API/AI. With that, we will only make sure that the user is authenticated on the AI endpoint, and we won't do that for the auth endpoint. This is a huge mistake that I created right here. I'm not sure why I did it, but hey, we fixed it. That's the important thing. The next step is to commit everything. Let's open the terminal and I will say git add everything with a dot, git commit -m. For the message, I will say, what should we say? Configured deployment or something like that? And at the end, I will say git push. This is already it, right? Yes, this was successful. And let's head over to Vercel. I'm now at vercel.com/new. I want you to go also to Vercel and let's click on import. And I think you all know what Vercel is. Essentially, it's one of the biggest hosting providers out on the market. So before you click on deploy, we need to update the environment variables. So let's go back. I will open the env file and copy everything and then paste it inside of here. So currently the Better-Auth URL is set to localhost 3000. We will have to update the URL once we deploy our application or once it's deployed, but for now this is fine enough. Let's click on deploy and this will now take about a minute or so, and let's see if it's successful or not. Alright, it seems like everything was successful or not, because the status is 500, unhandled true, message HTTP error. What? Why do you tell me congratulations? This is incorrect. Okay, so what's exactly the problem? Well, let's figure it out. What I want you to do is open the deployment, and then in the navbar you will find logs right here. Please click on them and then you will see that we get a few errors, and the error is a type error. Okay, let's make this a bit bigger. z.coerce.boolean.meta is not a function. What's the problem? Everything worked in development. Well, it's relatively simple. We use Better-Auth with the version 1.4.8, or at least that's what I have currently installed. You might already have 1.5 installed or 1.6, so some other version. It does not really matter. And with this version, or even I think with version 1.3 or something like that, they had a breaking change, and the breaking change is that Better-Auth now only works with Zord v4. But wait, didn't we install Zord version 3.2? No! And now you might say, okay Chan, then let's just upgrade to Zord v4. Yes, we can do that, but we had like another problem, right? Because Firewall depends on Zord v3. So here's what I want you to do. Go to the search field, so on the right side you can click on code search and search for extract schema. You will get 2 or 6 results in 2 files, and open the first one in the items or in the data file. Inside of here you will see that we use JSON mode, and for JSON mode we use the schema. So what I want you to do is to comment out the schema and just use the prompt. So the prompt says, please extract the author and also published at timestamp. Once Firewall finally pushes the PR to support Zord v4, and then you will be able to just use the schema. Let's do the same thing down below, because we also use the schema right here in our bulk function. Let's comment out the schema, and instead I want you to use the prompt, and I think that's already it. Let's also update Zord. For that I will open my terminal and let's say pnpmi Zord at latest. This will install the latest version of Zord 4.2, and this shouldn't throw any errors anymore. I will open my terminal. Inside of here let's say git add everything with a dot, git commit -m. For the message I will say Zord v4. Let's click on enter and then git push. This will then push the code, and since Vercel is relatively smart, it will also see that we have new code changes, and it will automatically rebuild the application. So if I head over back to Vercel, then you will see that the application is now building, and it now uses Zord v4. This will again take about 2 minutes, so once everything is finished, I will come back. Alright, it seems like everything was successful. Let's open our project and we get our landing page. Isn't that cool? But before we test things out, we need to change 2 things. Because if you go back, click on settings and then environment variables, then you will find the Better-Auth URL. And if you click on the 3 dots and then edit, then you will see that this is localhost, or it's equal. The value is localhost 3000, but that's incorrect. The value now is this production URL. Let's copy it and I will paste it inside of here. Please make sure that you delete the slash at the end, that's very important, and then let's save this. And the next step is to also update our code, because if you open the auth client, then you will see that we right here also set the base URL, and this is equal to localhost 3000. which is incorrect. So I will delete it and I will paste what I just copied. Again, please make sure that you delete the slash at the end. Let's open the terminal and I will say git add everything with a dot, git commit -m for the message. This will be updated auth client, and then I will say git push, and with that everything should work. And since this will automatically rebuild the application, it will also now use the new environment variable. This will again take about 2 minutes or so, so once finished I will come back. Alright, it seems like everything was successful and let's test it out. I will open the website, so our navbar updated and it says dashboard. Okay, that's interesting. Am I already logged in? It seems so, that's fine. I won't complain, but you know what, I will log out. Let's start off fresh. I will log out, as you see here, the navbar updated. I will log in, I will add my email. Let's also add the password. I won't give you my password. I will click on login. Okay, my email is incorrect.com. I will click on login. I get my beautiful pending state and I got redirected. We get our suspended data with the beautiful pending state, and this is our data. This works. Isn't that cool? This is our production application. This is the production URL and everything works. I will open this item right here. Why not? And let's generate a summary, or let's generate the summary, since we will only have one. And the summary got summarized. No, the summary got streamed into view. We get our tags and this all looks good. Should we import a blog article? Sure, why not? I will go to Firecrawl. Let's open the blog. And what blog article should we scrape? I guess announcing search. Why not? Because search is a very cool feature. I will copy the URL and then paste it inside of here. Let's click on import URL. It's loading, processing, and let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. URL scraped successfully. And if I go back to the items, then you will see the item in a second. We still have the fake delay. Our website is not slow. No, it's the fake delay. And yes, I got the item. I can open it and we can again generate the summary. Why not? And this will generate, and in a second we will get the summary right here. And yes, it's now streaming into view. And you know what I love? Everything is super snappy. If I click on import, boom, we have an instant redirect. Discover, boom, it instantly redirects me. And this is something that you don't have with other frameworks. Like TanStack Start is super fast, and I think that's why a lot of people love this framework. Let's also test out Discover. I will say React Server Components. Does this work? Search web, it's now searching, and we got 15 URLs, so it found 15 URLs. I will select this article. Let's import the URL. It's processing, starting, and then it should be successful relatively quickly, since this is only one URL. And yes, successfully imported one URL. And if I go back to my items, then you will see the item right here. Wow, we are completely finished. And by the way, please delete this fake delay. I added it just to see the suspense boundary, the fallback, but you don't need it in production. This is just there to test things out. And yeah, in general, we are finished with the video. I hope you enjoyed it. We covered a lot of topics. Thank you, Firecrawl, for making this video possible. As mentioned, all of the links are down below in the YouTube description. Test out Firecrawl. It's a game-changing service, but I think you saw that because literally everything worked. We can import normal URLs, we can do a bulk import, we can even search for something with just using natural language, we can extract Markdown, we can extract specific details like for example the author and then the published at timestamp. In other words, we can use JSON mode to get structured data. That's what I'm trying to say. And the thing that I love about Firecrawl is that it's not just a scraping service like every other one out on the market, but rather that it provides LLM ready data that or in other words that we can feed right into our LLM to get the best results possible. We don't have to convert HTML into Markdown, we don't have to implement proxies or anything like that. Everything has been abstracted away, we get beautiful endpoints and everything just works. And with that out of the way, I hope you enjoyed the video. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. This video will be probably posted in 2026, so I hope you all had a good new year. Please don't forget to like and subscribe, it would mean mean a lot to me and my heart, so please do it. Thank you Firequal for making this video possible, and see you in the next video. Over and out. Bye bye.